Say again, Paulie. Yeah, just give me a little bit more volume. You can drop my volume slightly and just give me a bit more review. So big welcome here from Zwartkops. It's the next round of the Extreme Festival, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. You can see it's an absolutely perfect day. A little slight breeze coming in from the western side of the circuit. So we should be sort of up to race temperatures probably at about noonish. But we've got an action-packed day ahead of you. And there's lots of action coming from our usual competitors involved in the national side of Extreme Festival. The program looks as such. Volkswagen Rookie Cup will kick things off with an 8-lapper. We've got Extreme SuperCars driven by Dunlop. We've got the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Big welcome and first official round of the Investchem Formula single-seaters, I should say, MSA4. They now join us for the first time, and it's a 3-race event for them to kick things off for their championship. Astron Energy Polo Cup will also be doing 3 races today. Gazoo Racing SA Cup are in the house with the Toyotas. We've got the South African touring cars who have literally just finished up their qualifying along with the SuperCup category. And then, of course, Toyota Gazoo will also be doing a couple of hot laps just before the lunchtime break. Joining me in commentary, it's been a long time, and it's great to have him back on the microphone alongside me. Carl Lawrence will be on the mic with me throughout the day. And then, of course, down in pit lane with Claudia a bit later on. Big welcome, buddy.
What's up, Buttercups? Yeah, super stoked to be here as always, Greg. Always nice to sit up next to you in the comedy box and hopefully see some awesome racing out there today.
Yeah, we're going to have a look and see what happened with Rookie Cup at the last round in PE. And, of course, Addie will be joining us as well. She actually got to commentate us on the last time. There was a little bit of a tough start on the line there. As you can see, Chris Tate just getting bogged down ever so slightly. He dropped right to the back of the pack, which, of course, left out Josh Moore at the front end to fight it with Azia. The two of them went into turn number 1 with Josh Moore getting his first hole shot, and he was going to be a tough man to try and beat throughout the day. Azia tried to stay with him. Unfortunately, he just couldn't keep up with the pace that Josh found down at the home of Volkswagen Motorsport. Berlin, unfortunately, had an absolute nightmare in the first heat. She went off down in turn 1 and ended up in the dirty stuff for a little while. Took her a while to get back onto the circuit, but once the checkered flag came out, it was literally race 1 in the hands of Josh Moore, giving himself an early birthday present and coming through to take up a victory. So that was the first race in PE. That's kind of where we ended up with the first heat. And of course, with the championship in this one, they came into this round with about 3 points splitting the first 5 drivers. Second heat then kicked off. Better start this time coming out of Tate. Much better start coming as well from Berlin Robertson further back in the pack, and from Luke Corbett. And then you could also see Giovanni Fiorotto, who was the championship leader coming into PE, and just bringing Carl up to speed because he wasn't really involved in any of this before that. Carly, basically a new man coming into the sport as well. A couple of karters that you would have known and seen in your karting career. But the great thing with Rookie Cup is seeing a whole bunch of new drivers getting an opportunity to get into a saloon car. And this is the stepping stone, of course, for them to go into Polo Cup.
Yeah, the nice thing to see with all these drivers is obviously all new to all of them. Some of them coming out of karting, some of them new to motorsport, like you said. But Josh Moore at his home as well, PE being where he hails from. So He's done plenty laps around here, a bit of help from Chase and Brights as well over the years. So, I mean, I would have expected him to go well. But it's so nice to see how close together these cars run.
Yeah, they literally are exactly the same. And, of course, they get instruction from 3 incredible drivers in Jonathan Mahotzi, Brad Liebenberg, and, of course, Matthew Merton. There you can see the championship leader, unfortunately, falling by the wayside in the halfway stage of the race and fell into the clutches of the backpack, which, unfortunately, lost the lead of the championship to the front end. Giovanni Fiorotto, of course, was the man who came into the championship with the lead. Then we had a big moment down in turn 1, as you can see, getting it a little bit out of shape. But let's go there and see exactly what's happening on the track here, because we're about to go racing. So it is time to rock and roll. It is a warm-up lap still, so we could have hung on there a little bit, but here we go. It is race 1. Chris Tate is on pole. Josh Moore is alongside him. So those are the 2 race winners from PE. And you can see already Josh Moore just going to the left-hand side there a little bit. But remember, they've got 1 more lap to get some heat back into this Dunlop rubber and get them ready to go. Mara Deleuze there is 3rd. He's alongside Uzia Khan, Luke Hill and Giovanni. And then it's Berlin Robertson and Luke Corbett that will make up the 8 drivers here for Rookie Cup. So they head down towards turn 2, Cashel Corner. And as they come around, of course, we're going to get Addie to come stand behind us just so she can see exactly what's happening in this first heat, because she has to do this later on in the post-production show. But what you're going to see here as well is look at those lap times, buddy. Look how close it is. I mean, it's literally, I think it's about a second, 1.3 seconds between all 8 drivers. And some tight battles here. I think we're going to see kind of two groups. You're going to have that first 4 cars. Maybe Luke Hill joins them as a 5th one. And then you're going to have a second group of cars that'll join them as well there for this first heat. Trying to get heat in the rubber, as you can see. Flicking from left-hand side to right-hand side. We go aerial material here from our drone, giving us a little bit of a high end. And look at the crowd, mate. That is exactly what you want at Extreme Festival.
But that is a staple of the Zwartkops Raceway circuit, that mound at the back straight where everybody comes with their gazebos and their tents and their braais. Always awesome to see. But these cars on such a short circuit, there's only 2 major braking zones.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to get away and get going on this on a short circuit like Zwartkops. So we should, with only a second split between the field, they should be running nose to tail most of the race.
Sportech's car in front is Chris Tate. Josh Moore looking for a chance to stay with Tate. As I said, those two are the 2 race winners from the 2 heats in Aldo Scribanti. So they'll be looking to do more of the same and try and maintain possibly what would be the lead of the championship in either hands, depending on how they finish up at the end of it. But Mauro Deleuze certainly looks like he might be fired up, and I'm going to keep an eye out also on Uzziah Khan. Uzziah Khan initially led the championship, then Fiorotto took it over from him. So you've literally got 4 or 5 guys that have been at the front end of the championship since this inception of 2025 season.
Yeah, Christopher and Josh with a little bit more experience with the front-wheel drive car. I mean, Tate, we have seen him before in the VW Challenge as well. Mm-hmm. Josh Moore spending some time last year in the car, as well as a Class B VW as well, to get used to a front-wheel drive car. Luke Hill might switch it on a little bit in around Zwartkops. He knows the track a little bit better than the others. Then he knows the other circuits around the country, so we should see him move up. But this is the important part, the start. This is where it gets nerve-wracking. The heart rate's up. It's in your throat at the moment.
It certainly is. Race face is on. We are under starters orders now. We go to the fastest 5 minutes of your life. That 30-second to 5-second goes so quickly. Lights on, and when those lights go off, we go racing. Drop the hammer. Great start from Josh Moore on the inside line. Now, sometimes that inside line at Zwartkops is actually the better line to be on, although he's not quite able to outgun Chris Tate as they go through turn 1. He'll be on the outside. If he can squeeze Tate out, which he's trying to do, as you can see, he's got there. He's got the whole shot, and Josh Moore is going to hang on into turn 2, Cashel corner.
Yeah, let's see if he can do the cutback down, get the drive down, get the power down with the front-wheel drive car, and get the run down towards turn 4. It looks like he's gotten a decent run. He's on the back bumper. So whether we're going to see him try and sneak up the inside into turn 4 early, but there's 2 more fighting back there for the 4th and 1st position.
Yeah, Mara Deleuze, and I think it's Uzziah Khan who's coming through there trying to find a way through. But Mara Deleuze at this stage hangs on to 3rd place. It's Luke Hill, I think, is putting the pressure onto the back end of Uzziah. So those 2 are literally side by side, and squeezing through there is Fiorotto. Fiorotto in the 7 car actually got a phenomenal start. Didn't quite expect to see Giovanni up there as quickly as he did, but he's made his way up into the top 4.
Yeah, 3 abreast though, up into turn 5 in the front. That's Christopher Tate, Josh Moore, and Mauro Deleuze. Around the outside, early on the power. Don't use too much curb. You're going to have to tighten it up into 5. He does so. So great. We put down the inside. Oh, looking on the inside of Christopher Tate. Was that Mauro Deleuze?
Deleuze coming through there nicely, but I can tell you it's very close between those first 3. As I said, we kind of got two groups of cars that are now gapping it, and the first one, of course, is these 3. As they come across the line, it is going to be Josh Moore, who got the whole shot and managed to hang on for the first lap of 7. Or first lap of 8, I should say. So 7 still to go, and as they come across the line, you can see just how tight it is between them. What do we got there? 1.6 second split between the first 4. A little bit of a gap down to 5th place Fiorotto Hill there, and then Berlin Robinson fighting with Luke Corbett at the back of the field.
Yeah, these 2 in front, they'll keep tripping over each other the way they've been doing. We're just going to bring the rest of the pack back into it, and that's what we want to see. We want to see 8 cars fighting it out for the top step, for the top honours in the Rookie Cup. Round turn number 3, they go up to 4. It's kind of settled down now after the first lap, but a great first lap. Christopher Tate already with a ring mirror folded in.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a touch there between him and the lead car of Josh Moore as they came out of turn 6. They might have just folded it in slightly there because of how close and up close and personal they got. They've pulled a little bit of a margin now over Mauro Deleuze. Deleuze trying to hang on to the back there, but he's lost that ground. And that 2 or 3 car lengths is difficult to make up, particularly when these cars are so evenly matched.
Yeah, Josh pushing hard there into 5. He got the back out. He's going to lose time there, having to roll out of the throttle on the exits. That's brought Tate right back into them. But it looks like they're just going to sit line of steering, get away from the pack first before they start fighting. Josh Moore seems to understand that. He's not covering the line just yet. They're all kind of following race pace and trying to keep the times going so they can get away from this pack of 4 cars behind them.
Here we go, down into turn 1. So Tate is on the move. He's looking for a chance. And watching out as well there for Uzziah Khan to come through, looking for a way past on Mauro Deleuze. Deleuze trying to hang on for dear life at this stage, but I think Josh Moore is just putting this Polo into the perfect position. There is no opportunity there for Tate to get past. Every single time Chris Tate's had an opportunity to get past, it's been a door shut or a door slammed in his face, or just a correct positioning of the car. It's a vital aspect when you've got cars that are so evenly matched that you just place the car in the right place. If you can do that, there's no chance for overtaking. And that's exactly what we're finding here from the front end. Real inside car there is Deleuze as he heads up into 3 spot for now. 33 is on the car there, looking for a chance to run up into that 3rd place, maybe a little bit higher. But at this point in time, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to bridge that gap, because what happens here, similar to what you see in karting, is you get these 2 cars get away, they start working together, even though they're fighting, they will be able to pull the gap. And if you're on your own, which currently Mauro Deleuze is, he hasn't really getting any assistance there from Khan, Fiorotto or Hill. He's going to have to now work and try and do it on his own, which is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, he's kind of in no man's land there. No help from behind, no help in front. Christopher Tate and Josh Moore doing the right thing, just staying settled. They don't want to make too many silly moves, don't want to push too hard. And it's so easy in a front-wheel drive car like this to overdrive, especially in the front. You start pushing too hard, you start losing on your exits, you start burning up tires. At an 8-lap race, it doesn't sound like a long time, but these tires can get overheated and very quickly you start to struggle.
And then, of course, you start to push the nose of the car a little bit in there, get a little understeer. Just doesn't work the same way it did when it started the race. And, of course, what you did in warm-up yesterday and in the qualifying sessions, you found that sweet spot. As I mentioned earlier on, you've got Matt Merton, you've got Brad Liebenberg, and you've got Jonathan Machotsi all helping these drivers out with their data. They run through the data, they give them a little insight on what they need to do to find those braking points, find the acceleration points, where they might be lacking, where they might be in a good spot, and then they can compare amongst the other drivers as well. So it really is an awesome program they put together here with Rookie Cup, teaching these youngsters what to do when it comes to the format that they want to do in saloon cars.
Look, over and above that, you'll see in the back, through the windscreen of all these cars, there is a GoPro mounted in the center of the car, so all the coaches, all the instructors will be going through your video footage of it after each race. Place the car here a bit better, brake it earlier here, you could have stuck it down the inside there, just helping the kids get as much racecraft experience as possible in a season, because the only way to learn racecraft is to have racecraft.
100%. And then, of course, it's also the all-important training factor, what they've got to do for their training, the physical side of things, the mental side of things. They also get a bit of media training from the Volkswagen group as well, teaching them what to do in terms of their interviews and how to handle themselves on and off the track. Addie was with them yesterday, actually, and she said to me that most of them have also had their phones taken away, which is quite unique for a youngster not to have a phone throughout the day. They're not allowed to use their phones while they're busy doing the race day and when they're in race preparation, which is really cool. You know, they get a chance afterwards to sort of do all their social media posts, etc. But during race day and during the race preparation, they've got to concentrate on the job at hand.
Yeah, it is something that we try and force as well on the karting side, to stay off the TikToks and the swiping and the doom scrolling. You want to focus on what's going on with your car and your kart at the time. But Christopher Tate making the decision to not challenge early and try and get away from the pack seems to have hurt him here, because Josh Moore got himself into an awesome rhythm. He's into 16.9, 17.1 was the next best time from Christopher Tate.
There's a little bit of a margin there that you can see that Tate might not be able to close in on. So the Sportex car there in second place, not quite able to run with the same kind of pace as what we're seeing from Josh out front there. He's got, of course, a bit of help there from Huma, the TSS machine coming through there with Azir Khan. Now, Azir, remember, has had a season in this class already. So he's kind of not really a rookie. He's more of a sophomore in this one. He's had a season behind the wheel. So he's got a little bit more experience than a couple of these other guys. Tate, as you mentioned earlier on, is a Volkswagen Challenge champion, actually, a Class C champion. So he's also had some front-wheel drive experience. But you mentioned it, of course, the fact that, you've got young Sparky, baby Sparks there, showing exactly what Josh Moore and Jack Moore have got in capabilities from coming from PE.
Yeah, but Jack Moore had a decent run at Doobie as well in the Junior Max recently, so he was just in the card. We'll probably see him in the Rookie Cup very, very soon as well.
I think he comes next year.
So hopefully his brother will be out there. We don't want to see the two brothers at it. That could be quite interesting for...
Be like the Marquezes. I want to see them doing some TikToks then. Anyway, we're getting to just over the halfway stage here, and you can see it's a bit of a gap that's opened up. All 17s out of everybody now, so they've kind of settled down into a bit of a rhythm that they've found. Tate is starting to push slightly, though, so he may have a little bit of late race pace here, which is exactly what we're hoping, if he can kind of close that gap down ever so slightly on Moore. Ooh. But, somebody running wide there. Was that Fiorotto? I think it might have been Azir Khan or Fiorotto that had a little bit of a moment coming out of turn 4, putting wheels on the dirt.
Yeah, it looked like Luke Hill got it up the inside there as well, managed to take that place away from him. So Luke Hill looked like he might have gone up a slot. We'll see when they come over the start-finish line again. There's the dust coming across the circuit. But maybe Josh Moore just pushed it a little bit too hard too early, and that's allowed Christopher Tate to come in closer towards him towards the end. Maybe tire pressure slightly different between the two. Maybe. And he's starting to get the hammer down. Previous lap time from Josh Moore, 17.2. Christopher Tate able to take a 10th. Sorry, I lied to you. 3/10 out of him in that lap. So 3/10 taken out of him. He's matched him for his fastest lap time. So it looks like this is going to close up towards the end of the end of this race.
Yeah, we got 2 more to go for this one, so I think there's going to be a little bit of a late race pace charge here from Christopher Tate. That's exactly what he'd like to be doing. if he's seen the pace that he had earlier in the day, and of course they probably did a couple of runs during the qualifying sessions to see exactly what that last couple of laps would do. They had 15-minute sessions, I think, yesterday, which would sort of give them a kind of indication if they did a full race simulation. Chris would know exactly what the tyres would be like by the end of that amount of time. A lot of dust on the circuit there, as you can see. That's going to affect our motorbike boys a bit later on. ZX10s will be looking at that going, hang on a second, there wasn't that much out this morning. But we'll keep an eye on them as they come out a bit later on. Only two-wheeled action today. But have a look at this. It is certainly closed up. It was between 0.7 as they cross the line. It's less than that as they come out of turn 7 now.
Yeah, so definitely Christopher Tate putting the hammer down towards the end. It looked like Josh Moore put the big charge in the beginning to try and grow the gap. Christopher Tate was patient, didn't overdrive, didn't push too hard, and kept his pace for the last bit of the race. Just to confirm, though, Luke Hill has moved up to 5th place past Giovanni. I said I'll confirm that when they crossed the line, and we did see them cross the line previously. So he has moved up to 5th place. But with a lap left to run, is it close enough to make a move towards the end of this lap?
He runs very wide out of turn 1 and very late on the brakes down into Castrol turn 2. As they're hard on the brakes, so we also pick up on the action coming there from Uzziah Khan as he looks to close that gap down slightly on the 33 car there of Mauro Deleuze. Now Mauro, I think, is sitting pretty. I don't think he has to worry too much. I don't think there's going to be enough space and time for Uzziah Khan to come through for that 3 spot and take the final podium. But let's keep an eye as they head up towards turn 4 now. This is Josh Moore hanging on for a potential flag to flag. He hasn't been betted since turn 1 off the line, so he's got the whole shot, put his head down, and it looks like he might have enough in hand there.
Yeah, Christopher Tate put a hard charge in the last 2 laps, but it hasn't been enough. There's still a 2-car gap between these 2 cars. Nowhere near enough to make a move. He's going to go in late into turn number 5, but it's not going to be enough to get the exit and close the gap for the final corner. So Josh Moore, all over bar shouting, looks like he's managed to pull off a flag-to-flag win here in the VW Rookie Cup.
From 2nd place on the grid, that's an awesome effort there. The pole man not able to capitalize on his pole position, but sometimes that pole position here at Zwartkops is not the ideal place to be on the grid, particularly when you've got a standing start. No more laps to go. Checkered flag is out. It's Josh Moore who takes the first win. Chris Tate comes through for 2nd place, and what a run there from Mauro Deleuze, who beats out Uzziah Khan. Luke Hill, as you mentioned, coming through there and just beating Giovanni Fiorotto for 5 and 6. Berlin, our lady driver in the AF Fans car, comes through for 7th place, beating Luke Corbett, who comes through as the final of the rookies in this first heat of racing. So that wraps up our first race action for the day. And of course, standing by here next to me, of course, is our official rookie commentator. She'll be joining me, of course, with the post-production. Addie, you chatted to both Josh Moore and Chris Tate yesterday. Take us through what their plans were.
So Christopher Tate, he was really happy with his race yesterday. He was really excited to get back in. But Josh Moore was super ready to get back into his racing. Really just wanting to get in the car and start racing. And we can see that from his race right now that he was super prepared for this one.
Certainly was, but as you can see when Carl and I were chatting there was a bit of late race pace coming from Christopher Tate. So for the second heat, there's a good possibility we may see a bit of a change up there and maybe a bit of change in strategy from Chris Tate's point of view.
Yeah, it seems like it. I really think that he might push Luke. Not Luke. Who's it? It's okay. Josh Moore. He might push Josh Moore to his limits today.
He also chatted to Berlin. She had a much better run than what she had in PE. She was at the back of the pack, but unfortunately at the back of the pack again. So it looks like she might have to do a little bit of work here for the second heat.
Yeah, she's been working really hard this weekend, and I really think that she can push herself this weekend.
Well, awesome. We're going to let you go and get some interviews with them and come back and do some social media posts. Up next, as you can see there, it's Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. They're making their way down into the pre-race area. These are the big gunners, of course, for the weekend. Lamborghinis and Ferraris and Porsches and you name it in terms of supercars. They are all driven by Dunlop Tires, our official sponsor for this category now. And a nice big field of cars coming out here to play. And when they get onto circuit, of course, we're also going to get a look and see exactly what happened at the previous round. The previous round was actually a long while ago. The last round of Extreme Supercars was at Kyalami. And it was on the bumper weekend when we had the double weekend for nationals and regionals combined. So interesting to see what happened at that event for the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. So this is what it looked like, Carl. You, I think, were at the event, but you were looking after some of the V8 supercars there with Richard. But awesome little effort there from the entire Extreme Supercar and Extreme Festival to bring in a bumper event like this, where we combined all the national categories and all of the regional categories into one massive event. On the start line, unfortunately, problems for the Viper. Chris Budnick pulling to the sideline there in that big V10, giving up the ghost, which left a bit of a fight at the front end with Brad Liebenberg in the Audi, fighting with Jonathan du Toit. He's in the Lamborghini. In the mid-pack, of course, the two McLarens there of Gianni Giannacaro and his teammate. They were pushing hard. Nice to see Ryan Nike climbing into a car as well. He's had a bit of international experience in the GT4s, been testing with a couple of teams internationally, but got a chance to jump into this Mercedes-Benz and was already in the mix to give Jonathan du Toit a bit of a run for his money. Now, Jono, of course, is the reigning champion and would be looking to try and maintain the #1 plate, but it's not an easy thing to do when you're looking at the type of pace that these guys are pulling out. Charles Arangis, of course, is the man who took the overall victory in 2024, and coming into the season, he was a tough man to beat, but a change in cars. Nike's car was his car last year. He's now got a new Porsche, which we'll see today. And you can see in the backpack as well, Marius Jackson and Sam Hammond having a bit of a ding-dong as well, the Audi and the Lamborghini Trofeo. Nike was in the mix for a while, trying to keep off the intentions being shown there by Jonathan du Toit. Du Toit had to get past to find a way through on Brad Liebenberg, who of course was looking to spoil the day and make it, I think it would be 3 out of 3 victories there for Brad, coming out of the wins that he had down in Cape Town at the opening round. So Brad Liebenberg was just on an absolute perfect weekend. And by the time race 1 finished, he was at the front, Nike was second, and it was Jonathan du Toit who was there in 3rd place in the Lamborghini. Second heat, another rolling start. This time Nike would be starting from the pole, so he'd be looking to try and run things for the Mercedes-Benz fans. But a much better start from Jonathan du Toit this time. Kept Brad Liebenberg out down into Crowthorne, and then the rest of the pack came through there with Nathan Hammond, of course, in the second of those Trofeo machines, the Liqui Moly-sponsored car, tucked in just behind the pack of cars there. The Viper got going again. So Bucketless Racing and Chris Budnick were back in the mix. Paul Hill also joining the party, being the 3rd Audi on track as we watch Marius Jackson in the 3rd one, actually the 2nd Audi I should say. Marius Jackson was the 3rd one. But an amazing run here from Brad Liebenberg was slowly but surely getting to the front to catch Jonathan du Toit, and was going to try and make it 4 wins out of 4 starts. It's an incredible effort there if he got it all right. And you can see this is the action, as you can see from the strap at the bottom there, coming from Kyle Lamy, the previous round of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Coming into the closing stages, there was a late charge here from Brad. A dust to the line, but Jonathan du Toit just got the loud pedal down enough, and across the line, it was literally the nose of that Lamborghini that got him the win in the second heat. And that was the first win of the season there for Jonathan du Toit, and he now makes his way, of course, here today to Zwartkops to take part in another round of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop at his home circuit, and certainly looks like he's found some pace because he's on pole alongside his stablemate Charles Arangis.
Yeah, awesome to see these GT3 cars out here. It's something South Africans have gotten more and more involved in. Sheldon Finlander, Calvin Finlander, Jordan Pepper, now Leighton Fourie, Keegan Marston. More and more drivers from South Africa doing really well internationally in GT3. And amazing to see those cars now here locally, allowing the drivers some time to get into the car, get used to it before they travel overseas and go race it, and provide us with some awesome racing and some great noises.
That's exactly it. I mean, if the crowds that are out here, I can tell you most of them have come to see these cars in full flight. They love seeing supercars when they're in the specific liveries they've got. You see a couple of new liveries out there. Gianni Giannacaro, of course, running some new colors on the BISC machine. That R35 in the background, brand new and newly wrapped there by Tony. His brother Gianni's also got some new livery on. He's going for a pink Mercedes-Benz.
I was going to say, on these 2 cars, when I saw the liveries, Greg and I are going to have to speak up when they come past, because the livery itself is
so
loud enough to drown us.
Yeah,
absolutely beautiful and striking looking cars, and there's a pink on that Merc. Wow.
Yeah, something special, eh? And I said to Rex, I said, I know, he's always had a pink helmet and stuff. So he said he's always wanted a pink race car, and his kids wanted it as well. So he said to Tony, "Listen, let's put a little wrap on this machine." And they had a little bit of damage in the truck on the way back, I believe, that they had to fix on the car. So once they fixed all the damage, he said, "Give me a new wrap."
Yeah.
And then put that pink Mercedes-Benz onto the circuit, which is so cool to see.
Nice to see a Porsche make it back. Last time I've seen one up at the front, I think it still had Bigfoot on it. The Bigfoot Porsche was the last GT3 RS
So
I
that's
saw
the last
go
time
around.
you want to bike with him, hey?
That was the last time I saw. Sun Woodley. There we go.
Yeah, this one, of course, is piloted by Charles Arangis, the Valve Fluid Systems Porsche. That is a 991 as well. It's a completely different car. It's not the usual GT3 class that runs. That car's been brought in from a European championship that they run specifically Porsches in. And he gets an opportunity now to go head-to-head with his stablemate, Jonathan du Toit.
Oh, you say stablemate there, but there was no love lost into turn 1. He dove it in there to try and get the move down. It didn't happen, though. He's going to try and go the long way around into turn 2. Is he going to hang it on there? Because that Nissan is deep up the inside of him.
Yeah, he's looking for a chance. Also stablemate there. All of them out of Stradale Motorsport. So Gianni Giannacaro trying to push through and find a way to get into the mix there from the word go. So we got du Toit out front in the Lambo. It's Aranji's in the Porsche. R35 there is Gianni Giannacaro. Tucked in behind him, I think it's Paul Hill. That's the first of the Audis. Then it's the big V10 Viper of Chris Budnick. Behind him comes Ricky Giannacaro. And then it's Uli Sana and Jimbo Giannacaro at the back end in the two BMWs. And I think it's Jimbo in the Porsche. I think he might be in the Porsche. Stands to be corrected. Don't take out of the equation though. That's not. That is Wayne Roach. It was, and of course Alvain is out there as well, also in a BMW. So there we go. Sorry, I beg your pardon. He's not in any of that I thought he was going to be in. The Giannacaro stable has a whole bunch of cars that they can play in, and Jimbo's decided, no, this time he'll take the Audi out.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, grab a set of keys off the wall and off you go, eh?
Exactly. It's nothing like having a little bit of an array of cars to go and play in on the weekend, and of course that's what happens down at G&H Transport and the G&H Transport Racing Stable. Speaking of G&H Transport, well, there's a really awesome shot. First time we've seen that pink car in full flight, but Ricky Giannacaro, as I said, with that awesome livery, looking to try and run at the front end of his category and at least take Class A for today as they come flying through. It is such a great sight of these cars in full flight around Zwartkops, and looking forward to seeing more of the same, of course, as they get into it now. Front end, though, I think the battle is literally between the two stablemates. Although, if I give you the historic background there, the Lambo certainly has had the legs over the Porsche in the last couple of races, so I think Charles might be just hanging in there and doesn't really have an answer to that Lamborghini Huracan out front.
Yeah, look, it's always difficult to bring a new car, especially to a short circuit like Zwartkops, get it dialed in, get it set up. I do know there is also BOP between all these cars that needs to be resolved and sorted out. So, big off there. I wonder if someone just ran slightly wide on next to the final corner of the Porsche. Still getting used to it, still trying to get the back end of that car to settle down. But the nice thing I want to add as well is that you've got a lot of international imported cars here versus a lot of South African built cars as well. Yeah. So it's a nice mix to see what we build here locally versus what gets imported and raced with us.
100%. A lot of them being brought in, of course, by Stradale Motorsport. The two cars out front here certainly are brought in by them. And with that Porsche of Charles Orange, he actually got to run it at the hill climb as well. So did relatively well in his class up there too. The Bucketless Racing boys have been around for a long, long time, and Chris Budnick absolutely loves that V10 Viper. You saw in the highlights just before at Kyle Army, didn't quite go according to plan in race 1, came back nicely in race 2. But here in race 1, he's actually found out himself slightly lacking because he's not usually behind that Audi of Paul Hill's. And Audi, of course, is the GT3 spec Audi as opposed to the GT4 spec Audi a bit further back there. So there's a couple of variants involved in this category as well.
Yeah, look, not to take it away from Paul Hill though, because it looks like he's actually starting to catch onto the back of Gianni in that Nissan, and that's bringing Chris Budnick with the V10 Viper. But you can see around the back of the circuit that V10 Viper, a lot of legs.
Yeah, for sure. Top end speed of that thing down in Cape Town was unbelievable. It was, I think, just short of what Franco Scamanti was doing in his Porsche. So that little bit of extra power that comes from the V10 as opposed to the normal V8s that are running in the cars behind him and in front of him usually comes into play when you've got a long straight to play on.
Yeah, he has one of those long straights up into the entry of turn 4. Turn 4, not very hard braking, very much a fast flowing corner. So maybe somewhere for him to have a look up the inside of Paul Hill into turn 5. He did think about it in the previous lap. He had a little look, came back. So maybe he's setting himself up for later on in this race to get past. But as we look at the front too, there seems to be a bit of a gap though between Jonathan Dutoy. Jonathan, his home circuit, he's done thousands of laps around here in all sorts of machinery.
You name it, he's been in it for sure. That's the thing. Big difference here between those guys, of course, is the amount of laps that they've had and the amount of experience they've got. The first race, of course, is going to be a 10-lapper. The one later on is a little bit longer. So I think there might be also a bit of strategy coming into play to see whether or not they can keep these Dunlops ready to go for race number 2. The first two cars are set up so nicely. They're literally on rails around this track. The way that they do the preparation down at Stradale Motorsport is spectacular. And I think you're going to be seeing these two going at it for race 2 as well. Watch out though, as you mentioned, Paul Hill, looking at the lap times there, he's still in the 101s, but 106s I think out of Gianni, which is allowing him to close that gap down. So there's certainly a chance there for Paul Hill to squeeze himself up and maybe get the top 3 overall.
Yeah, we're saying that though. It looks like Gianni actually had a look in his mirrors now and has decided to put the hammer down. He's grown the gap over the last half lap. So Paul Hill now has changed his mentality. He's no longer chasing down for 3rd. He's now looking to keep Chris Budnick behind him in that Viper.
Remember Paul Hill, if you watched the SuperCars coming through over the last couple of seasons, he's piloted a whole bunch of cars in his career as well. One of them most notably was the Aston Martin. He had an absolutely amazing time there with Michael Stephen as his teammate on a few occasions as well. So certainly knows what to do in a supercar and now looking for a chance to close that gap down. But as you said, he's now maybe set his sights maybe on the rearview mirror as opposed to the target ahead of him. and try and keep out the Viper from attacking into the closing stages.
Yeah, Johnny Giancarlo has gone from doing 1:01.6s now, he's doing 1 minute 6s, so he's found himself a second a lap. It's not enough to get back onto Charles Ranges and Jonathan Dutoy. Jonathan Dutoy now just dropping under the 1 minute into a 59.8. That used to be the halo time, to get under a 1 minute around the circuit.
Yeah.
Now it seems to be something that they're doing.
They do all the time. Yeah. And if you take into account, there's a couple of cars that usually pilot in this class as well that are not yet today that are able to do into the 58s as well. So you may even see some high 58s coming out of Jonathan Toy if he gets it a bit later on, and maybe the higher track temperatures in the afternoon, that could be the case.
That is the big thing in winter to consider. You talk about the Stroller team, Arnold Niveling heavily involved there with the setup, and Charles Ranges helping with the team. So something that they might be considering is, because it's winter, you're going to go from quite low temperatures in the morning to quite high temperatures in the afternoon. So getting these cars set up and done right with tire pressures to make sure that you don't overheat the car because of the tire and start hurting your latter race pace.
Johnny's still hanging on for third though. He's comfortable in third. Not going to be any worries there at all. So literally the first three cars are GT3s. So that's the national championship category in this class. And then of course Ricky Giannacara. Oh, Paul Hill dropping by the wayside. What's going on with Paul Hill? Looking on the timing monitor as well there. Paul Hill seems to be dropping off the timing monitor. Not quite sure where he's gone to. We'll maybe pick him up on this lap as they come round, or maybe he's just made a mistake. Could possibly have run wide into turn 8. Maybe ran a little bit off onto the track and took a little off-track excursion. We'll keep an eye on to see exactly what's happening with him. He hasn't lost out to Wayne Roach or to Uli. So Wayne Roach, of course, is that Samlin Lamborghini. And then it's Uli Sana and Jimbo Giannacara at the back of the pack for our first heat of Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop.
Yeah, Chris Budnick also lost a bit of time on that lap, so I wonder if maybe the two of them were looking to try and get past each other. Maybe a bit of a mistake from Paul Hill. 1:16.7 was the last lap, so that's definitely a mistake. We'll see now what he does when he crosses the line, if he's back on pace or if there could be an issue with that car.
Just coming through the background there, I saw Gianni Giannacara. Then he's ahead of Budnick. So Ricky Giannacara now trying to close the gap down on Chris. And then looking out for Paul Hill and Wayne Roach, Uli Sana. Not quite sure what's happened with Paulie, but we'll see if we can get him at some point. No worries at all here for Trans Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport. The Oyster Catcher is on its way up the hill. That's the Lamborghini Huracan, piloted by Jonathan Toy. And there you go, fastest lap of the race on that last pass. So getting once again under the minute bracket around Zwartkops and showing you just what the capabilities of this particular machine is.
They're absolutely flying out there. Ooh, something leaking from the back of that car though.
Looks like it might be a little bit of fuel, I think. I'm not quite sure, but there was definitely a bit of liquid coming off the back end. Let's have a look and see if we pick it up here. Back left of the car. No.
It seems to only be right-handers.
Yeah, on the right-handers. Not so much on the lefts.
Obviously something that's not bothering him. He's still flat out. Another lap across the line. It was a 1:0.2, so not into the 59s, but still flying out there. Charles Rangi was only able to manage a 1:0.1. So he gained a 10th, but I don't think it's enough to catch that gap over 2 laps.
Watch Ricky Giannacara trying to close down on Budnick now. He'll be looking possibly to close that gap down. I don't think he's got the same kind of pace out of the AMG as what Budnick's got out of the Viper. But if the Viper's got a bit of a problem, he's certainly going to look to pounce on him in those last couple of laps. We're into 2 to go for these cars for the first heat. And as you can see there, GT3s 1, 2, and 3. Class A is Chris Budnick. Class A, Ricky Giannacara. And Class A, Paul Hill. But I still don't see Paul Hill on track. He should be just in the background of this shot. Might just see him coming through there. No, I think he's too far back for that. But he stayed on track, fortunately. So that's the one cool thing. You know, yours is saying Paul Hill in 4th, and ours is saying Paul Hill down in 6th place. So I don't know where exactly he's got to. We'll wait and see what happens as they come across the line. With about a lap and 1 corner to go for these guys. 1 lap to go now for our leading cars.
Yeah, that Porsche absolutely planted through turn 1. The back doesn't even move. They caught up to the back markers though. Trying to get past the
Uli Sana there.
The Z, is that a Z4?
Z4, yeah.
Z4, yeah.
Z4 from GNH Transport. The former CEO of BMW South Africa in Uli Sana. He's the man who pilots that car. Good friends of the Giannacara family. And of course one of their pilots in their stable. Gets a chance to come and play with the GNH Transport boys every single time Extreme Supercars hit the track. And awesome to have him back here, of course, as always, as they come to the top of the hill for the final time. Johnny in 3rd. I was just watching the background there. I don't think Budnick's going to close in on him. And I don't know if Ricky's going to have enough time to get Budnick, because there's not enough time in the race. Checkered flag about to come out now for our race 1 winner, who's going to be Jonathan Dutoy out of Stradale Motorsport and Trans Africa Racing. Great effort there. Takes the win. And that's the first one in the bag. He'll hang on to the championship lead with that win as well. as his stablemate comes through for second place in the Porsche. Third place, the third of the stablemate. So it's literally Stradale Motorsport 1, 2 and 3 there, with Gianni coming through as the third GT3 car to cross the line. So the first 3 cars are national championship categories. And then I think that was the Viper that just snuck through in our background. I heard him in the background. And Ricky Giannacaro comes through for a top 5 overall. So Class A, 1 and 2 are 4 and 5 on track for the first heat of this race. There's Paul. Okay, so he managed to stay on track. So the Primogen Audi comes through for what is going to be third place in Class A. And Wayne Roach, I think, will take the win in Class B, if I'm not mistaken. So that's how we wrap things up here for the first heat of Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Nice run there from Jonathan du Toit, taking the victory, getting in the fastest lap of the day as well. Doesn't make any difference there. They don't get points for that. But it is great to see him getting that 59-second lap around here. Charles Orangi's just missing out on it to the tune of 1:37, so a tenth of a second off the minute bracket. There's away from Ricky down into turn 4 to all the people on the grandstands there. And we certainly hope you've enjoyed all that race action coming out of our first heat of the day here. Up next, we head into SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. It's our first heat of the 2-wheelers. I'll be waiting down in the pre-race area, I'm sure. In a couple of minutes' time, we'll give you a little bit of highlights of what happened at their previous round. So from our supercars, we go to superbikes, and of course superbikes up next to SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Sella Purificati and Graham Van Breda are the front row. But before they make their way onto the circuit, let's maybe go and have a look and see exactly what happened at the previous round down in Aldo Scrimanti at the second round of their championship for ZX10R Masters Cup. The SunBet guys and girls were all down in full force, and they were certainly entertaining the crowds, because down in PE at Quebeca, we actually had a massive crowd that came out to enjoy all the race action. You'll see at the back of the pack there as well, Carl, starting from the back, was Clint Seller. Made a decision, decided he wanted to have a little bit of a challenge for himself, because he hasn't been betted in this class since he's joined the category. He's won every single heat of racing. So he decided to just by accident forget to go to Park Ferme, which then cost him a back of the grid start. It was actually done on purpose, but anyway, gave himself a bit of a challenge. And after the second start, actually found himself up into what is about 10th or 12th place there, with Dieter Hazeman around the outside, the second red bike there, in very much Marlboro Ducati style colours there on that Kawasaki. Lubabala and Sana, our only Cape Town based rider, unfortunately went out at turn 1. And by the time we got down into lap number 2, Seller, I think, was up into third place overall and challenging for the lead when they went into the S's. By the time they got to the hairpin, he got the lead and got ahead of Graham Van Breda, who was in the lead at that point in time, with Jason Lamb behind him. So it was GVBD, the man from Springs, taking on the man from East London. And then Damien Purificati putting the pressure onto the back end of GVBD and, of course, Jason Lamb. Hein McMahon was up in the mix as well. He had a bit of problems earlier on in the weekend. How's that awesome shot? A little slow-mo of Dave Venticott on the back wheel out of one of arguably the fastest sections of the circuit too. Checkered flag came out. It was King Price Extreme, who was, of course, the winner there in Clint Seller. Evil Knievel taking the victory. Once again, starting from the back of the pack in the second race. Check this second race start, though. Check down into turn 1. Where does Seller end up? Here we go. Coming through the pack. And late on the brakes. Round the outside.
No, I'm claiming previous karting experience. I'm claiming previous karting experience for that. That's what that's from.
Fourth place. Third place into the S's. And by the hairpin, second. So in the space of 4 corners, went from the back of the pack into second place. So I spoke to him yesterday. Actually, Eddie spoke to him too, and he said, he didn't quite go according to plan. He was hoping for a little bit more time behind the pack. He didn't realize he was going to get through the pack as quickly as what he did, but he eventually got to the front, and once he got there, it was plain sailing for the King Price machine. Sella was the man to lead out. Graham Van Beraar was the man to lead out for Class B, and of course it was Jason Lamb who would win out Class C, but some spectacular battles right through the field as well, and always awesome to see that. Unfortunately, a downed rider down at the end of the race day as well, as I think it was Reggie Seal who went down there, and then some problems as well for the 469 as well of Adrian Van Dalen. So Van Dalen trying to pick the bike up, not easy to do. Purificati running wide as well. The reason for them all running wide, massive wind in the second heat down the main straightaway. So of course catching them out on the brakes. Normally you'd go late on the brakes.
You can actually see in the flag there.
You can see in the flags in the background there just how that wind was pumping. So it caught a whole bunch of riders out. Right, so we're back live as they head up onto their warm-up lap for the ZX10R Masters Cup first heat, courtesy of SunBet. They've got, of course, assistance from Bridgestone tyres. They're the only category who don't run on the Dunlop rubber, so Bridgestone are the official tyre suppliers here for this category. And amazing to see a long-standing relationship in this category, growing the field to over 20 riders. At Kyle Army, I think we're sitting on 35 riders on the grid. So there is a huge interest in this category.
That's spectacular to see, because it has been a class, bikes in general have struggled and come back and struggled and come back quite often.
This one's nice held its own.
Nice to see big numbers consistently.
Yeah, these guys have held their own for the last 15, 20 years, which is fantastic to see. Most of them, of course, as the name says, are masters. So you've got your veterans out there, which are 35 and over. You've got your masters of 45 and over, and grandmasters 55 and over. I think there's only 2 riders that are in the 55 and over category, but a couple more have joined them over this last period in time. So have a look at that grid. You've got Sella, Purificati, and Van Beraar. That's 2 Class A and 1 Class B on the front row. Jason Nam is the head of Class C, ahead of Han McMahon, Class A, Bontekun in Class C. Keith Agliotti, birthday boy, only 2 days ago, so he's looking for a chance of at least getting onto the podium for his birthday. Adrian Van Dalen will look to try and pick his bike up and keep it on the black stuff throughout the weekend and not put it down. Peter Delport makes a welcome return there. Good to see him in 9th place, ahead of Byron Rothwell and Sifiso Temba. IM63, just ahead of our oldest competitor, Bike 44, the Avidan Kawasaki of JLR. That's Johan Leroux. Then you got Reggie Seal and Dieter Hazeman, Jacques Cruz. Nice to see Henk Kruger back in the mix as well, with Renatus Vinicuk and Tyron Papa. Tyron Papa actually getting a 3rd place overall down in PE. Steve Galgocci also makes a welcome return into ZX10R after a bit of a sabbatical, taking a bit of time off to get his koi business up and running again. That's what he does. He's a koi farmer. He produces the most magnificent fish you've ever seen in your life, bro. Daryl Barrington also had a phenomenal run down in PE, ahead of Nico Zitzman, and of course the man from Bridgestone and TRP, Ian Harwood, at the back there on, arguably, you spoke about loud cars in the Giannacaros. You want to see a loud motorcycle? Go and have a look at Ian Harwood's bike.
Look, for the audience back home, I must just let them know that you didn't do any of that. That entire conversation was not off a piece of paper. That was purely out of your head. I can't see A, B, or anything on the screen, and Greg knew everybody by class and absolutely everything just by reading through the names. So for those of you in the audience that know, Greg's got it waxed with these
I hope
guys.
I've got my A game on. I hope I brought the A game.
Definitely does.
I tried to on the Extreme Festival, presented by Coca-Cola. They're trying to keep us up and running here.
Absolutely amazing.
Right, so we got one more warm-up lap. The reason they give them 2 warm-up laps is because with the bikes not running tire warmers for a while in the pre-race, they stand on the grid for a little while there. So that goes through first heat cycle of the rubber. So they want to try and get a second heat cycle in there before they actually send them on their way to go and do battle once again. As you can see, this time Sella has decided to stay on the front of the grid. Reason being is he thinks that the circuit is a little bit too short, and because of the caliber of the riders. Now, when I say the caliber of riders, you've got guys there that are, 9-time SA champions in Sella, and you've got guys who've won, some club championships. You've got guys who've never won championships. So he thinks that, being at the front end will probably be the safest place for him to be, and if he catches back markers in the latter part of the race, that's fine. But he thinks coming through the pack might just put those boys under a bit more pressure. So he's decided that front of the field, better place to be.
But also, a class is only as fast as riders. So your fastest rider will always bring, especially with lack of an experience, will bring the field.
And that's exactly what's happened.
And actually pick the pace up throughout the
100% right there. What's happened with Clint Sella joining, and AJ actually joined as well. AJ, unfortunately, as you know, has been on international duties with the TT and with the Northwest 200, so he's missed the last couple of rounds of the ZX10R Masters Cup. And this weekend, of course, he's with KJ in Magello, so he's not able to run this meeting as well. But with him and AJ joining the party, what has happened is the likes of Purificati, Van Bredar, Jason Lamb, Hein McMahon, they've all stepped their game up. They've all had a target now to chase. So they've all found little bits and pieces. And of course, what you also find, and you'll know it from your karting experience and from the racing experience that you've done, when you've got a fast rider coming past you or a fast driver coming past you, you watch their lines.
Yeah.
You see where they brake, you see where they turn in.
It may only be for a corner or two, but you pick up on that corner or two and relate it to the rest of the circuit. So
100%.
A series is only always as fast as its fastest competitor.
Right, fastest competitor this weekend has been Sella. As you can see, a 1:02 from him in the qualifying. That's nearly 2 seconds quicker than anybody else. So expect to see Clinsella get away at the front end. There's going to be a fight on between Purificati, Van Bredar, Jason Lamb, and McMahon. Bontekoning, I hope, is going to join the party, but if he doesn't, he'll be in the mix there with Agliotti and Van Dalen. What you'll find is exactly what happens in ZX10s at every single occasion. Little packs of riders, all of similar capabilities, going at it. As they head down towards turn 1 now, Sella has got the whole shot. He leads into turn 1. Purificati's on his inside, looking for a way to try and close him down. Good start there from the back of the pack as well from Galgocci. Galgocci just ahead there of Ian Harwood. And there's a dive on the inside from Purificati. Jason Lamb looking on the inside as well. Lamb had a big look there, looking to try and find a way through there on Graham Van Bredar, but just missed out. But it's Purificati who's second, and Jason Lamb in 4th place, just behind GVBD. So Van Bredar, at this point in time, hangs on to the 3 spot. Jason Lamb's got about 4 or 5 bikes on his tail. One is Bontekoning, one is Van Dalen, one is McMahon. So those 4 going to turn 4. And you'll also see an amazing effort from Zwartkops. They've built a whole new section for the motorcycles at turn 4 from a safety point of view. A whole new air fence and catch fence that's been put in there. Brilliant effort. Absolutely amazing stuff to see that, and the work that gets put in to make sure that our riders are safe here at Zwartkops.
Zwartkops Marshall's always doing a fantastic job as well, making sure the circuit's clean. We saw a couple of the GT cars go off and pull some sand on. So made sure the Marshall went out, swept it up, made sure it was clean for these riders. And big respect for all these riders down the inside. Oh, bike number 4, they're looking for a way past. Wasn't quite there yet. Off the anchors yet to come and lean the bike in. But amazing to see 22 of these bikes screaming past us here in the pit lane.
You can see them out the window. It's awesome, mate. That sound, I'm just sitting there going, hang on a second. 2 weeks ago, yeah, similar to what I was at a TT. But here we go. Our top riders. Oh, someone off at turn 1. That's a little bit wide and not where you want to be. Don't go into that kiddie litter. If you can't keep the bike rolling through the kiddie litter, it's going to be a costly one. And dropping by the wayside there, we'll see who that was. I think it may have been Tyron Piper or Reggie Seal. I'll keep an eye on to see exactly who's gone to the back of the pack there. Maybe Nico Zitzman, but one of the green Kawasaki's. No, I say green Kawasaki's. Kawasaki's are supposed to be green, but of course in ZX10R Masters Cup there's every colour under the sun. Just ask Ian Harwood, he'll tell you about it. He's been through every colour on his motorcycle he can. K9 Law Enforcement's bike is the number 4 bike you're chatting about. That's Hein McMahon, Slucky. He's the chairman of this association, so he does a lot of work behind the scenes as well to keep this category up and running. We go to the second pack, Jacques Cruz, fighting hard there, as you can see, with a bit of pressure coming from the back end. And you can see that pressure's coming from Tyron Piper. Dieter Hazeman's in there as well. There's JLR all on his own severe. That's the oldest man in the mountains. Our oldest competitor. And he's also been here literally since day 1. So since ZX10 has started, Johan Leroux has been involved in the class. So a long-standing competitor, a magnificent man off track, and certainly a man who loves to ride his motorcycle around any circuit relatively quickly.
That's a lot of things people don't understand about South African motorsport. A lot of these series run and assisted and helped put together by volunteers who are involved in the series as riders. No monetary gain for them to keep the series going. They just do it for the love and the passion of the sport. So nice to have guys like that out there lively and passionate about a series and keeping it as strong as it's being kept. Sifiso
Temba has got a fantastic start as well. He's into the top 10. He's in 9th place. So the IM63 bike also being helped out by Mzansi Motorsport now as well, I believe. So great to see the man on 63 putting pressure onto Agliotti. Agliotti on the 31 bike, that's the Ridgeway Race Bar bike. He's sitting there in the 8th spot, and then JLR in 10th. So a nice spread of the field there amongst the classes in terms of A, B, and C, which is also good to see. And as they come down there, it is Sella, Purificati. That's Class A, 1 and 2, and 1st and 2nd overall. Purificati going through turn 1. Class B is Van Bredar, and he's got Class C's leader on his tail in Jason Lamb. So the mix up there between these categories is so nice to see as well. And this little pack starting to get a little bit up close and personal as Van Dalen dives on the inside and finds a way through there on Slucky. So Slucky drops down 1 position. Hein McMahon down into what is now 7th place, or 6th place I should say, losing out slightly there as they came down into turn 2. It's a great fight here between these 4. Van Bredar at the front, 41, 42 is Lamb, 4 is McMahon, and right on McMahon's tail now the 469 bike of Van Dalen. We saw him crash out in the second heat down in PE in the highlights just before the race started.
Or four abreast up into turn 5. They're all looking for space of tarmac. They're all fighting for the same pace as tarmac, but it looks like that no move was made there. A lot of defense, a lot of movement around both bikes, or forward, and they're looking for their space, and it looks like they're going to carry on line of stern down into turn 8 and see if they can continue this battle on the breakers.
The one nice thing about it, when you got 4 bikes side by side into turn 5, there's a lot of space for them, because remember, you only need 3 centimeters of rubber on a motorbike.
Yeah, lean on each other's shoulders and make it all the way through, I suppose.
Exactly. Berm off your friend. Otherwise, you're not going to make the turn.
But Hein McMahon making his way up into 4th place there. And Jason Lamb did move up to 3rd. So there was
Vanberdahl's got a problem. Vanberdahl's got a massive problem there. He's dropped down behind Van Dalen. I was about to say, a little bit of smoke out of Slacky's bike though, so we'll keep an eye on that. But Vanberdahl out of turn 8 just looked like he lost drive completely. He doesn't seem to have the same amount of drive as what he had earlier, which is why Lamb got through, McMahon got through, Van Dalen's got through. And if he's not careful, he's about to be closed down by Bontekonen.
Yeah, even his body language seems a bit off. He's sitting more straight up. Doesn't look like he's pushing that bike as hard. He knows there's a problem. So you can see no head down. Body language is completely different. So obviously something going wrong with that bike.
Something's not lacquer. Something's not good there on Vanberdahl's bike. Stefanudi Stocks and Motul Kawasaki that he's sponsored by. It's Bontekonen in the Jag Power Products Kawasaki coming from behind. As he comes flying through there and into the left, he can see there's a problem now. Bontekonen will definitely look to pounce. If he sees Graham Vanberdahl with that change in body language, you can see it immediately. I mean, you know from karting, if the guy's not getting behind the steering wheel down the straight and he's sitting upright, there's something wrong. So you're going to try and make it work in your favor.
Yeah, Hein though looking very, very racy in that 4th place behind Jason Lamb. He's poked his nose in a couple of times on the inside. I don't know, Greg, you know bikes a lot more than me. Is that a show you the wheel to make you nervous?
You just want to know the rider's there. You might not want to make the move just yet because you know it's only at the halfway stage. So does he really want to go now? No, he wants to sort of wait a little bit later on, because if you go too soon, what will happen is the rider's got a chance to come back at you. So you might just want to show him the nose and say, I'm here. He's going to do the same thing here, possibly into 4. Yeah, there you go. I'm here. I'm right on your tail. You can hear my exhaust pipe. Jason Lamb, beware. This is a circuit that I do a lot of laps around. Jason Lamb maybe not as experienced around Zwartkops as Van Dalen and Slacky are, but even Adrian Van Dalen coming very late on the brakes there onto the back end of Hein McMahon. McMahon does a lot of racing here, not only in this category, but also in the brunch run class. So he knows this track like the back of his hands, and that's why he's able to close in and just sit there with Jason Lamb. If he gets past, there may still be enough time for him to close down on Purificati, because he's only 5 seconds up the road. So yeah, there is still time for him to close down on Purificati. Well, to get past.
There is halfway distance now. Now, we've been watching the line of Jason Lamb for the last couple of laps, and it seems like he's starting to tighten up on the exit, get the bike straighter a little bit earlier. So maybe that back tire not doing so well. And these bikes incredibly hard to get around a circuit, incredibly physical, and over this length, fitness needs to start coming into play, I'm assuming.
No, look, a lot of these guys spend a huge amount of time in the gym, despite them being the ages that they are. They're not like me that doesn't go to gym. These guys spend a lot of time on bicycles. Brian Bontekonen, him and his son are actually multiple SA champions in mountain biking as well, so they know what to do in terms of keeping their fitness up. But as you said, on days like this, when you're in a pack like that and you're fighting so hard, the fitness can be thrown aside, because all of a sudden you just tend to find you've got arm pump coming in, something goes wrong on the motorcycle, you make a slight mistake, and then you've got to try and reset and reschedule. Not what you want to do. Jacques Cruz in a big fight here. This is fantastic to see. He's got Henk Kruger, who's making a welcome return as well. He's been off for a while, had a bit of a sabbatical as well. And then look at that, Dieter Hazeman, the biggest man out there. He's about 6'5", Dieter Hazeman, and he's on that Marlboro Ducati style colours there. Under a bit of pressure, as you can see, as they went in there from Delport. Tyron Piper's joined the party, and just behind Piper, if I'm not mistaken, that's Renatus.
That's very Fogarty-esque, if I may say, very Fogarty-esque on that. But nice to see battles all the way through the field, though.
That's exactly.
There's a pack everywhere.
Yeah, and that pack is literally, it's the rider's style, his ability, and his lap time, and they just get together and they clump, and they have such an awesome dice, and that's exactly why a lot of people that are into motorcycle racing come and join this category, because that's exactly what happens. There's a bit of room given, there's a little bit of maybe gentlemanly style racing, but there's still hard racing.
Oh, saying that, they were like 3 or 4 bikes moving all over the place. I didn't know what to say at that point.
Delport squeezing up the inside and finding a way through.
All kinds of sideways and still made the move stick. But that's the one thing I did notice moving from a junior category, being DD2 and into DD2 Masters in 2023, was the camaraderie between the drivers is completely different at that age.
You see, these guys don't want to walk home with injuries. They've got jobs to go to on Monday. So, yeah, they're going to fight hard as they can, but there may just be, a little bit of leeway given. If it's for the race win, maybe not. But when you're fighting in a pack like this, as we're seeing here, Tyron Piper around the outside, Hazeman on the inside, Jacques Cruz demoted down 1, possibly 2, no, just hangs on.
Still going.
But Piper's on the outside.
going to have the left-hander though, isn't it? Oh, could have quite hang on there.
Yeah, I just flicked it over and put the nose in just ahead. So the move earlier on was phenomenal there. And I can tell you something, it has worked in Delport's favour big time. He's hit the front of this pack now for the first time, and now looking to try and hang on to it as they go into the closing stages. We're into, 4 laps to go. 4 to go for these guys. So this could be a 4-way fight or a 5-way fight for the last 4 laps.
Tyrrell Piper trying to move up 3 places, lost 2 instead. So, and again around the... Oh!
There you go. Spot on. Exactly what you thought was going to happen. He goes down, just pushing it too much. He was on the dirty line of the track there as well, unfortunately. So Piper goes down, losing the front end. And he's okay. As you can see, he automatically got back up.
I was about to ask, how is he braking that much later on the outside without dropping in the front?
I was going to say to you, there's no way he's going to hang on to that. That wheel's going to go. And as it went, here we go. So what has happened there is it's now given Delport a huge advantage, which has definitely played into his hands. He's now been able to pull away ever so slightly from Henk Kruger. Henk Kruger hanging on just ahead there of Hazeman. Back to the front, we're watching, this is, well, not quite the front, it's Brian Bontegunning closing on Van Breda. There'll be yellow flags down here into turn 2 because of that down rider, so no overtaking into turn 2. So opportunities that you might have thought might be setting yourself up for down into turn 2 will have to wait now. It'll probably be 2 or 3 laps as they get that Kawasaki out of the way. And this is the fight for third. Jason Lamb.
Oh, you had to get out of that.
You
had to get out of that.
Hein McMahon sat that K9 securities bike up properly.
And still got an exit.
And still a bit of smoke coming out of that bike. I'm worried about that. I've got to tell you. That smoke out of that Kawasaki is not good.
He's going to try to go the long way around the outside. He gets it onto the apex nice and early and into the power quite quickly. So Hein from 5th, able to get himself up into 4th. Great move from there, and even out of turn 4, the way he sat it up and got it up. But you're right, that smoke seems to be intensifying.
Oh, look at that. As I can see Audie van Dalen trying to close down on Hein McMahon now. Graham Van Breda still in the mix though. But as we said, just the body language on Van Breda can see is completely different and changed up compared to what he was when he was sitting in 3rd place where Jason Lamb is right now. So out front, we've got Class A. It's Kinsella and Damien Purificati. Coming up on Ian Harwood there. There you go. I told you it was a loud bike. One of the loudest motorcycles in the world is Ian Harwood's motorcycle. So the TRP Bridgestone Kawasaki getting outgunned by the leaders as they go around the outside of him through turn 3. Here's Sella. Sella on the inside of Galgocci. Found a way through there on the Koi man. And it's the King Price Kawasaki looking to come down to start his penultimate lap.
Has anyone told Clinton it's Saturday, not Sunday? Because it looks like he's just on a Sunday afternoon cruise at the moment.
No, he's in cruise control here. He literally has not been bettered, as I said, since he joined this category. And, of course, what he's trying to do here is do a back-to-back of a clean sweep of a championship. We've seen it only a couple of seasons back. We're on to the final lap now for Sella. So Clint Sella into the final stages. It's, 2 Ks to go. He's done the 100 meters, so 2.1 the normal length of the circuit. It's 2 kilometers to go now for Clint Sella on that King Price and Liqui Moly sponsored Kawasaki. The PS branded bike doing a superb job. Steve Cannon is the man who preps that motorcycle for him, does an amazing effort to get this bike to just work like Clint Sella wants to.
The one thing I must make note of, it was a 2-second gap after qualifying, now down to a second. So Purificati able to get into 103.7 versus Clinton's 102.6. So what was 2 seconds of qualifying has now come down to a second. So like we were saying before...
Race pace. Yeah, race pace is good for Purificati. He set that bike up nicely. We actually saw him, they put a meme up on their ZX10 social page, and they said Purificati knocking the bike with a hammer, and he said, please finish the caption. And it was like, Damien Purificati, if it doesn't work, knocking the bike with a hammer. It certainly worked nicely for him, but not as good as what it has for Evil Knievel. He takes the victory, and it's another clean sweep there at this point in time for Clint Sella. It's normal celebration there for the man. He comes across the line at the top end of the field, top end of Class A as well. Purificati will be second. You'll probably see him join him as they go down to turn 2. Here comes Jason Lamb for third. He's got Hein McMahon right on his tail. McMahon would have loved the third overall and made it Class A 1, 2 and 3, but he's going to have to settle for 4th. Lamb takes Class C. It's going to be Van Dalen who comes through for the 5 spot ahead of Graham Van Breda. Van Breda will finish up in second, I think, there to Van Dalen for Class B. Bontegunning's third in Class C. Agliotti will be 4th in Class A. Safiso Temba will be 3rd in Class C. And a good effort there as well from Johan Leroux. No, Johan Leroux's 3rd in Class C. Temba will be up there, of course, in Class A. So that's how it finishes up. And a final stand up there. And congratulations to Clint Sella. He is joined alongside there by Steve Galgocci. Let's have a look at that. There is the official, or unofficial results, of course. Sella, Purificati and Jason Lamb. Hein McMahon from Van Dalen and Van Breda. That's Bontegunning in 7, beating out Agliotti, the birthday boy. Sophie September finished up in single digits ahead of Johan Leroux, Reggie Seal and Delport, and Kruger and Dieter Heisman with Renato Spinnikirk making up the top 15. Seller takes Class A. Class B went to Van Breda, and Class C going to Jason Lamb to wrap up the first heat of our SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Up next, we're heading to MSA4 and the first heat officially of our new single-seater championship in South Africa. So, Carl, what we did is we didn't have any footage of MSA4, of course, because they haven't raced yet. They did a demonstration round at the bumper edition of Extreme Festival at Kyalami earlier on in the season. But we managed to catch up with Ian Schofield, the man behind MSA4, and get a little insight from him, but also just to give you a little insight into these cars. You've seen them up close and personal, and of course, being a karting person and a guy who's driven single-seaters in the past, it's great to see an initiative being brought in from Ian Schofield and his team to give them a chance to see a brand new category with the same kind of capabilities that we get out of F4 in European championships.
Yeah, so that's obviously the stepping stone for karters now is move to F4. We've seen Vian Boshoff now doing it in America. A few other guys gone over to Europe, but there's nothing really in South Africa that prepares you to drive an F4, and the cost of an F4 is absolutely out there. You know,
Ian was telling us an F4 championship in Europe, I think, is 10 million rand.
Yeah, you're looking just for a test. It's 10,000 euro just to go do a test in the Formula 4. So to allow these kids or give them the opportunity to get used to a car locally at a lower price and get into something that's similar, so that should they want to go make that step, they have the grounding or they have the experience. This is a great thing from Ian Schofield. Bring the price down, get it as close as possible to an F4 paddle shift box, proper wings, proper halo, get them used to it and get them ready to go race.
Yeah, the halo type device, of course, on top of these cars, very similar to what you see on the F4 cars. And then, of course, also, we'll get up close and personal with them now, but we actually got to catch up with them as we're seeing the bike there of Tyron Piper being recovered from turn 2. That's the reason why we've got a slight delay to get these cars onto the track for the first time. They roll out now. Let's go and catch up with Ian Schofield and have a look at these cars up close and personal. Ian Schofield, about 5 months ago, almost to the day, we chatted about MSA4 and the potential of it getting ready for Kyalami. Didn't quite happen, but amazing work has been done over the last 5 months to get it ready for a triple header this weekend at Zwartkops.
Yes, we're here at last. Better late than never, as they say. Got the cars together for Kyalami, but we had a few teething issues. We'd actually pushed too hard and not finally crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's. But we've got everything running nicely now. The 14 cars that we've built, it was a huge undertaking to put 14 cars together. Here running, they've done the 3 practices today, and we're getting ready for qualifying tomorrow morning. And everything looking good, no issues.
I do love the fact that you've also got a huge uptake from the karting world, and I think that's where you were looking to go, because this needs to be a stepping stone for potential future investments.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was no doubt about it that single-seater racing in South Africa needed a major upgrade. The last chassis, some of them were 20 to 25 years old. Yeah. So we needed to move forward, we needed to move with the times, hence with the Halo type safety device we've got on the car. And I think because of that, you know, when parents are looking to put their kids into cars, these days you look at the safety very closely. And when you see an F1 car with a halo, well then every single season must have a halo. And certainly in the case of F4 in Europe and F3, they've all got halos, so we had to go the same way ourselves. And I'm sure we've put ourselves in a shape now to carry us forward for the next 20 years.
How close are we to sort of the F4 style car? I know they're a little bit more powerful, but we can't be too far off.
No, not at all. They're not more powerful. We've used exactly the same formula.
Wow.
160 horsepower approximately, and very similar weight. We're using an F4 type tyre. So in terms of the F4 experience, our cars are basically identical. We've got, apart from the only main difference being that because we're in Africa and we haven't got facilities here to repair carbon fibre tubs, we've gone space frame chassis. The beauty of the chassis are, I personally believe that they're as strong, if not stronger than carbon fibre. Let's remember that the toughest motor race in the world is the Dakar, and what are the Dakar cars made from?
Exactly.
Chrome moly steel, which is exactly what these cars are designed from, and have been designed to the same safety standards. We've got side impacts on them, we've got front and rear impacts on them, and we've got a head restraint on them as well as the halo type device. So we're completely up to date in terms of safety.
That's brilliant. We wish you all the very best, and from here on we can just soar high with MSA4.
Great, thanks very much, Greg.
Always awesome to catch up with Ian Schofield, the man behind single-seater racing in South Africa, and particularly behind our brand new MSA4 category. Joining us for the very first time. It's actually one of the reasons I asked Carl to jump in and come and help me out here, because a couple of these youngsters that are out there come straight from karting, which of course is Carl's forte. But we do have a couple of the usual contenders in there in terms of that front row, particularly in Casey Ensel-Smith and Renzo Ribeiro. Adrian Nel, of course, I know. Shren Naidu, I know very well. Michael Besaidnote, as well. Karabo Malamela, Liam Palome, and Nicholas Van Wheelie. But then we go a little bit further back there, and that's when you step in with Jordan Moodley, Zalo Koza, Kian Spies, Alex Foss, of course, we've been around for a while too. And looking forward to a big battle between them. Anastasia as well.
Yeah.
Nice to have a young lady driver in the mix too.
Also very new to motorsport in general. Only had a couple of years in the kart. She's kind of baptism of fire, done a bit of the Champions of Future overseas, and that's kind of been of experience level, 2 years in karting, and now straight into an MSA4, which is good for the series as well. It shows that the cars are drivable with any sort of level of experience. So as a young karter, it's somewhere for you to go. And we were talking off air of the names that we remember driving single-seaters that are similar to this. There was the Wesley Orrs, the Gavin Croniers, the likes of the Krugers, and hopefully this is what that class is going to do, create those heroes from single-seaters into the next step. And Casey Ensel-Smith, definitely one of them. He was a front runner all the way through karting and now again into the MSA4.
And moving from the previous class, he was at the front end as well, fighting with Jason Kutsia, but now all on his own, so they're trying to hold his own against Renzo Ribeiro in the Metal U Spares cars. They head towards turn one. It is the Africa heating car that looks like it's got the whole shot, and Casey Ensel-Smith, problems in the background there. I think that might have been Nzalo.
Oh, Jordan Moodley right on the outside of Kian. He's into turn two. There's not going to be a lot of space there for him to get on the brakes. They are all pretty close together for the first time. These cars have gone out in anger, and some great racing. You can take the karter out of karting, but you can't take the karting out of them, man.
No way indeed. So there you have it. Exactly what we expected to see from the word go. Just don't touch wheels. The one cool thing, which of course Ian mentioned in his interview, which you wouldn't have heard, but you've seen it on the cars. They've got those tethers on the wheels, which will allow them to stop the wheel from bouncing around or going loose if it does have a coming together. So very similar to what they run in terms of European style and safety is the wheel sticks to the car and doesn't get flung off into somebody's helmet or somewhere on the sideline.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want to happen with these cars. Any sort of contact on that wheel does break away. You don't want it to disappear off into spectators or grab another car as they come past. So well tethered with FIA spec tethers. Everything on these cars built for safety and obviously built to look after the young drivers as they learn to drive a single seater around this track. And at times that are very, very respectable. 103s, 102s for these drivers.
Now they're going to probably get down into the 101s by the time they get to the full grips. Remember, they're running the Volkswagen engine as well. Fantastic to see the partnership there between the Investchem guys and Volkswagen South Africa. The motorsport guys have come on. It's I think it's a 1.3 turbo engine Polo that they run. Absolutely. Is it 1 litre?
I think it's a 1 litre.
1 litre, yeah. So that's basically what it is. And good to see the involvement there from Volkswagen's point of view, getting additional mileage in the now national championship single-seater class for South Africa.
Oh, the Namibian Adrian now getting brave to try and go around the outside of Mikhail Besaidnote there. He had a terrible start, couldn't get the launch, and Mikhail getting very, very defensive early on. They're going to go side by side into turn 5. Whether he's going to try and run all the way around, it remains to be seen. He's going to look for the cutback up into 6. As we lose them over the hill here. Yeah, they come through 6 now. Casey Ensel-Smith with a massive lead already. But the one thing to note, Friday practice, they were struggling with oil pressure on that car of Casey's. So whether it can do the full 8 laps at the moment and they've resolved that issue remains to be seen.
I actually spoke to his dad yesterday. He said they were sort of getting to the 4th or 5th lap and then they would have a bit of an issue. But now as they come through there, we're keeping an eye out, of course, on the progress that's happening. Also, great start there from the Production X car there of Shren Naidu. Shren Naidu, of course, just ahead of Nicholas Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie, it's the first time we've seen Nicholas Van Wheelie behind the wheel of one of these cars. So certainly great to have multiple SA champion and single seaters there. Nicholas Van Wheelie. Oh, that was close. Michael Mercedes, Adrian Null, and Carabo almost going nose to tail there, coming out of turn 2.
It almost looked like it was Mikael Mercedes in the front of that, trying to slow it down to try and get it to the apex, and unfortunately either lost the rear or got a little bit untidy, and that's backed them all up now. But the car that's in there now, Jordan Moodley, the 76 Legacy, he was one of the front 3 yesterday in practice, so he's got the pace in that car to move up the field, and Nzalo now taking massive pressure as well from Alex Foss.
Alex Foss going on the inside as well, going into turn 5, and I think he's got through. Yes, he has. He's found a way past there as Foss, so ticking them off one by one. Just behind that, it's Liam Palome, I think it was the other car that ran off at the front end of the race and dropped by the wayside, the yellow and green machine coming through there, so keep an eye on their progress from that man. But as they come out of turn 8, it's another lap completed, and the first time of 3 today, and we've got 3 heats of racing coming out of MSA4. It is Casey Insel-Smith who now goes quickest at the front end and leads the race comfortably.
Yeah, 103.8, the next best to him, a 104 dead. 103.8 from Shirin Naidu. So Shirin Naidu's got the pace to get there, but he's got to get past Renzo Ribeiro first. And as we've seen, as close to these cars, Nzalo and Alex Foss get caught together. Nzalo forcing him wide onto the outside. Grab a bit of grass, why don't you? Like I said earlier, you can take the karters out of karting, but you can't take the karting out of them.
Forcing him wide, forcing his way through. I think you might see Alex Foss return the favour, though. He's been involved in a couple of epic dices in the past when it was still Formula 1600. Now at MSA4 level, starting to get more of the same. Little dive on the inside there. Besaidno trying to find a way through. Can he get through? Adrian Nell putting pressure on as well. And Moodley feeling the pressure. Moodley gets forced wide.
He goes back for the inside. That was brave.
That was brave. Karaba Malamela just showing him the way through turn 5 and 6. So Malamela keeping out Moodley for now. Open up a little bit of a margin as well there. Just forcing him wide. And with that, it's about half a car length. And that's all you need. That might just be enough to bridge the gap and get away.
Yeah, I don't think these cars are anybody going to get away anytime soon. They're all running pretty close together. The times are very, very close for a class that's incredibly new. This is only their first time in anger racing these cars. Obviously, a lot of testing being done to make sure they run properly. But down the inside, it looked like Liam was going to look. But Alex Foss too wise to that. He's got too much time in a single seater to know that don't open the door for turn 2.
No, do not do that, because you'll have to pay big time. Metal U Spares machine there is Renzo Ribeiro in second place, looking for a chance to try and bridge that gap to Casey, but Casey just seems to be in control. But as you mentioned earlier, is it going to be a oil pressure problem on that car that causes him some issues? We're into that zone where we had problems before. They were working frantically yesterday when you and I actually chatted just before we did the interview there with Ian Schofield, and his dad was saying that they think they found the problem. New oil pump on there will sort the car out. It seems to be working pretty well. In the background,
someone's off.
Someone's off at the top end. Oh, spinning out there. It's
Jordan
Moodley spinning out. Oh, nice recovery.
Great recovery from Jordan there to get that car turned around and back on. He hasn't had a lot of time in this car. It was driven by Hannah Daniels beforehand. He's now just jumped into the seat now. So not as much time in the car as the rest in the field. So maybe just a small error, or maybe a little bit too tight there with Karabo Malamela.
I think what he did was probably put a wheel on the outside and just looped it. Because if you just run wide out of turn 5, you put a wheel just off that curbing, that car will loop out because they're so low slung. The Dunlops do not like the dirt. They do not like to be put anywhere other than on the race line. If they're on the race line, they perform beautifully, which you can see, and it's great to see them jumping on board here to be part and parcel of this incredible new bit of history in South African motorsport.
Yeah, you speak of onboard, that would be something to see. And onboard of these guys with these kids learning how to drive these cars, steering inputs, the way they're moving,
the paddle shift.
Yeah, paddle shift, gearbox, the halo in your way. That has to be something you get used to, looking past the halo. I was speaking to Kian Spies. He says it doesn't actually bother you because you end up looking past it. Yep. But here's a battle. Mikhail Bezeno, Arjan Null, that's brought Karabo right into... Sorry, is it Karabo? Yeah, Karabo right into this.
In there.
So Mikhail doing a great job with the defensive driving, just putting the car in the middle of the track and not allowing... Oh, but Arjan Null's going to go inside. They move over early. Was it too much?
Defensive driving properly there from Bezeno.
Yeah, Bezeno wants that position. He wants to make sure he stays in the top 5. He's deep down the inside. Karabo not sure whether to stick it down the inside of Arjan now or just wait for him to get past, or just sit in the pound seats and watch this race, because the two of them have been all over each other for the majority of this race.
Malamela's been involved in a race like that before, I can tell you. He knows exactly what can and can go wrong. So he doesn't want to get too up close and personal. He'd rather let the other two sort themselves out.
Oh, around the outside he goes.
Oh, what a move from Karabo.
Oh, Arjan.
That is a spectacular move. Down into turn 4 on the outside. There's not a lot of grip out there, but he found it and he made it stick, and he's actually pulled a small margin. Getting the drive on that outside line was actually not a bad plan. So if anybody's watching this later on, the outside line of turn 4 is not a bad plan.
I would definitely screen record that and then be like, guys, this is possible.
Final lap here. coming down into the closing stages.
Oh, there's a change for second.
Change up for second there. Yeah, I think we might have Shrin Naidu. Yes, he is. Shrin Naidu's through. Well spotted just in the background there. Naidu coming out of turn 8 in the lead and just getting through on Renzo. I think he dived him into turn 8. So Renzo Ribeiro down into third place now with a lap to go. Can he return the favour? There's confirmation of that 1 lap board out, and Henny the Flag standing by with the checkers. But it's Nicholas Van Wheelie who sits in 4 at the moment. Behind him is Mikhail Besaidnote. He's got Karabo Malamela all over the back of him, looking for a way to keep out not only Adrian Nel, but of course Nzalo Khoza, losing out ever so slightly to that little bit of a gap that was a lot closer earlier on. But remember, we've got another 2 heats of racing to come today in MSA4.
Look, I think Gonzalo's main focus at that point was just keeping Alex Foss behind him. He was all over him like a sore rash, but the race still goes on. Second and third, Casey Angel Smith, no oil pressure issues for him so far. He's well off out in the lead and about to finish this race as our race winner flag to flag. What will we see change between second and third, though?
Nothing on that car. I'd leave it as is. Just fill it up and get me onto the track again later on. Second place there for Shrin Naidu. He finished up ahead of Renzo Ribeiro. That's your top 3 in the first ever outing of MSA4. What a baptism of this category. Brilliant race action. A little bit of off-track excursions for a couple of drivers, but some really great racecraft coming out of these youngsters and showing us what the future of MSA4 could potentially be here at the Extreme Festival, powered and presented by Coca-Cola. So let's have a look and see the unofficial results there. Casey Ansel Smith wraps up ahead of Shrin Naidu, Renzo Ribeiro. Nick Van Wheelie, good outing for him in the first time in the car, ahead of Mikhail Besaidnote and Karabo Malamela. It's Nel and Khoza, Foss and Palome that make up the top 10. Kian Spies maybe with a bit of work to do. Jordan wants to try and keep it on track, I think. And then maybe we'll keep an eye on the pressure coming from Simpiwe and Anastasia at the back end of the field. The lady drivers looking for a chance now to impress, I think, as they get up close and personal. Maybe a little bit closer in the second heat and third heat. But certainly a great baptism of fire there from MSA4's first outing.
Sorry, just on the screen there, just off screen there, it looked like Jordan almost,
Yeah, have a little chat as we go up the hill there.
But look, if anybody's going to be able to help Jordan Woodley, it's the owner and runner of the 76 Legacy team, and that's Jagger Robertson.
Oh, for sure.
Previous champion in this class, so he'll be trying to help Jordan learn and get him up to speed and up pace. But Anastasia Drasses, 2 years in motorsport or 2 or 3 years in karting. That's all she's really had. So great job for her to get out on circuit and find herself almost a second and a half quicker than she was previous session.
And remember with Simpiwe as well, also a lot of time in some single-seaters in various categories that Ian Schofield's given her a chance to get used to driving single-seaters. So definitely going to be some big improvements coming from the 2 of them. We are now heading into the first heat of 3 of the Astron Energy Polo Cup. And we are in for an epic battle because if we look at the way things turned out there, somebody running wide on the last part of the race. Was that Simpiwe?
Yeah.
It was. Simpiwe just making a small mistake there in the closing stages onto the grass. But as I said, about to go into a battle that saw pole position split by 0.001. Unbelievable, 1,000th. But let's then see what happened down in PE at the previous round. So we headed to the friendly city, the Windy City. The Windy City lived up to its name on the outing as the wind was pumping. It meant that there'd be a little bit of changes to the setup of these cars. We're on board here with Shrin Rajpal in the dub core and Works Motorsport Machine as we start the race. Charles Smallberger on the left-hand side. He was a seasoned veteran out of PE for a while. In the background, Milan Emsley unfortunately got it all wrong coming out of turn 1 into the S's for Team Red Racing. He would make his way back onto the circuit. Speaking of off-circuit, Shrin Rajpal sent onto the sideline there by his teammate, and the hard chargers coming through there for the potential wins in the race. Smallberger was at the front end fighting, and so was his uncle Derek, who unfortunately got outgunned by Wayne Masters for the start and by Mark Barbaglia in the paybar car for the Masters category. Speaking of being outgunned, Nirav Singh in the Kyalami exhaust car got sent unceremoniously into turn 1 and put onto the sideline by a couple of hard chargers. Speaking of hard chargers, it was the Lee Thompson Racing boys who were fighting for potential wins in this race in Mo Karodia and Ethan Katsia, and eventually Karodia would sneak through there on Smallberger to take the lead. He'd then hang on and potentially take on the victory here ahead of Smallberger, and right behind them coming through there for an epic finish to the race day was the first of the Team Red cars there, and an awesome effort from Roshan Goodman. Masters was taken by Wayne Masters. He would finish up ahead of John Kruger, and it was Mike Barbaglia who came through for the free spot there at the end of race number 1. Race 2, more of the same, and Mike Rowe with a big thumbs up, loving life in the 29th anniversary edition of Astron Energy Polo Cup. Split races, of course, between the Masters and the Cup class. That's why there's 5 cars waiting at the back there. The Masters start on their own. This time it would be the Habot car that would be leading things out in John Kruger, looking to try and outgun Wayne Masters for the win. fights continued in the middle there with Bevan Masters, who just joined the series only a couple of races before in the CPS warehouse car. Berthold having a bit of fun and games, trying to hang on to the lead for a while, but Judd eventually got caught and passed by Mo Karodia, who was looking for the perfect weekend. And unfortunately, it didn't go perfectly for the doctor, as Hannes Schippers came together with Lonica Martins as they went into Dunlop corner, the last corner. He wasn't happy about it, but unfortunately got back on track, and he would finish up, I think, just outside the top 10 by the time the flag came out. When the flag did come out, it was 2 wins out of 2 starts for Mo Karodia. He got pole position, he got the super pole, and he also got the fastest lap, getting a perfect weekend for Lee Thompson Racing and Fast 5 Motorsport. Again, Masters was not Masters this time, it was John Kruger. So a bit of a change up there, and nice to see somebody else at the front end of the Masters category. As we go live here at Zwartkops once again for round 3 of Astron Energy Polo Cup. And a big fight expected at the front end. As I mentioned just before we go into the highlights there, Carl, the top 2, Mo Karodia and Rory Atkinson. Atkinson got the pole by 0.001, 1,000th of a second between the top 2 for Super Pole yesterday. Then the entire field are split by 0.9.
That's exactly what I was talking to him about on Friday. I said to him, how's it going? Who's on pace? He said, well, everybody's on pace at the moment. I think the top 10 have a chance of being in pole. The interesting thing about this class is also the previous quickest from the quickest from the previous session has to share his data with the rest of the field.
Exactly.
So the data is shared between every single one of the drivers on this field, and you can see where you're losing, where you're gaining, and they try and keep this class as close as possible, which it always has been for the last 29 years. My father, I think, actually buying one of the 2 first cars that they ever brought in to the country for this series.
That's what you see.
Running Derek Irving and Ian Pepper, yeah.
Alrighty. Well, I've actually had a chance to drive one of these cars as well. So, from my point of view, I've had an opportunity to be part and parcel of this championship in my commentary career, and I actually did one of the media challenges in these cars, racing amongst some of them. Ian Pepper actually prepped my car for that weekend, so it was an awesome opportunity. But I tell you something, these are completely different animals. These are completely different animals to the original Polo Cups that we used to drive in terms of those first hatch versions of Polo Cup. The other interesting thing, of course, is watching the return of Rory Atkinson. Atkinson on pole position had a bit of a time off. He was a multiple champion when it came to the Volkswagen Challenge point of view. Had a little dip into Polo Cup, didn't quite enjoy himself, left and had a bit of sabbatical. And then, of course, his team boss, Matt, said to him, no, listen, come on now. Industrial Petroleum needs to have a car. Get in the car and let's do something. So Andre Harp does all the preparation on his car, and he's put it onto pole. But you've got Lee Thompson Racing, Team Red Racing, Works Motorsport, and Delmar Mining, all in the first 5 there. So it is a big fight amongst the cars that are prepped by different teams as well.
But also LTR taking a step out of it and then taking a sabbatical and then coming back to it as well.
Exactly.
And coming back in a big way straight away in the front, which is also awesome to see.
So they're lined up there. It is the first, what are we looking at? Down to 16th place before we get into the Masters category. But as I said, it's 2 separate starts. You'll see the pace car leads off. And top of the pops for Masters was John Kruger. John Kruger headed up the Masters category ahead of Wayne Masters, Derek Smallberger, Gavin Ross, Elio Mussolini, and welcome return as well to circuit racing for George Smallberger in the Shield car. So
from rally back to circuit.
Yeah, he's kind of. I chatted to Dave Bland, who's prepping his car, and he said to me, he just wishes George would go out there to actually win the race as opposed to have a jaw. Because George is just out there saying, I'm having fun, I'm having a jaw. He says, no, George, we're here to win. Let's go and do something.
I've always said fun is fast, though. So if you are there having fun, generally 9 times out of 10 you're fast. So I do tell all my drivers that as much as possible. Wayne Masters, ironically, always in the front of Masters. Must have something to do with the surname.
It's been a tough one to try and beat him in Masters category, I'll tell you something. The only man who's been able to do it at this stage is John, although we did see Derek Smallberger sneak in with a little sneaky victory as well. But potentially this year, it's Wayne Masters as champion to lose, as he won the Masters Championship in 2024.
And both of them were sons that have done amazing stuff internationally in terms of motorsport.
Yeah, if you think about what Keegan's done internationally and what you've seen from the likes of Jeff Kruger, amazing effort in terms of their abilities, particularly in Volkswagen branded cars, but in terms of Volkswagen Group as well. You know, Porsches, Lamborghinis, etc. They've all had chances to do. And of course, Jeff went over to do the Golf R Cup, and did an amazing job there too. So it's big fights right the way through the field. Gavin Ross, he's potentially in his best finish ever there in 4th. So looking forward to seeing what the Norbrake and Paybar car can do in the Masters Challenge. Maybe keep out Mike Barbaglia, maybe keep out Elio. Not quite sure if he's got the same pace to stay with Derek, Wayne, and John, but he's got.
I got to tell you though, the Polo Cup, we've watched a lot of warm-up laps this morning, and the Polo Cup tends to be like the slowest warm-up lap formation lap to the grid. And I must tell you, this 5, 6, 7, and 8 aspect as you're coming into the start is possibly the most nerve-wracking thing I've done in motorsport. KZ starts I've done with 36, single seaters all good, but when it came to Polo Cup, this stop and on the grid, put it into first gear, make sure you're in first, look for the clutch bite, make sure you're ready, and you know you've got 20 absolute animals around you into turn one. It is a rather nerve-wracking experience.
Yeah, that's for sure. But I think Rory's experienced it on numerous occasions, so has Mo, so they'll be soaking it up. Remember, Tyler Robinson was on pole position for Kyle Army and actually went on to win the race at Kyle Army, so she knows what to do to take victories for Team Red Racing in the AF Fans car. So there's going to be some interesting little battles here, I think. Also keep an eye out on the fact that what was originally our initial championship leader, Ethan Kutsia, down in 12th. But that just shows you that 0.9 of a second splitting the entire field shows you that you cannot make a mistake. It's very similar to what you see in MotoGP these days, Moto3, and karting. It is so evenly matched that
he is only half a second off pole.
That's what I'm saying. That half a second puts him down into 12th. What the hell? What has changed here? Everything seems to be working to perfection as they get off the line now for race 1 of 3. Rory Atkinson looking for the whole shot. Can he get it?
Oh, there's a lot of cars moving around at the back.
Out. Divian, what a start there from him. Up into third place ahead of Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson dropping by the wayside there. Got an absolute nightmare of a start. She's dropped back 3, 4, 5 positions as they head down into turn number 1 and then turn number 2. Lonica Martin's actually getting up ahead. First lady into turn 2 was Lonica. And yesterday we saw history in the making with 2 ladies in the top 6 for the Super Bowl shootout. John Kruger gets the whole shot for the Masters. Wayne Masters behind him. Smallberger. Then it looks like it is the FSS car of Elio Mussolini up into 4th, just outgunning Gavin Ross. And then right on his tail was George Smallberger. Gavin Masters around the outside as they come out of turn 4, trying to tuck on the inside of Roshan Goodman. Goodman sees him coming, goes defensive as they head to the top of the hill to Mercedes-Benz for the first time. Inside line coming out of...
Is that Berthold?
Berthold, yeah. Judd looking for a way through. Squeezes through and finds a way just ahead of Lonica Martins. Martins feeling the pressure from Shrin Rajpal as well. Rajpal trying to come through there in the Dubcore car from Works Motorsport. As they head down onto the brakes, it's Atkinson, Karodia, Divya Naidu, and Dr. Hannes Kippers.
Oh, big lockup there down the inside. He was on Lonica. She's trying to hang on to that place while the driver goes around the outside of her, and that lockup didn't help. Couldn't get the power down. Driver out wide on the outside. But Divya Naidu getting a bit of tips from Shiren, I think, and moved himself up onto the podium positions there. Great start from him. And it's not like he's lost the leaders either. He's put himself into third place, and he's hanging on to the front too.
Yeah, he's got a bit of pressure coming from a man who's eager for a victory in this category. That is Dr. Hannes Kippers there in 4th. They've got a bit of a gap now to Judd Berthold, who's holding the rest of that pack up slightly. So with Judd going defensive, he's losing ground to Hannes Kippers, but he's managing to maintain and keep the rest of the pack behind him. Lonica Martins is inching to pounce there as well. Just behind her is Roshan Goodman. Bevan Masters about to join that pack as well as we go a bit further back and pick up on the Masters category. That's Julio Mussolini, who has got... no, that's actually... That's not. That is Pierluigi. That's the back of the Cup class. And I thought it might be the Masters, but that's how close it was. The back of the Cup class has got Nirav Singh, Ethan Kutsia, and Pierluigi Mussolini fighting with former Superbike rider Anthony Lessing.
Yeah, Anthony Lessing made a turn into Volkswagen Challenge for a little bit, left 4 wheels, and has now decided to come back in Polo Cup, doing a great job down there. But the front 4 seem to have gotten away. Judd Berthold's calmed down now. He's not holding on or defending anymore. He's looking to move forward. But this battle is where we're seeing a lot of moving and a lot of racing.
Bjorn Berthold in there with Ethan Kutsia as they went through turn 8, just squeezing him out slightly. So Kutsia dropping down 1 place there. Nirav Singh leads that 3rd pack in the Kyle Army exhaust car as they come down under braking. There it is, the Silver Dream Racer. And then watch around the outside. Look at where they are. The 2, Berthold in there as well, putting pressure onto his stablemate out of Team Red Racing. And that is Roshan Goodman. Goodman's dropped right back as well. So Goodman and Tyler Robinson, absolute nightmare starts, dropping right out of their normal positions where they ended up yesterday. Goodman was just outside of the top 6. He didn't quite make the Super Bowl. And Tyler, of course, was qualified in 3rd. So something went dramatically wrong there on the start there for the AF Fans car.
And with these cars running so close together, being so evenly matched, and the time's so close, you can't just simply move up the field just because you've got 2 tenths to the rest of them. You're not having a big second gap like you would have throughout a normal field.
Exactly.
There's only 2 or 3 tenths between you. Oh, big mistake there. So down the inside goes Goodman.
Roshan,
There's a bit of rubbing is racing, but it is Polo Cup. They're going to go left now, and the next corner, turn 8, is going to be left-hander. Goodman's left out on the outside. A whole train of cars behind him.
Touching.
Rubbing is racing. We're going to go 3 abreast into turn 8.
Berthold on the inside, and a touch.
Forcing the issue.
There you go, sideways. Oh, that's awesome. How's that? Roshan Goodman on the outside onto the grass. Nirav Singh hangs on. Here comes Ethan Katsia. He capitalized massive there.
Oh, Goodman's gone backwards. Singh decided if you're going to try and go around my outside, try it on the grass as well. And unfortunately, it dropped him all the way back down. But these two aren't over. I said this fight, isn't over. And down the inside goes Ethan Katsia. So he's managed to move himself up 3 spots just in that mingle.
Magic start there from these guys. That's what we expect to see in Polo Cup. The first 6 kind of spreading out there. So the 6th place at this point in time is in the hands of Shirin Rajpal. And then you got Lonica Martins. Fastest lap coming out of Rory Atkinson. So doing exactly what he needs to do to stay out front. Keep Mo Karodia at bay. Karodia will be looking to try and hang on to the lead of the championship, knowing that there's still 2 races to go in the day. So that's going to be an important factor to bring into account. That remember, they've got to try and also look after these tyres. But these guys pushing as hard as they are right now.
Has anybody told them?
A little less tyres to play with in race 2 and race 3.
Oh, those two cars
let's have a look at turn 8
together.
again. Check this out. Coming down to turn 8. Here they come. So it's Berthold on the inside. Bjorn having a look to try and get through on Nirav. Nirav shuts the door. There's a slight touch there between the two of them. Watch Berthold. He's out of shape. Catches it. But that forces Nirav wide. It then forces Roshan onto the grass. And Ethan says, thanks very much. I'll take
those.
In that battle.
No, I think Berthold maybe forced the issue there. Singh didn't see him, had no idea, was too busy worried about Roshan on his outside. So he tried to get 3 into 1, and I wasn't that great at maths in school, but 3 into 1 doesn't go.
Yeah.
Big lockup from Berthold.
Berthold with a big lockup and a touch coming out of turn 2 on the back end of Ethan Katsia. Getting a little bit of grass there on the inside line as well as they come onto it. This is a problem here. Is that a problem for one of the cars? No, just slowing up slightly. Yeah, Divian Naidu not getting the line he wanted coming out of turn 3. Had to go defensive. And that's to try and keep out Hannes Skippers and Judd Berthold. So a little bit of manoeuvring in that first pack. Massive manoeuvring in the second pack. Katsia's the man on the move big time, trying to find a way now ahead of Nirav. And watching in the background, Milan Emsley's in that pack now as well. He's joined the party.
Oh, Divian Naidu getting very, very defensive there. He obviously didn't get the exit he wanted out of that 5 and 6. But Greg, these cars used to have a push to pass. Is that something that they still have?
They certainly still do. Push to pass comes into play. The first 3 in the championship get 2 less than everybody else, just to even up the playing field a little bit. Give the other drivers an opportunity to try and close the gaps down. And speaking of closing gaps down, Divian Naidu is under massive pressure. Berthold once passed. He's bringing Shrin Ranchpal along for the ride. The Dubco car looks the most dangerous right there. The Natal-based machine looking to try and dive on the inside and find a way through on the Production X car and the official Volkswagen entry from Volkswagen Motorsport.
Yeah, Berthold just starting to open himself up there for danger, though. He keeps going to the outside of Divian Naidu. Oh, there's something wrong with Judd's car.
Missed the gear. I think he missed the gear coming out of turn 2 into turn 3. That's allowed Shrin Rajpal around the outside. Watch in the background. There comes Divian. And, Berthold just hanging in. Maybe he had to push the pass. He used the push the pass, a little bit extra power. And it just keeps him in there, but brings Lonica along for the ride.
I was just talking about Berthold having to go outside to look for a way past, and it's opening up to a move from the inside from the car behind, and it looks like it's exactly what happened, but this time it was Lonica Martins that could have made the move stick, but unfortunately all the way around 4, it's difficult to make a pass move there, not big braking happening.
Just go and have a chat to Karaba Monamela. He'll tell you how to do it. Sheepers, creepers. How close is this racing? This is brilliant stuff. 29th anniversary, of course, of Polo Cup. This is the 3rd round of action, and there's 3 races to go today, and they are pushing so hard in race number 1. Look at how the gaps close as well. Bevan Masters has now brought along the second pack of cars there, including Charles Smallberger and Tyler Robinson. So we've now got 4 or 5 cars fighting for could potentially be top 6 honors. Nirav out. Nirav Singh with a problem down into turn 8. He gets going again.
Oh, that car's definitely had a smack, though.
I think he's had a tap with somebody. Somebody's come together there with Nirav Singh. I think maybe Katsia, because they were up close and personal.
I was gonna look at the rubber in
the... He's dropped back as well. It's Ethan Katsia. Katsia and Nirav Singh must have come together in turn 8. Both of them now dropping out of that battle they were in, which has handed the advantage, I think, to Bevan Masters and to Lonica Martins.
Rubbing is racing in this class. They lean on each other so hard going into the edge of the corner, but they all make it out of the corner. And the racing continues up now into turn 5. Lonica Martins just got past. She's going to look up the inside. Is that a defensive move, or is she looking for a way past?
Well, it's a defensive move on the second lady on the class. So she doesn't want to be the second lady of racing today. She wants to be the first one. She lost out to Tyler yesterday, and she's hanging on just ahead of her right now, trying to find a way through there on the CPS warehouse car of Bevan Masters. As they come down the hill, those 3 are locked at each other's throats, looking for a way past. Judd Berthold now up into that top 6, into 5. Rajpal is 6. Let's go a little bit further back and pick up on the Masters. This is the fight here between Mike Barbaglia, as the Masters class I think is still being led out there by Wayne Masters. Yeah, Masters ahead of Derek Smallberger and John Kruger. That's the top 3 in the Masters category.
There's Ethan's car there now. So there's that damage on the
so
front
it was
end.
definitely Ethan and Nirov that came together.
Look, saying that, I was looking at the other cars to see, and there's just rubber on all of them. So it's quite difficult to decide these cars running so close together. And absolutely great racing.
Roshan might have been involved as well, hey? Because he's dropped back slightly compared to where he was. There is your leader. What a run here from him. Absolutely amazing stuff coming out of this first heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup. And of course, it's the final lap that we're on now for Rory Atkinson. He has set the fastest lap. Mo Karodia was the perfect man in PE. Today, it looks like it might be into the clutches of Rory Atkinson.
And almost half a second ahead.
Unbelievable, hey? So half a second in terms of lap times, but there's the gap coming to closing. I think he rolled out on the last couple of laps, so try and conserve those tyres and brakes. And a change up there as well for Hannes Kippers getting through on Divian in the background. So it's Rory Atkinson for race 1 win. Takes it for the Industrial Petroleum Machine. Wins out over Fast 5 and Lee Thompson Racing's Mo Karodia. Wayne Masters looking for the victory again in the Masters category. He's ahead of John. No, he's not. He's ahead of Derek Smallberger. Smallberger's got through on John Kruger. So that's the top 3 coming down the hill right now. OMP and Sabertech car. Performance Masters going to be the one to beat again. What do you do about Wayne Masters when he's in this kind of mood? It's a tough man to beat. He's a very, very competitive driver. The Masters class is turning into a really awesome little battle. Great to see that car on track as well, with George Smallberger joining the party for the first time, stepping out of rallying and back into circuit where he started his racing career for the Shield Racing team there. A good effort. It'll probably finish him up just outside the top 6 in the Masters category. Atkinson takes the win, as you can see there, with the fastest lap on the last lap as well. Great effort there from him, winning out over Mo Karodia and Hannes Kippers, Divian Naidu, Judd Berthold and Shirin Rajpal taking the top 6. And then we go a little bit further down. It's out of the top 15 before we get to the Masters. Masters by Wayne Masters in 17th overall, Derek Smallberger 18, and John Kruger in 19th for top 3 in the Masters class for Astron Energy Polo Cup race number 1. We go from Polos to Toyotas. In a few moments' time, we will join our Gazoo Racing SA Cup on track. Right, so we got our Polos making their way into the Park for May area now, as Toyotas are standing by. Is that a man that we know? I think we might know him, eh? That guy there, I think we might know him a little bit.
Oh, Woward Way.
Yeah. Alrighty, so before we get into race action, let's go and have a look and see what happened down in PE with the introduction of a brand new Yaris to this Toyota Gazoo Racing series. This weekend, we've got the new ones and the old ones all incorporated into one class. But this is what happened down in Quebec. GR Cup are up and running, and it's the 86s that lead things off the front end of the field, with Jason Kutsia setting the pace. We go on board with Nabil Abdul, who was on pole for the challenge between the media guys and our dealer team competitors. The media guys, of course, changing cars and going into the Yarises for the first time, the brand new Yarises, which are, of course, automatic machines, as opposed to the ones that they were in previously. And awesome to see that there's such an amazing array of cars and array of drivers too. Jason Kutsia was the man to beat. He was pushed hard initially by Kanya Ngwenya and, of course, Ken Swartz. The fight between the media boys and our dealer team guys, fighting hard in there. Of course, Kyle Koch from the Car Magazine. We also had, of course, the likes of Lawrence Minnie from Auto Trader. And at the front end, Supersport's Nabil Abdul setting the pace. But he was pushed hard right to the closing stages by the leading Toyota Corolla. That's how close it got, as Nabil had to try and find a way through on the back end, as Vatsiwana Makonyana got caught by our leading pack of media and dealer team cars. Big fights all the way through between, of course, the dealers themselves as well, with Halfway Toyota, Motors Toyota, Roller Toyota all involved, and the Helderberg. Unfortunately, some problems with some of our Toyota Gazoo Racing instructors, who didn't quite get it all according to the way it should be done. We won't mention his name, but we will mention him a bit later on. But a good effort there from Jason Kutsia to wrap things up and take the victory in the 86 category. It was Nabil Abdul who'd hang on to win the battle between the Corollas and Yarises, and the overall victory there in the Corollas went to that man in 27, and a good effort coming out of Mario D'Souza. Second race, D'Souza would lead the pack in terms of pole position between the Corollas and the Yaris's. Jason Castillo was looking for a double victory on the day. There will be a lot of doubles on the day down in the friendly city of Quebec. And as you can see, just mid-pack battles that continued all the way through the day's racing. Nabil having a phenomenal dash here with Mario D'Souza, but of course D'Souza's car running the all-wheel drive system and a slightly more powerful car, only a couple of kilowatts more powerful than the new Yaris, but that additional bit of kilowatts certainly helped him out to get through for the second win of the day. Jason Gatia was not going to be bettered. He was pushed hard, but unfortunately there was no answer from Ken Swartz, from Brandon van der Walt, or from Kanya Ngwenya. They had to settle for second place. But this is the pack that was just behind there, and look at how hard it was raging. Fantastic to see how our dealers and our media teams are starting to enjoy what Toyota Corolla and Toyota Gazoo Racing have given them for a chance to be part and parcel of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport presented by Coca-Cola Beverages. This time out, Mario D'Souza would win the media and dealer team challenge with Nabil on his tail in the Yaris. So on circuit right now is the first heat of two of Gazoo Racing SA's Cup, and the Cup category made up of Toyota 86s out front. Then we've got Toyota Corollas, Toyota Yaris's, the new version and the old version this weekend, which has put a massive field of Gazoo Racing Cup category cars onto the track at their home circuit now. Remember that Gazoo Racing, of course, have taken over the stable at the top. There they are. That's the HQ right there, the old Zoc Club that Gazoo Racing have got all their VIPs at, and we give them a big shout out there if they are watching up there. I'm sure they're watching the live stream on the big screens inside. Hope all of you are enjoying your day's racing so far here at Zwartkops. We've had some spectacular race action so far in the first couple of heats of the race action that has already unfolded today, and looking forward to more of the same. Of course, we've still got touring cars and SuperCup to come, which Gazoo Racing are involved in afterwards, and then we've got, of course, some hot laps that the Gazoo Racing category are going to give some VIPs around the track before we break for lunch.
Do we count as VIPs?
I'd love to say that we do, Brew, but unfortunately no. Not this time. It is of course, Gazoo Corolla that Pretoria Noord have now provided as our brand new safety car and pace car for Zwartkops.
So Toyota's following Toyota's?
Pretty much. And a long-standing relationship there with the Pretoria Noord brand that, of course, is now out on circuit, leading this big pack around to give us an indication as to how things are going to go here for this first heat. Now, if we look at the qualifying, Jason Gatia, Ken Swartz, and Kaya, I should say, were the top end of the field, ahead of Brandon van der Walt. And then Jono Wilson and Justin Rogers up there too. Vatsiana is there in 7th. And then we go to Nabil, who was quickest in our media and dealer team championship. Now, what happens with this one, Carl, for your info, probably because you're not aware of it, having not commentated on before, the top 7 there are all Toyota 86s. Those are your development cars that have come from karting or that have got an opportunity to be part of this development process that Toyota are running with the Gazoo Racing stable. And then Nabil Abdul and everybody behind that, in terms of Mario D'Souza, Devin Scott, Putti, Josh, Paul DeFoss, Werner, and that's the man I mentioned earlier on, by the way, Paul DeFoss. He's the guy at Hapen. The instructor. Okay. No, we're just giving him hell because he's an instructor. He was pushing so hard, he just went too hot into that corner and got it wrong. Fortunately, he was okay. Car was okay. Got back on track and finished up. But there we go. That's the new Zoc stand, just left of that, of the Zoc stand, I should say. But running for the information, 86s is the development class. The Corollas have all got the media in. Sorry, the Corollas have all got the dealers in, and the Yaris's have all got the media and instructors and a couple of guest drives for this weekend, because they've brought the old Yaris's back into the fray as well as the new ones. Good luck in telling the difference, because
I'll allow you. Okay.
Yeah, they're not easy to spot in terms of that. And also, by the way, just to make our lives even more difficult, they've also changed the colours. They've all
swapped cars.
Jason Garcia now in the white car,
yes,
as opposed to the yellow car he was in PE.
So I was chatting earlier to Leroy yesterday. So they've taken all these GRs and they've all drawn out of a hat and they've all swapped cars.
That's it. So it gives everybody a fair chance, which is really cool. But I mean, you put Jason Garcia into the white car now, or the white sort of trim in that car. Didn't stop him from getting onto the front end of the field. That's how evenly matched these cars are. So we got 8 laps of action coming away. It's double yellows down into turn 1 and 2, so they'll only get the green out of turn 3. And everybody will follow line astern until that green flag comes out. It's a big gap they're going to leave between these cars and the second pack.
That is a massive field.
That's pretty cool, eh?
That is a massive field.
Some of them are seasoned campaigners. Some of them are instructors. Some of them are just media drivers who are given an opportunity by Gazoo Racing and Toyota South Africa to have an absolute blast of a time in some really well-prepped cars from Leroy's team.
It looks amazing. Absolutely. They're supposed to be double weight. They're going into turn 2. Did anybody
Yes,
tell them?
that's exactly what it's supposed to be. But you tell the media and the dealer team guys how to do it. Green flag is there on the left-hand side. That's where the race starts, gentlemen and ladies. But anyway,
I don't think they got that memo.
No, they didn't. They clearly weren't listening in the driver's briefing. All right, so it's Nabil Abdul out front. It's the green car, fortunately, that hasn't changed hands there, of Mario de Souza from Motors Toyota, who's in second. But you'll see there'll be little packs of cars that start to get there as well. Zwartkops Toyota, of course, out there as well. And a super run so far from Rudolf Bonzaya. He'll be looking to try and make his way up a little bit higher up. Carl Koch in the Car Magazine machine. That's in the purple livery, as he tries to get on the inside and try and find a way through there on Lawrence Mini from Auto Trader. Great little fights. I think the difference between the new ones and the old ones is the
H-pattern versus auto, isn't it?
Yeah, it's automatic, but I'm saying in terms of what you look at. The black roof is the old one.
Black
the white
versus
roof
white.
Is the new one.
Okay, down the inside into turn 1 though. That's going to be brave. There's a big bump on the inside.
Yeah, that big bump, as you know, catches a lot of guys out. And you've got to have knowledge of that big bump to make it stick. As they go through there, you can see Vanna Horn coming up into the mix there as well in the 33 car, Dealership Cup.
Oh, a bit of rubbing and racing there on the apex between those two Corollas. There wasn't a lot of room, but room was made.
You think?
Room was made.
Only just. There's just a bit of room given here now and then. The one thing that they are told in terms of the boss man from Toyota is that please don't scrap the cars. You know, we don't want to have to fix cars if we don't need to. A little bit of rubbing's fine, a little bit of touching's fine, but don't smash into each other. And they've been pretty good that way so far.
The one thing I will add, and I'll just let the audience at home know that if you haven't watched a lot of this single spec road car to race car sort of racing, you see the hazards flash every time they jump on the anchors. That's the ABS doing that. So when you get on the brakes and it starts to flash, it means that the ABS is on. And that's normally to warn someone behind you for hard braking on the road. But in a race car, it's too much effort to remove it, so just leave it.
And also just shows you what the car's capabilities are, because remember what they're doing in terms of the dealer side of things is these guys sell these cars on a daily basis. They have a GR section to their dealership. So it's the sort of performance range that Corolla brings out, or Toyota brings out, I should say. And with that, they get to show you that these cars perform on a racetrack as admirably as what they'll do when you buy them to put them on the road.
Yeah, they basically got a race seat, a roll cage, and semi-slicks. That's the only difference between
and
these.
And a slight upgrade on the brakes.
Right.
Slight upgrade on the brakes, yeah.
And exhaust.
But that's basically it. So it's a stock standard road car class that these media and dealer team boys and girls are going at. And of course the development cars up the road there, the 86s. Boxer engine in that one. Also with a semi-automatic box, paddle shift 2, but 180 kilowatts as opposed to the 220 and 225 kilowatts available in the Corolla and the Yaris's. So these cars have got slightly better power, but I think the handling and the rear-wheel drive potentially in the hands of Jason Garcia, Swartz.
And
somebody up into the dirt.
Kept it. Great job.
Oh, well held
Good
there.
save.
But thanks for the dust from the rest of the cars there. They're loving life going into turn 4 with no vision.
Yeah, I thought this was supposed to be circuit racing already.
You're gonna wait for that call on the radio going, just pick a line you can drive through. All right, so the Roller Corolla out there as well. That's one of our top dealer teams. Marius Klaassen at the wheel of that car as he comes out of the top end of the field coming down the hill. He's trying to close things down there. See this. This is a great little dealer team battle there. Roller, Waterberg, Milani, Toyota, and of course all fighting there in amongst themselves. Then you go a little bit higher up there and you got Auto Trader versus Car Magazine. Put the Citizen Motoring in there as well with Charles, and then chuck in the two official works drivers, I want to say, but they're not works drivers, they're just the instructors for Gazoo Racing. And of course you can come here to Zwartkops and do a whole track day with the Gazoo Racing team, which is also part and parcel of why they chuck the instructors into this as well, so that you can see what these cars are capable of doing. And if you're looking to buy one, come along and do a track day with these guys.
Yeah, an absolutely amazing initiative. And also
maybe not with Paul, do it with Devin.
Yeah, okay, cool. Right, see. I wonder if there's applications for that instructor's job.
I think you better put your CV in there, buddy. Put your CV in there. You never know, hey?
But also great for the young karters to get a taste of what circuit racing is all about before you start making the big jumps into something a little bit more expensive or something that requires on the inside. He's going to look for it.
Big
great move, that's
a superb move there. Clarkson just finding his way through. Theo Bitts being demoted down there. The roller car goes one position back. So fight on there for the dealer team honours. Roller hangs on for the moment. NMI dropping down to second place. It'll probably be third overall, because if you look at the gap there that's between themselves and the first of those dealer cars, it's Mario D'Souza, a long way up the road there for the Motors team. But yeah, gap has closed down as well amongst the top end of the field in the 86s. We'll pick up on them shortly. But this little battle is starting to turn into something pretty spectacular. We've got 3 dealers involved, and we've got about 3 of the top end of our media team about to join them in Bunzaya.
Oh, Miskio.
Yeah, somebody getting it wrong coming out of there. Got it sorted. There we go. Let's go into the 86s. Here we have them.
Ken Swart there, trying to chase down Jason Kutsia. There is a bit of a gap. Third place is Kanye Nguena. Brandon van der Walt having a much better run of it this weekend in comparison to, said he was struggling with the car. It looks like he's a little bit more settled in the GR now. But just behind him, Justin Rogers, his first appearance, I think, in this event.
Yeah, nice to see Justin stepping up and getting involved in the car. I think he was down in PE, if I'm not mistaken, but didn't quite according to plan there for his setup. But now that he's got to grips with this rear-wheel drive, not an easy thing to learn to climb into a rear-wheel drive car as your first saloon car.
Yes, definitely. Especially a car that has ABS. And it's faster to run automatic. So as a racing driver, you want to use the pedals. He's come out of a DD2 Masters kart, so he wants to use the pedals. Yeah. But it's actually quicker on the lap to just leave the car on auto and let the computer that Toyota has put together for it run everything for you.
Do the job for you. Exactly. Point and squirt. That's what you want to do. So the top 3 getting away now. There's a big gap down to 4th place, Van der Walt. He's got Rogers on his tail, and I think Rogers might have a go here into the closing stages. He's not too far off the back end.
Oh, Rogers now raced in karts probably 30 years ago, or 25 years ago, and was a hard charger then, so I'm sure he's going to carry on in that vein. Going to look for a way past Brandon, but Brandon just seems to have the better of him now up into turn 5, but on the brakes. Justin late on the brakes. It might be why he's not getting out of the corner zone, why he's not able to hang on to Brandon.
Second pack of cars coming up in terms of the dealers versus the media team as they come up onto the braking point. There's a dive on the inside. Times live man is Puta. Panya having a fantastic run there and looking to try and find a way through there on the second of the NMI cars. Trying to go around the outside. Yes, he is.
No more track left.
The inside line coming through turn 7 though. Not a bad effort there. That's the lead car in terms of the dealers. That's the Motors Toyota of Mario D'Souza. Just ahead of him is Nabil. And Nabil now in amongst the back end of our 86s. And the first car, of course, he catches is Vatsuana Makunyana. So the young lady now being caught and passed, and about to be caught as well as John O. Wilson.
I think also one of his first runs in the GR as well.
It is, first time out for John.
He only had 6 laps on Friday.
Correct.
Had a bit of an issue, and now he's... there's the racing. Brandon and Justin into turn number 4. Brandon early on the brakes. He's going to look for the run back up to turn 5, but side by side, John O. Wilson. And is that Mario D'Souza?
No, Nabil Abdul sneaks through there in the new Yaris. Gets up ahead now of John O. Wilson. And Mario D'Souza's at the back of the pack. He's quite a long way back. In fact, I think he might have lost out there. I think Devin Scott's got through on him. Yeah, Devin Scott's got through on him. Devin Scott's got ahead there of Mario D'Souza. So let's just double check that. Here we go. Confirmation of it. 100%. Devin up to second. And going defensive into turn number 6. Driver Academy in full flight ahead of the Motors Toyota with 2 86s to negotiate.
Oh, a big send from Brandon Van Ness into turn number 8. They're going to run side by side. No contact between the two of them, and Justin Rogers just gets to run out. So he's managed to hang on to that fourth place.
Yeah, as they start the final lap, if I'm not mistaken. So they're on to the last lap now. So can we see a change up here between Rogers and between Van der Walt. Van der Walt looking for a way to get back at Justin Rogers. Nabil's pulled a little bit away now. And with that, Devon Scott goes on the inside trying to find a way past on the third and fourth cars there of Kaya and Ken Swartz. No, just Kaya. Just Kaya. So here we go. Motors Toyota on the inside, just squeezing up. Tucks right behind Devon Scott as they come through 3. Watch in the background. That's the lead car, Nabil. There's Devon Scott for second. And there comes the Toyota Corolla.
No, that's the GR of Wilson, isn't it?
No.
Oh, no, my sorry.
No, that's it. So you got, just sneaking through there is Devon Scott. He's the one who's throwing you out. Then you got Wilson. And then tucked in behind that, you can see just how they're having a bit of a fight on. So, coming to the line, it's Jason Garcia. He's going to make it 3 wins out of 3 starts over the last couple of outings for GR Cup. Checkered flag is out. That's a good effort from him. Ken Swartz in second. Kaya and Grenier will finish up in third place. Coming to the line. Oh, we got problems. Someone's come over the top end of the field. That was Vatsi. Getting to grips with a couple of the back markers. Nabil Abdul coming to win out the media challenge. And the Dealership Cup is going to go to Mario D'Souza. So what a start there. So Yaris's 1 and 2 is Nabil and Devon. Corolla's 1 and 2 are going to be Mario D'Souza and Puti and Panya. And looks like, just what a finish up there. A little bit of problems at the top of the hill. We didn't quite get that one.
Ooh, what a way to finish.
Let's have a go here, Warning. Just keep it on the dirty stuff.
Flat out.
I like it. I like it like that. So a bit of fun and games there with our Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar, as always. Epic racing right the way through the field. Nabil Abdul setting the fastest lap of the race, 13 dead. But it's Jason Garcia who wins out in the 86s ahead of Ken Swartz and Kaya and Gwenya. Justin Rogers and Brandon van der Walt, the top 5 in the 86s. Nabil Abdul wins out the media challenge. He will beat, just going down there, I think it'll be Putti, yes, and then Kyle Koch. And then in the dealerships, it is Mario D'Souza in 8th place overall, beats out Vanna Fenter and Paul DeFoss. That's how we wrap things up for GR Cup Race 1 of 2. Heading into the South African Touring Car Championship and Super Cup combined in a few moments' time here at Zwartkops and the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, presented by Coca-Cola Beverages. All right, so we're standing by here in pre-race. Jonathan Mahotsi, of course, getting the pole position award from Dunlop at a couple of R1,000 in his pocket there, 3,000 Rand to be exact, as he put it on pole position for the SuperCup class. So congratulations to him. And we're going to stay down there with audio to get us a little bit of a shot of the man on pole as well for the front end of the field. So looking forward to seeing Keegan Campos also receive that Dunlop award in a few moments' time. Well, you can see there we're setting up for that shot for Keegan Campos, but arriving at the pre-race area a little bit late. But congratulations once again, 3,000 Rand from Dunlop for pole position for the South African touring car race, race number 1. There it is. Well, it's nice to start a race with extra 3 grand in your pocket. I suppose that's a nice way to get into race action. Must keep you motivated, particularly when it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Keegan Campos. He's happy about that, but he's now got race face on there, as you can see, Carl. I don't think he's too worried about that 3,000 Rand just yet. It's more important to get this Campos Transport BMW to the front end and keep it there. This is what happened down in PE. This is the SuperCup class. They ran separately in PE for the first time, and SuperCup was on their own. Tate Bishop for Angry Racing led things out down towards turn 1 with a big charge coming from behind, coming out of Charles and, of course, his teammate Jonathan Mahotsi. Charles Visser putting the pressure on early on. Mahotsi around the outside. Debut for Mohammed Wali, who, of course, you've done a lot of work with in the past in terms of karting and seen what his capabilities are in terms of a karter. Baptism of fire for him to be chucked in amongst the usual contenders. Problems from the man from Zimbabwe. Dylan, unfortunately, had some problems there into turn 1 and fell right to the back. So Prodigy had a lot of work to do coming from the back of the pack to try and make up the ground that he lost in that first lap incident down at turn 1. But as I said, you spoke about it earlier on, the wind was pumping. So it did affect the braking abilities of the cars and, of course, the handling of the cars around the track. Not too much for Tate Bishop's point of view or for the 2 Volkswagen boys behind him. But Charles pushing hard to try and stay ahead of Jonathan Mahotsi. Wally was up there. Great outing, and probably the best outing we've seen out of Nicky Vistanis. But you mentioned earlier on, of course, he's done some international stuff as well. So slowly but surely getting to grips with SuperCup class compared to what he was earlier on. Beside note, unfortunately, the only master out there made a small mistake into the hairpin. And the Team Perfect Circle and Batter Wine's car put onto the sideline. Got back on track, would still win the Masters. But unfortunately, got out of the loop at the front end. The loop was opened up pretty much by a massive margin, as you can see there from the Angry Racing car of Tate Bishop. And the tiny Spitbox boys were happy with that performance. As we get into the super touring cars now, it was a big fight amongst the Gazoo Racing stable and the 2 Volkswagens of Van der Watt and Jagger Robertson. Jagger Robertson trying to squeeze out Variawa in the initial stages, but it got pretty close and up tight, and then Jagger just made a small mistake and looped it out, putting it into the tyres and off the track. So Jagger would have to come from the back of the field as well, closing onto the back end of Siyabonga Monkankwana in his Toyota Corolla sedan as opposed to the hatch one. Keegan Campos joined the party for the first time in PE in the Campos Transport BMW, taking over the reins from Robert Volk in that car, who also has his birthday today, so happy birthday to Robbie. But climbing into that car for the first time, wasn't quite on pace for the first one, but he knew how the game was played, and of course was looking forward to what would be the inverted grid for race number 2. And with that, he left the Gazoo boys to fight it out at the front end, which saw initially Natia Msimanga leading things out over Variawa and Michael van Rooyen. And then in the mix there was Julian van der Walt in the Volkswagen Golf GTI 8. As they got into the closing stages, though, that GTI 8 came under threat from both Campos and around the outside from Van der Walt. And watching from the sideline, you can see the teams were a bit worried. Van der Walt also got involved in an incident there with Campos, the two of them coming together. And the second of the Golfs ended up in the S's on the sideline. Keegan would come up close and personal with Michael van Rooyen. It was going to be Variawa to take the victory easily in the end. But Michael van Rooyen would hang on for second place with 2 battle-scarred cars across the line for second and third place. They now roll out. Race 1 at Zwartkops.
I was actually chatting to Keegan before he went out for qualifying this morning. They had the tyres out in the sun, wanted to get some warmth on them. A short in qualifying because they do the SuperCup and SuperCars split qualifying. So he wanted a 102 dead was what he wanted for qualifying, and he managed to come across the line 101.999.
Pretty much a 102.
102 dead. Let's call it a 102 dead. So good job for him putting it on pole on his birthday. Great job from Keegan. I do like his number, 29. I'll let him use it. It's mine, but he can use it.
You can use it for now.
Yeah.
For now. All right, so we've got 2 Masters in the field today. That is one of them in Team Perfect Circle, and that's Andre Besaidnout. And of course, the second one is Roberto Franco, who's just gone through shot there. He's in the GSW car. And Dylan Pragi, Fast Developments, and of course the Styling Auto Racing Polo from Zimbabwe. Will definitely look to try and turn his luck around here. Hopefully, by the end of race number 1, be at least in the hunt at the front end of the field. That's the most important factor. So looking good at this stage for a good start here. It's kind of a break in the start slightly. You'll see the pole man there looking to try and hang on to a little bit of a gap between the touring cars and the SuperCup cars, just so that they don't get into each other's way. But unfortunately what happens is kind of get cars that slow up during the race and guys that get quicker in the SuperCup, and they eventually start to mix it up a little bit. But initially they want to try and keep them separate and let them have their own race, which they did down in PE, where they actually gave them separate races. With MSA4 not being ready in time, there was a gap
extra slot in the
program,
day, yeah.
So they gave that program the chance for SuperCup to race separately to the touring cars.
Look, another concern for the organisers today is the shortest day of the year. So we lose light quite early, so we need to make sure we get these classes out and on track. A lot of great classes out here this weekend, so you want to give them as much time on track as possible. We don't want to have to start shortening races because of time constraints. So hopefully we get everybody out and on track and get their races done and dusted.
Yeah, winter solstice comes at the wrong time of racing days, doesn't it? Right, so your pole man is the birthday boy. It's Keegan Campos for Keegan Campos Transport.
A lot of running and a lot of going on for GR there.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about that. A little bit of tweaking of the wheels there, making sure that they're all torqued up. Just a double check on those torque wrenches for the wheels. But I think there's going to be a bit of a fight on. Michael, what is happening with Andre Besaidnout? Where is he going?
He was too far up in the field. He just turned it around. So that
okay.
He didn't spin or anything.
Coming to the back of the pack to take his position there alongside Dylan Pragi and Roberto Franco. So that's how things are going to line up. Campos van Rooyen, second row is Van der Walt and Schofield. Natia Msimanga and Sawad Variawa, race winner from course PE. Jagger Robertson, who ended up in the dirt. Siyabonga Monkankwana, definitely looking to try and progress to the front end. Now, Monkankwana is in a car that, with Anthony Pretorius, won 4 or 5 races. So Sia's got to try and find that pace that Pretorius found earlier on in his career.
You talk about finding pace. Andrew Schofield's made a massive step forward.
Yeah, big step
in the
forward.
last. Working with Claudio Piazzamuso from RDVSA and race driver.
No, race driver SA.
Spending some time in a kart in Cape Town as well, just to get himself up on speed and up
Certainly
there with
works. Certainly works well. We see a lot of drivers spending times in karting just to keep their eye in, just to get it. Even Andre Besaidnout was in a kart, getting ready for the hill climb. He was chatting to me about it and saying, the more time he spends in race cars, the better. And sometimes it's not always easy to get the track availability, but a karting circuit you can get quite easily. So he spent quite a bit of time in a DD2 actually getting ready for hill climb.
Yeah, something a lot of drivers internationally do as well. KZ, the 6-speed sequential gearbox karts, it's something they spend a lot of time with, and even putting their names to chassis now. So recently launched is the Rubens Barrichello. So he's just launched a range of chassis as well.
Okay. Well, you are the guru when it comes to karting, but I'd never ever take away from your ability in the karting. And of course, one of the reasons we've asked Carl to come and join into the commentary booth with us, of course, is the international experience that he's had in karting with the 2 world finals that he's done. But a lot of these drivers have come through the karting ranks, so he knows kind of where they've come from and what their pedigree is. One man that hasn't come out of karting, of course, which I can mention, is Mokgotsi.
Yeah.
He came straight from sim racing, got into the Volkswagen program, and since then has not left. And has
What
won
a
2
phenomenal
SA
story
championships.
that is, though.
It is,
like
eh?
to come straight out of sim racing. I still remember videos of him with his old Logitech GT steering wheel. We
Exactly.
did that during COVID. We did that sim racing
Yeah.
league, and he was talking about what he was running and what steering wheel was using. Everybody's talking about the setups they're doing. He's just using the aggressive preset that's on the program, and off he goes.
And that's how
he
he drove
did
it.
absolutely brilliantly.
Yeah, I know. And then went on to win a Polo Cup Championship and has won a SuperCup Championship. So certainly knows what he's doing when it comes to a race car.
Yeah, great job from him and great job from VW to take someone out of that sim world, put them in the real world, and turn him into a champion.
And see if it works, and it certainly did. Right, so touring cars make their way down towards turn 1. Just behind them will be the SuperCup class with Mokgotsi and his stablemate Jason Loosmore on the front row. Loosmore on that inside line might be a danger factor. I've always said that Jason Loosmore at Zwartkops is a very, very good driver, and on a day, if things go according to plan, he's a very tough man to beat.
Well, a driver behind him that likes to attack early is Charles Visser.
And that's not
And
take
Tate
away
Bishop.
the 2 Cape Town boys. And of course, Tate Bishop coming from international podiums over the last couple of weekends on his international debut in sports car racing. So certainly knows what he's doing when it comes to the format of saloon car racing and sports cars. Saloon cars coming from a victory down in PE. So watching for that in the Angry Racing and Tiny's Pitbox car.
There's also very little love lost between Tate and Charles Visser as well. They've been competing against each other for many, many, many years. So a lot of hard racing between the two of them. Not saying that they don't get along, but on track they race each other hard.
And if not mistaken, Tate is still part of War Racing too, doesn't he? Has like
There is a join
collaboration
between
there.
War
Yeah.
and Angry, yeah.
So there's a bit of collaboration there between Wesley Orr and of course Tate Bishop's Angry Racing karting academy that they run down in Cape Town. So awesome to see that too. And of course you just had a massive interview on your show with Wesley Orr. So awesome to see that. Right, the Corolla will now move into pit lane, lights off, which now hands the duties to Keegan Campos. He will have the ability to hold that field up and dictate the pace. Remember, as you come out of turn 8, you may not accelerate. You have to hold the pace until the lights go out. And then we go racing down into turn number 1 with Campos on pole and Michael van Rooyen, the Rustenburg Rocket, alongside him for Gazoo Racing. Lights out and hammer time. Here we go. Oh, look at
down the
Variola
inside straight away.
sneaking through to try and get on the inside. And Andrew Schofield said, no, I've got this stall covered, but you're not coming through here right now. But on his inside comes Van der Vat. Julian Van der Vat trying to squeeze through there on his ex-stablemate and loses out slightly there. And with that, Natia Mzamanga dived through as well. So Mzamanga squeezing things out. Andre Besaidnout side by side with Franco as they go through there. But it's now going to be Jonathan Mokgotsi, followed by Tate Bishop, who I think is going to just squeeze through there for the second spot. But the angry car looking to try and get ahead of Jason Loosmore. Loosmore around the outside. Might just hang on as they get onto that back straightaway. We watch the touring cars up towards turn 5. It's Gazoo Racing looking for a chance to try and find a way through, but can't just yet as Campos hangs on.
Oh, we can see
Birthday boy.
Campos moving, massive under power. The back of the car just stepping out. He did say it takes him a few laps for these tires to come in and get to grip. So still waiting to get the car up to temperature and trying to maintain that lead must be a feat of quite a bit of difficult driving. But Van Rooyen, we know he's got the experience in a touring car, but these super polos all over each other. Kerry Hill going up the inside now of Nico Zephyrus and able to get that job done through turn 6.
Praji's on his tail looking to try and pounce there on Zephyrus, looking early on to see if he can have a go here down into turn 8. Is he going to have a go? He is. He's got an inside line sorted out, the fast developments, and auto styling car squeezing through. Zephyrus going to lose out. Yes, he does. So a good drive there from the Zimbabwean, the man from Bulawayo, just squeezing through and finding a way just slightly higher up than what he was. Looking to maybe try and catch onto the back end of that Calyx car of Hill. As we go back to the touring cars, it is Schofield who's lost out to Robertson now. Jagger squeezed through and got ahead of the BMW, the Fly Sapphire car, under attack from Variola. Still hasn't found a way past. Variola should usually be a little bit higher up by this point in time, but hasn't been able to get through on the charge there between Jagger Robertson and between Schofield. This is fantastic to see. Schofield turning his luck around here big time, as you mentioned earlier on, and trying to hang on to keep out a previous champion in this class, in Saud Variola.
Yeah, Jagger Robertson wasn't doing him any favors there, hung out to dry, so he lost a bit of drive, but he's managing just to hang on ahead of Variawa there as they head down into the main straight into turn 1.
Turn 1 is where it's all at the moment. As you can see, a big move from Variawa trying to find a way through. Can he get there? No, he can't. It's the Fly SA car that's placing that car to perfection with a little bit of maneuvering there from Schofield, just to maintain that perfect position on track and not open up a chance there for Variawa to pounce. With that, Siyabunga Mongakwana has closed the gap down onto the two of them. So he now becomes a threat. Speaking of threats, that's Fenta squeezing through. So a little bit of change up there. Davide Franco fallen by the wayside there big time. Hasn't quite gone according to plan for him off the start line there. So the two team red cars at the back of the field there in Franco, the Franco boys, father and son, fighting for honours. But they've lost a lot of ground here to the lead. And look at the lead that Makhotzi's pulling away now from Loosemore. Loosemore goes defensive on Tate Bishop, which is probably going to slow him up slightly and give him a chance there for his teammate to disappear. The only Toyota GR in this category, of course, is piloted by Darby Funamava, and he sits currently in 6th place on track.
Yeah, we saw that movement going defensive. I don't know why. He did have a massive gap already. So actually just holding up his drive on the way out and slowing himself down when he had the gap to just drive the line immediately.
I do like the fact that that car has found a little bit more pace. So whatever they've done at Gazoo Racing has turned it around, and hopefully that's going to give him a chance to at least have a go here to be onto the podium. It'll be the first time, other than when Brad was driving the car, that Corolla or that Yaris got onto the podium. Now they come through turn 1. Tate Bishop trying to close the gap down on Jason Loosemore. Loosemore trying to do the same thing to his teammate out front. The two Volkswagen Racing boys, 1 and 2 in the SuperCup class, with Tate Bishop in 3rd. Fiss is in 4. And Fisser now hasn't quite got the answer there to Tate Bishop's pace. This is good to see as they start to spread out from Campos' point of view, but not good to see from Gazoo Racing's point of view, because they don't seem to have an answer to the BMW's pace out front.
Yeah, looking at the last lap, 102.8 for Keegan Campos, 103.2 for Michael van Rooyen. So the tyres have now switched on. He's settled into a nice rhythm, and we expect low 102s from Keegan Campos just to grow that gap and get away from the pack.
Heading down to 1-1 again. Here we go. Jagger Robertson has now bridged a small margin between himself, Schofield and Variawa, so he's now looking to try and close down on Natim Samanga. Samanga could be helped out slightly there if Schofield and Variawa continue to fight. He doesn't have to worry about them. He can concentrate all his efforts on trying to close that gap down onto Nati.
But Schofield doing a great job out of turn 2 to actually grow the gap through 3 and 4.
Also, just Anthony Taylor over my shoulder there, of course, helping out with the touring cars, just mentioning in my ear saying that Variawa has to get past him. In other words, if he doesn't, he won't be involved in the reverse grid swim.
So he'll be stuck at the back of the field.
Stuck in that position.
So getting past Schofield now
is urgent. Through.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get past on Schofield, it means Schofield will be on pole. That's basically what happened in the reverse grid later on.
Well, we were talking about a change of fortune for Schofield. He's put in a lot of work, and that work might even put him on pole for the following race if Variawa can get past him.
That'll be awesome, eh? Fly Sapphire on pole position. I think Schofield will be changing his underwear for that start.
Especially with those kinds of drivers behind him.
100%. Here we go. Out of turn number 5 into 6. Watching for this little Gazoo Yaris to come into the mix there. He hasn't quite got onto the back end of Muhammad Wali, but Wali hasn't got the same kind of pace as these first 4. These first 4 in a class of their own. They really are. The 2 Cape Town boys and the 2 local boys here from Gauteng doing an amazing job. But no one seems to have an answer to Makhotzi's pace this season. He really has turned things around here in terms of his SuperCup category career.
Look, I'm going to have a look at the lap times like I always do, and I don't think it's just pace, it's consistency as well. Jonathan turning out laps that are only within a tenth of each other, lap after lap after lap, and that's what's growing his gap. It's not out and out pace, it's more consistency that's helping him.
It's like a Marquez, eh?
You know more about MotoGP than I do.
Yeah, like a Marquez style. We call him Jonathan Marquez Makhotzi.
There we go.
So down into turn 4 they go. First 4. Now we got Muhammad Wali. The gap is coming down though. Watch out between Hill and just behind her, Dylan Praji. Praji has closed that gap down, and I think he might be in with a chance of squeezing out and getting through there on the Calix car. And if he goes, I think Zaviris is going to go with him.
Yeah, we talk speak of Wally and that gap closing. Muhammad Wali has always been Dr. Block. He's always been one that with the best of defense in terms of karting. It'll be interesting to see if he can turn that into what he does in SuperCup as well.
Unfortunately, with the SuperCup, they don't do an inverted grid. They stay the same as what they are. But it would be awesome. Oh, there's problems. Is that Nicky Vastanis?
Yeah, Vastanis
with a problem. Vastanis with a bit of a problem there as he came out of turn number 6. So I wonder if he got a little bit of tap. There was a bit of balance cars on the front end. Maybe he went into the back of one of the cars he was with there. For starters at that stage, on the back of Dean Fenter, maybe just tagged Fenter and went off track.
Julian van der Walt with a bit of turn of pace now, getting onto the back of Michael van Rooyen. He's closed that gap quite a bit. So in the later start of this race, we might see the VW all over the back of that GR.
One thing to take into account right now, Carl, is have a look. We're about to hit some traffic. The lead cars are about to catch on the Mercedes note as they go down towards turn 2. Keegan Campos probably get him onto the back straight up towards turn 5, and that's where the traffic might become a major factor. That's what Michael van Rooyen is hoping for. Van Rooyen is going to hope that at least the traffic slows Campos down slightly and gives both himself and Van der Walt a chance to maybe have a go at the birthday boy.
I think he's more concerned is that he gets past and it doesn't allow Van der Walt to get too close, because it looks like Keegan Campos is going to get a decent run out of 4 up to 5 to get past the Super Polo Mercedes note.
Mercedes note now for Team Perfect Circle back in, but is he leading Masters? No, he's second in the Masters. Roberto Franco will be the first of the Masters. So Mercedes note in second place in the Masters, caught and passed by Keegan Campos, perfectly timed by Campos. Because what's going to happen now is Mercedes note will take the race line and they will just have to follow suit, possibly going through. No, maybe he'll give him a bit of room. No, he's not. He's going to hold him up slightly there. So coming out of 6 on the Mercedes note, just in the way ever so slightly there for the hard charge coming out of Michael van Rooyen. He'll dive on the inside now for 8. And will Julian van der Walt go with him? Yes, he should. He does. He does. I think Mercedes note saw them coming down and then gave up the room. So giving a bit of room there to both Michael van Rooyen and Julian van der Walt to squeeze through. So the traffic helped Campos out slightly, maybe to the tune of about half a second.
Yeah, with the gap he's got at the moment, though, it's more than enough for him to just maintain that pace and just stay in front with 2 laps left to go.
Here we go. This is the fight for the lead of SuperCup. No changes in the first 4. To maintain even Stevens between all 4 of them, and evenly spread between those first 4 as well. It's nice to see that Jonathan McCourty is going to try and hang on to the lead of this championship. Jason Loosemore is going to be moving himself up dramatically. Big moves in the background coming from Corey Hill onto Darby van der Merwe, Dylan Pragi onto Hill, and then of course watch out for the background for Zephyrus and Fenter about to join that party. There you can see just in the background, here they come. This is Wally. Then you got van der Merwe in the lone Toyota Gazoo Racing Yaris. And behind them, it's the charge coming from Hill and Pragi. So Mohammed Wali running in SuperCup for his 3rd outing ever. So not a bad effort there from the young man. Yellow flags into turn number 3 or onto the back straight. So I wonder if there's a problem somewhere on that back straightaway. They go past the second of the Masters now. And is that also good timing? Could it be? No, he's going to open up the door. There we go. Roberto gets out the way. So it wasn't quite as easily done on his counterpart.
But Van der Walt's close.
But Van der Walt has closed down big time on Michael van Rooyen. There we go. That's the problem. It's Fenter. So Fenter was the problem for the yellow flag onto that back straightaway. He's parked on the air fence there as we're now onto the final lap. Heading up to the top of the hill. The birthday boy is going to get his first win of the day. He's going to start from, where is Andrew? 6th place in race 2. Might be a bit more difficult to come from 6th place, eh?
Yeah, especially look, with Andrew Schofield in the front, he's had a good turn of pace. I don't think he's going to push the pack
hold them back and Constantine.
That was the word I was looking for. Thank you very much, Greg. So I don't know if it'll Constantine them as much, but I was still not able to get past him, so it looks like he'll be on the pole.
Flags out. Happy birthday, Keegan Campos. That's the win you wanted, buddy. Phenomenal effort there, coming through to win out over Michael van Rooyen, Julian van der Walt, Natium Samanga, Jagger Robertson, first of the Volkswagens. The second of the Volkswagens, I beg your pardon. Van der Walt was the first of them. There is 2nd place in the Masters, and 1st place has just gone ahead, so Roberto Franco wins out. Sawood on the last lap squeezed out Schofield for the reverse grid, so he's got pole position. I think that was timing. I think he knew exactly when he had to overtake him. I think there was a possible radio coming from Anthony Taylor in my ear here too, so I was saying, do it now. No, I'm only joking. Here we go, to the line for SuperCup. Mahortzi's going to get it easily in the end. Great drive here from Jono though. And a good drive from Jason Loosemore. Great turnaround there from Loosemore's point of view. Getting to grips with the car now and certainly become a threat to his teammate and to his rivals alongside him and behind him. The rivals behind him were made up of 3rd place, coming from Tate Bishop for Angry Racing, Charles Visser, and a good effort as well from Darby van der Merwe. He'll finish up in top 5. That's nice for him to be in that top 6, I beg your pardon, in the Toyota. So that is our first bits of racing done, and that's all heats done now. We've now got, of course, a small break in the proceedings. We are going to show you the hot laps from the Toyota Gazoo Racing stable. But first of all, there is the unofficial results. Thanks, Ant. Keegan Campos, Michael van Rooyen, Julian van der Vat, Natium Samanga, Jagger Robertson, and Sarwood Variawa. That'll be the inverted grid for pole position going to Sarwood and Jagger on the front row for race 2. Machotsi wins out over Loosemore. Tate Bishop, Charles Visser, Mohammed Wali, and Darby van der Merwe ahead of Cora Hill. Fantastic effort there from the young lady to be in the mix there. And she's certainly a big threat in this championship. Good effort as well from Dylan Praji, and looking forward to seeing what he can do in race number 2, along with Nicky Vastanis, who had an off-track excursion there. Dean Fenter, hopefully will get his car sorted out. You can see there, just parked on the sideline in the background of our shot. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but I think there may have been a little bit of touch there between himself and Nicky Vastanis, because they were fighting hard, and maybe there's a bit of damage on the car that Gerald's got to do now, so let's see what he can do for it. So there you have it. Our first heat's done for the day. That's how we wrap things up here from the first half of the day's racing at the Extreme Festival presented by Coca-Cola. And we look forward to, of course, kicking off just after the lunch break with MSA4's second heat. We've got Extreme SuperCars still coming away for their second heat. We've got Astron Energy Polo Cup coming for their second of 3. We've got Volkswagen Rookie Cup for their second heat. We've got our Gazoo Racing SA Cup second heat. South African Touring Cars, which we've just seen in action for their second heat. MSA4's third heat. Astron Energy Polo Cup's third heat. And the third heat out of Extreme SuperCars, driven by Dunlop. That's what the program looks like for the next part of the day's proceedings. That'll be just after the lunch break, which of course will probably be in about 20 odd minutes time. Claudio was down in pit lane. We thought we'd go to him, but he's not going to get any interviews. I think Carl is going to go and join him though for the next part of the day's racing. So Carl, awesome to have you up here, buddy. Thank you so much for awesome input from your side.
As always.
And I look forward to getting some great interviews down there with Claudio Audio. He's going to take you around and show you a couple of things that he does on the sideline. And then we'll be shooting down to you, I think, in between the races as well, to find out what's happened with a couple of the competitors and how their days have gone after their race 2s and race 3s in the second half of the day's racing. So from our side, up next, you're going to see a couple of the laps from Gazoo Racing. They've got a couple of VIP laps and hot laps that they're going to be sending some of their customers around on. And we'll be back shortly with action here from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, presented by Coca-Cola Beverages here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. So it's Heat 2 of MSA4 making their way down to the grid right now. Little break in proceedings there, getting the Gazoo Racing stable a chance to get a couple of VIP hot laps in. And we're now going to the second part of the day's proceedings. It's Heat 2 of 3 for MSA4 here. And coming to the line, Casey Smith was the man to beat in race number 1. He certainly looks like he's got that car working to perfection now that he had the oil pump issues sorted out. 2-minute board goes up and we still got guys on the grid, so not quite sure why that 2-minute board was up. Got to wait for the grid to clear.
Jordan
1 minute. We'll go to 30 seconds and 5 seconds in the fastest 30 seconds of your life. And about to get into race 2 now for MSA4's debut as the new single-seater championship for South Africa. Lights out and we're racing. Casey Smith with another good start. Couple of wheel spins off the line there. Those Dunlops are going to be a little bit hotter than what they normally would have been because they got 2 warm-up laps to get a bit of heat into the rubber after the bit of a break in proceedings that they had coming into race 2. But it looks like pretty much the same start as what we said in the first one. Renzo up into second place. And is that Adrian Nell. Nell up to third. Shrin down into fourth place at the moment. And then Michael Besaidnout coming through there as well. So Michael Besaidnout with a good start. Take nothing away from his progress in this category so far. But he wants to be slightly higher up. He wants to be at least in the hunt for that top 3.
Yeah, they're heading up side by side already, up to turn number 2. Karabo, he did well in the first heat. He's down the inside 3 abreast into turn 5. Be interesting to see how all those cars came out of there into turn 6. It looks like they all line astern, so they all settled down onto the braking marker into turn 5 and managed to come out in a nice line and fight later on in this race. But Arjo now, he's not messing around. Taller driver in the field. You can see how far his head sticks out there. He's sitting on the floorboards and it really looks like he's too tall for that car, but he's up in the third place. A much better start for him. Obviously, a lot of these drivers are only getting their first launch and their first start in the first heat, so difficult for them to get it right, but they seem to have done better now. Kian Spies struggling to find place.
Someone's off at 1, bit of dust there. Was it just a wheel or was it a whole car? We'll wait and see. But certainly some big dust ball coming out of turn 1. There we go. Oh, it's Nicholas Van Wheelie. Magnificent paint and hardware car, trying to get it out. Rocking and rolling it. That's not a bad. See, there's
he's got it going.
There's experience. Hard to get out the kiddie litter. Don't just bury it because it's going to just dig the sand up and you're going to get stuck in it properly. Whereas with these low slung cars, if you just rock and roll it like that, safety car has been deployed. That's because of Van Wheelie stuck in that kiddie litter. They didn't realize he was going to get out as quickly as what he did. So hats off to Nicholas Van Wheelie. I think we'll probably only get about 1 lap under safety car because he has got back and going. He would have driven around the Kidulitz on the grass and got back onto the track.
We're missing Karabo. Seems to have dropped down a bit. So I wonder if it wasn't Van Wheelie and Karabo that got into each other or tried to get into each other into turn 1 and one came off short.
Could possibly be. So we can see if there's any damage on Karaba's car. Doesn't look like there is. As they come through here from our aerial material from the drone shot out of turn 8. Also get to see a couple of spectators on that back straightaway up towards the top of the hill. Lovely to see a massive crowd here at Zwartkops for this round of the national side of the Extreme Festival.
It's so good to see a local circuit so packed with so many spectators here to watch the racing and see what's going on in South African motorsport.
Heading down there, safety car boards and yellow flags will be waved, so this lap still counts. Renzo was actually quickest of that first lap despite the safety car coming out, so he got down to the 113 dead as opposed to the 113 force from the lead car, so he was starting to just find a little bit of rhythm there. It's probably going to have to shake him up a little bit. He may have to reset that button and re-go once we get green. As I said, I think we'll only get about one lap under safety here because I did see Van Wheelie get going again. If he's got going, there's no damage. He can return to the back of the pack, which is quite cool.
He's right
too,
on the back of the pack now.
And coming through on the likes of Jordan Moodley. In fact, Jordan Moodley, I think, is also behind him. Look at that. Jordan Moodley's one lap down. So I wonder if Moodley had a problem. Maybe it was Moodley and Van Wheelie that came together because Jordan's off.
Possibly, yeah.
And he's only completed one lap, so maybe he's stuck somewhere that we haven't seen.
And we know Moodley has a proper turn of pace in him. I mean, we saw in that first race how he got onto the front pack. So Moodley going to hopefully join the back of this before the safety car comes in. The lights are still on as they go up into turn 5. When those lights go out, it'll be signifying to the drivers that it's time to start a lap. And it looks lights out.
So
Casey
and the two
knows.
cars are coming. Yeah, they come. Just in the background, I saw the two black cars coming there, Van Wheelie and Jordan Moodley. So they're going to take up their positions at the back of the pack. So KC will now realize, and so will all the other cars, that the lights are out. And if they haven't by now, they're going to get caught napping.
Yeah, they haven't.
You've got to watch that safety car all the time.
Yeah, Michael was saying they're going to be one of the ones that if he doesn't get going now, he's going to be in trouble. And that's caused a gap in the back of the field. But Casey's going to back them right up. No, they're bringing them into the pits.
Okay, I'm not quite sure what that is all about.
That's unusual. Safety car lights are off, but we're all going into the pits.
That's certainly not what I expected to see. So, all the cars into pit lane. Maybe something bigger is on the track that we haven't seen yet. So, I'm not quite sure what the issue is there, but all the MSA4 cars have been brought into pit lane. There you can see Van Wheelie's car at the back. He's got the dust-covered machine there for magnificent paint and hardware.
We haven't seen Moodley.
Yeah, so Moodley might be in a precarious position somewhere. Or is this a rule? Do they have to come through the pit lane after a safety car? I don't know. It could possibly be a change in the rules there.
Well, there is a car there still down in turn 1.
Certainly something I don't know about. There is a car stuck at turn 1, yeah. Definitely saw that. Maybe they brought them through pit lane because they're working.
Of the car.
Yeah, they're working on that car. So they would have brought them through pit lane to allow the marshals to continue working on whatever the car with the issue is. Turn 1 was where we saw Van Wheelie rocking the car to get back onto the track, and that's where the other car seems to be parked according to that high ground shot that we got from our drone there.
Yeah, so our timing monitor's still showing Nick. Oh, there we go. He's out the pit now. It does say in pit, so it does say he's out the pit now. Yeah, there's Van Wheelie. Out the pits he goes. He's going to catch onto the back of the field. So obviously just a quick stop and check to see that nothing was broken or fallen off that car, and they've sent him back out again. So he's back in the race and on the back of this tow. I didn't see the safety car out in front of Casey though. So it'll be interesting to see if Casey is going to restart now.
Casey will assume the role of the safety car. It's a rolling start for the restart. They start line astern, if I remember the rule correctly for that.
Correct.
So they won't have to take up their positions again and do a standing start. It'll be a rolling start, line astern, no one to overtake until you've passed the finish line.
Yeah, check it, the start-finish line, yeah. As far as I know in South African rules, though, you can still run up next to the driver as long as you're not ahead of him over the start-finish line. Whereas
no, you've got to stay line astern.
Okay.
You have to stay line astern until you've crossed the line. Once you've crossed the line, then you can attack.
They bunch the whole field up. Nicholas Van Wheelie still pretty dusty on that car.
He's probably shouting at Simpiwe saying, listen, you've got to close
that
gap down. Yeah. You've got to catch Anastasia and give us a chance to restart this one. Here we go.
Green flag, we're racing. Great restart from Casey. Massive gap already. Down the inside into turn number 1. Looked like Naidu was having a look at Arjo now, but there was no space there for him. They're going to head now into turn 2, and he hasn't managed to stay close into turn 2. He's going down the inside, though, but from a while away back.
Yeah, a long way back to try and attempt that. Not going to quite work that out, I'm sure. But as they get going again, everybody's back on track except for Jordan. Jordan Moody is the only car that didn't return to the circuit. And I don't know if we're going to get a shot of that car, but it's stuck, but we didn't see exactly where it was. We assume it's the car that we spotted at turn 1.
Nadi trying to move around the outside. We saw Karabo do through turn 4 and Adrian Nall, but he wasn't quite alongside yet, so Adrian Nall's managed to hang on to that. He's going to have to go defensive for 2.
He goes defensive.
Mikkel Bazeno's on the outside. He switches to the inside as Naidu looks for the outside line. It looks like Michael's going to get... Oh, contact!
Had to be. There's no way in now. They had 4 cars going left, right, and centre trying to overtake each other, and somebody ended up. There is the legacy car. So that's the confirmation of the car parked at turn 1. So that's Jordan Moodley's car at turn 1. And now we've seen Srin Naidu, unfortunately, spin out at the top end there. So, the Production X car spinning out at the top end of the field.
Yeah, a little bit of contact wheel on wheel between Mikhail Bazeno's and Naidu there. Hopefully no damage to the tie rod ends or the suspension of Bazeno's car there. He still manages to hang on to 5th or 6th place after that contact, so we'll see if he can move his way back up. But that's given Adrian Nall some breathing space to go chase down Renzo Rivera.
Yeah, I think that might be a hard task for Adrian. Renzo seemed to have a little bit extra pace in race number 1, about a second, and it's still about a second at this point in time. So now that Adrian's got clean air, take nothing away. I'm not going to say that he won't go for it, but if we look at what the previous race and the results showed, it definitely said that both Renzo and Casey Enzo-Smith just had a slight advantage over the rest of the pack. Keep an eye out on Liam Palome, though. Palome is coming through there properly quickly. And nice to see him up there.
Oh, a little bit too quickly.
Commentator's curse there. Maloney on Palome, unfortunately. Got that wrong, eh? But Palome there hanging on for the 4 spot, as Karaba Malamela is also looking to now try and pounce. Look at him. He's onto the back end of Liam, looking for a chance now to get through. And possibly down into turn 2 if he gets good drive out of turn 1. May have a go on the brakes.
Look, we saw the pace he had in the first heat, but you talk about the pace of Adrian now in practice and testing. He has been in the top 3 the whole weekend. Eh?
Yeah.
So maybe just a setup issue they had in the first heat. That's why he struggled for pace. It looks like, though, he seems to be switching it on, and that gap hasn't grown between himself and Renzo, but it's saying that it hasn't shrunk either.
I know that Renzo changed up the shocks and the rear end a little bit after the final practice session yesterday. He was complaining about the front end just pushing too much and a little bit too much understeer going into corners. So they seem to have dialed that in there for the Metal U Spares and Liqui Moly car, but we'll wait and see if that's the case. Watching as well in the background, little battle here between, is that Alex Foss? Yes, it is. Alex Foss fighting at the moment there with Nzalo Koza on his tail. Also a young man who's come out of some really nice sort of heritage in his racing, Nzalo, and looking forward to seeing what he can do here in this MSA4 class.
Yeah, ex-Squadra Corsa driver and also ex-Walker Academy driver, so he's done really, really well throughout karting, moved himself up. Look at the gap between Null and Renzo, and then now look at the front between Liam and Karabo. Karabo, we've seen him do the outside before, but turn 8's going to be a bit difficult. He's got the cutback. Does Liam know he's there?
Yeah, he does.
He does.
But he has to open up eventually, and there it is, doors open. Has a look. Close, very close. But watch for that arm now, inside line. Oh no, he decides to go outside. Watch for the cutback. Gonna go cutback there, get the drive onto the back straight, and possibly nail him into turn 4.
Is he setting him up for that outside round, the outside move we've seen Karabo do in the first heat? He doesn't seem to have the legs out of the corner, but let's see what the slipstream does to see if it brings him closer into turn 4. We're back on with only 1 lap left to go, so this is going to be a tight race.
He's got to have a go now. I think Null's going to have a go here as well, possibly at the top of the hill.
Oh, that gap's
Is
a
he
bit
close
big.
enough to Renzo? No, Renzo's going to be late on the brakes. He's not going to get me on the brakes. Renzo's good on the brakes. He really is good on the brakes, and he manages there. Null closes down, but he's going to control it from there.
Compromise the exit.
Yeah, just here we go. Down towards the final corner. Casey Enzo-Smith going to have 2 wins out of 2 starts. What a start for his championship campaign in the opening round of MSA4. 2 wins out of 2 starts. 1 more to come later on today. He may be able to do the triple as opposed to the double. Second place to Renzo, 3rd place to Adrian. Great drive from him. Palome hangs on, keeps out Karabo Malamela. Mercedes note in the 6th spot. But he had Alex Foss up close and personal, wasn't too far behind. He got away slightly there from Corsa in the closing stages.
Oh, wing damage on
hello.
the slowdown lap between Van Wheelie.
Yeah, but I think Van Wheelie didn't see the checkered flag. He was still having a go at Kian. I don't think he realized the flag was out. He probably didn't realize how many laps he'd missed, or that he had to catch up to the back. And with that catch up to the back, he's probably lost a couple of laps in his thinking how many laps were still to go. Casey with the win. Wins out by 3.7 seconds over Renzo. Only 0.2 between Renzo and Null at the end. Palome and Malabella having a fantastic dice for 4th. Can't wait to see what happens in that 3rd and final heat a bit later on this afternoon. That's how we're going to kick things off here with the second part of the day's proceedings. And of course we go straight into the Extreme SuperCars driven by Dunlop. They're up next. But we're also going to hope to kind of get a couple of chats down there with audio. That's the lunchtime break. That's done. That's MSA4 done, race 2. and what we got coming your way. So 13:48, we are running spot on. Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop, 10 lapper coming your way. There's another 12 lapper at the end of the day's racing as well from them. We got Astron Energy Polo Cup for their second heat, Rookie Cup for their second heat, SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup for their second heat, Gazoo Racing SA Cup. There's a lot of cups here, by the way. South African Touring Cars and SuperCup, Investchem MSA4 category for the third race, Polo Cup for third race, and Extreme Supercars for third race. All right, we're back. Looks like we were troubled with a little bit of power issues there, but we are back and ready to go now for the second of 3 Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. A big welcome back to all of our friends and fans and families all around the world as you join us for part 2 of the day's racing here at Extreme Festival, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. If you have just joined us, it's the voice of choice, Greg Maloney, and alongside me, it is karting's voice of choice, Carl Lawrence, who's joined me for the first time, and it's great to have him here because the insights that he's brought has been pretty spectacular from the karters who have joined some of these single-seater and saloon car categories, and of course getting an opportunity to work with the international voice of karting as well, which is quite lucky too. But Carl, I think from the day's point of view, it's been a pretty spectacular day. Ideal conditions, could be a little bit warmer. I think most drivers would like a bit more heat on the tarmac, but from the engines and the performance point of view, great racing.
Yeah, but saying that, also being trapped inside some of these saloon cars with the roll cage and the windows closed, maybe these temperatures are a little bit better for the driver. They're wearing no-mix undersuits and no-mix suits to keep themselves safe. They can be quite warm, so it is quite nice to have the temperature a little bit lower. But yes, Charles Rangi's going into the pits a bit early though.
And to correct myself, it's a 911.2 GT3R Porsche that he's in. He's dived into pit lane though, so that's definitely not where he wants to start the race from, considering he's supposed to be on the front row. It's going to then hand a clean line to Gianni Giannacaro and Paul Hill, who will be starting from the second row. So we've lost one of the cars early on as Charles dived into pit lane. He was pretty rapid into pit lane, so he might be just going in to check something and maybe make his way back onto the track.
Maybe something left off or something not, or something left on for that instance. But now, Greg, if he does get back out on track and make it out while they're still doing the warm-up lap, can he rejoin his position or does he have to rejoin at the back?
Back of the grid. Yeah, back of the grid for going into pit lane. So he'll have to start behind Jimbo Giannacaro there in the Audi at the back of the pack. And of course, Jimbo is just behind Uli Sana, his teammate for the weekend from G&H Transport in the Z4. That is the Bucketless Racing machine from just here at Zwartkops. They're based here, of course, Bucketless Racing. And Chris Budnick loving that V10 powered Viper of his.
It's amazing how that car has aged as well, because the look and shape of that vehicle doesn't look out of place with these newer GT cars.
It's an amazing motor car, and of course the road-going version of it was very popular on its debut around the world. There were a couple that came into South Africa as well, so awesome to see it now in race trim. The man to beat, of course, is going to be Jonathan Latoy. Now it's got a run there, and Gigi maybe step it up a bit. So I think you might want to have a go here at his stablemate, because remember they're all from Stradale Motorsport. We had Stradale Motorsport 1, 2 and 3 across the line there for the GT3 honours. The Primogen car moves up alongside Gianni now. So if the Lambo goes, Gianni's going to go with him, and I'm not quite sure if Paul Hill will be able to match their pace off the line. We're lights on, we're lights off, and there we go. Top 2 into turn 1. No worries at all there. Primogen Audi into third with the V10 right on his tail. And behind that, tucked in behind that, is a much better start coming out of Ricky Giannacaro up ahead now of Wayne Roach. Alvain Steering Company there as well. For a chance in that BMW goes slightly better. He didn't quite have the first heat he wanted. The BM unfortunately gave up the ghost and had to park it on the sideline. And then Uli Sana behind that in the second of the BMWs. Hello! Gianni Giannacaro having a big look into turn 4.
Yeah, they normally call those cars the Godzilla, and looking at that green machine coming up the inside, I definitely would have got a fright as if it was Godzilla behind me. So Jonathan Latoy not having it all his own way. They're up into turn 5, and it looks like that Nissan hasn't given up. Down the inside goes the BMW on the Lamborghini. That's Steenkamp getting past into turn 5, and that move is dusted as they head through turn number 6 now, down towards 7 and 8. And that Lamborghini now just starting to stretch his legs with Jonathan Pretoria at the helm. He knows his track backwards.
Yeah, he's certainly done 1 or 2 laps around this track in his career. And with that, of course, has the ability to maybe just have a slight advantage. Take nothing away from the rest of these drivers. They've all had a lot of experience around Zwartkops. But I think Jono might have just a tad bit more. And with that, and the race winning, race number 1, probably going to be a difficult man to beat. Now that Charles not involved, it's basically plain sailing for him. So I think think Gigi will try and hang on for second place. He knows how important it is to get second places in this championship, particularly when some of the big guns are not around. So if there's big guns missing, consistency is key. Make sure you get the points in the bag. Don't necessarily have to be the race wins that you have to get on the day.
Especially at this stage in the championship, it's normally about halfway through June, July now, so this is where the points really start to matter. You can start making mistakes and just making sure you're consistent, get as much of the points as you can. But speaking of races on circuit, Paul Hill, Chris Budnick, back at it again like they were in race 1. And they are glued together once again. Whether or not Chris is going to be able to make it past him on circuit this time remains to be seen, but they are all over each other.
You mentioned the V10 power in race 1 and maybe the ability of it in a straight line. There is a long back straight, and of course the turn 4, that's a bit of a lift off, a comfort lift in a GT3 spec car. And maybe you'll just have that comfort lift a little bit later to try and get the drive up the hill and maybe have a go at Paul Hill in the Audi. If he does that, I think this little pink Mercedes-Benz might be looking to pounce as well. Ricky Jonakora in with a shot as well now of maybe spoiling the day there for Hill and Budnick.
Yeah, Hill was tight on the exit of 2. He compromises his drive. So Budnick nice and close now as they head up the hill. This is where I said the V10 power might be a little bit extra. He didn't quite get the run out that he would have wanted out of turn 4. The Audi just a little bit better, so maybe giving him enough breathing room. But Chris looking up the inside already, and he just can't break his legs.
Maybe that's new technology. The new technology on the Audi and its additional electronics to try and keep it on the circuit, probably working a bit better than what the V10's got. That little Viper might not have the same amount of electronical assistance that the Audi's got, and with that, that's giving the advantage to that Primogen machine of Paul Hills.
Saying that though, Ricky Giancarlo looking very, very racy behind them. His lights are brighter than what they were in the previous lap. So starting to switch his lights on to make sure that Chris Budnick can see he is coming and come closer and maybe generate a mistake out of Chris. There's that tight line from the Audi again. He knows he's under pressure into turn 4. So he's just trying to make sure he gets a decent exit so that V10 power can't beat him up to the entry of turn 4.
From a high point of view as they come out of turn 3 there, past the kart track there. Gazoo Racing kart circuit, of course, there with lots of support being shown there by some of the crowd. It's part and parcel of what the Extreme Festival do here, of course, not only providing on-track action, but off-track action for your juniors and youngsters that might be joining you. That big Jim is down on the skid pan as well with his drifting team, getting an opportunity for people to go and enjoy themselves with the drift cars there. It's his promotions team. Come down now to complete another lap in anger. This is going to be another lap with Jonathan Dutour and Gianni Giancarlo leading from the front end, but the gap certainly has come down there between Ricky Giancarlo and Budnick.
Yeah, the three of them are now. It's now going to be a 3-horse race for this third place, this final step on the podium. And this is the closest we've seen the Viper through turn 1. So that car now starting to switch his tires on, starting to feel a little bit more comfortable underneath Chris Budnick. He's looking to the inside of turn 2, opens it up, opens the steering angle so he can get the car straighter, faster, and get on the power and get that run down the straights. This is where he knows the Viper's good. He's in the slip. So whether or not it's going to be enough to get past on the inside into 4 remains to be seen. We come up now to turn 4. Hill was aware of it, but he didn't cover it.
He'll hold that line through 4 and he'll try and get him up to 5. That's the fastest part of the track in terms of the supercars, is the run up to turn 5. But Paul Hill saw him coming, went defensive early on. Wasn't quite close enough to the drive that he wanted out of turn 4 there. I think that's probably what cost him slightly. But he's certainly setting things up. Maybe not going to go now. Maybe he's just going to have a look. Last lap, bang it in there.
Look, and with a car like the Viper, it's older technology, so it didn't have the diffusers and the aero that these cars, as we have a look at the Lamborghini out in front ahead of that Nissan have. They've got a little bit more aero package, a little bit more design into it, and that Viper not as much, so maybe suffering a bit more in the dirty air of the Audi, having to follow it so closely over the last 6 laps.
Johnny has run really nicely behind Jonathan Dutour. Only 1.4 seconds between them. But if you look at the lap time, best lap time's 1:01 and a 1 minute flat from Jonathan Dutour. So certainly a lot better pace out of Gianni Giancarlo here in the second race.
Yeah, look, saying that, we know Jonathan can run 59s. He's sitting in 101.7s, 101.6s, so maybe just maintaining pace as opposed to pushing. There's still one more heat for these guys.
Yeah.
So you don't want to now go kill those tires. You've got the lead. The Porsche isn't there. Is there necessary to push? Or maybe there could be something setup-wise that they haven't quite gotten right in the beginning.
Still some overfall coming out of that car through the left-right flick from 6 to 7. But doesn't seem to be bothering him. Doesn't be bothering anybody else behind him either. As they complete another lap in anger. Remember, this is a 10-lapper. We got a 12 lap at the end of the day. So we started 8, 10, and 12. Those are the 3 races for the day. And now coming up on Jimbo Giancarlo.
That Audi, a little bit different GT4 spec.
Yeah, GD4 spec on that one. So a slightly different variant of the RS8, but a nice run nonetheless there from Jimbo. He's second in Class C at the moment behind Ulisana. If we look at Class A, that's headed up by Budnick and Ricky Jonakara in second, Alvin Steenkamp in third. Roach is leading the Class C battle in the Samlin Lamborghini Trofeo. So that Gallardo Trofeo that Samlin runs. Normally have Nathan Hammond in that car as well, but it looks like the Liqui Moly car didn't make it out for this weekend. So it was just Wayne Roach that joined the party this weekend. But needless to say, still great to have that car on track and the Samlin team involved back again with Extreme SuperCars.
Interesting to know whether that Lamborghini running water cooling on the brakes possibly, or maybe water like on the engine, or spraying the radiator, because every time he comes out of right-hander, it just seems to dump a little bit of water down.
Well, it might be that. You could be 100% right. As they come down onto the brakes for turn 2. You might see a little bit of it there. No, not quite. There is Jimbo Jonakara flying through, all on his own sim. He's kind of lost the toe to the back end of his teammate there, but here comes the charge from the lead Audi as they dive through. Big maneuver there from Paul Hill to get through. And along with him goes Ricky Jonakara. And look at this. Here we go.
Now it's close.
A little bit closer this time from Budnick. Can he ever go now into turn 4? Probably not to turn 4. He'll roll through turn 4 and try and stay in that slip to the top of the hill.
The closest he's been over all these laps.
Yeah.
So whether or not he gets to drive out here, but that Audi's just so good off of turn 4. You can see how the Viper comes back at him as they get to the end of the corner, but at the end of the straights. But it's just not enough, and he just can't get late enough on the brakes.
There's not enough straight there. He needs like another 100 meters, and then he can have a go. So Budnick's going to have to maybe change up his strategy here to try and find a way through on hill.
I honestly think a good exit out of 2, maybe upset him, maybe show the nose going into the turn 2, slow the Audi down a bit, or even have a half a lunge just so you can get the run down to 4 would be the best way, I think, to get past Audi. I don't think 5 and 6 is the right place.
Okay, so let's see if he's listening to us now on the onboard telemetry that we run. Come on, Carl, get him right. He has a look.
There we go, he
Yeah,
had a look. There goes tight, goes Audi.
Changed up the line for the Audi, so that's not a bad plan. And now gets good drive. He's got actually great drive, but he's had great drive out of turn 3 every single time. What seems to be the case is that still there's Alban Steenkamp in the BMW just behind. Now he's going to have another look on the inside of 4. Just shows a wheel. How can he get the drive up to the top of the hill? This is what he's looking for.
Oh, the gap is big enough.
And look at that. That Audi is just so good through 4.
I think it's just off the throttle. I don't know if that is a 4-wheel drive Audi. I might be wrong.
Two-wheel drive.
Two-wheel drive Audi.
GD3 run 2-wheel drive, yeah.
But it just seems like it puts the power down so much better and can just drive it out. It's got so much more traction.
Now, they all run rear-wheel drive as per the specs that they would run for SRO. So that's the reason why they can't run the all-wheel drive systems on these cars. They've got to run rear-wheel drive. And as they come down now to turn 8, another lap completed. We're about to start the final lap. In fact, the leaders are on the final lap as we speak.
No, nice and close as they enter into turn 1. Let's see if he makes a move again into turn number 2. Maybe the Audi wise to it, goes to the outside, covers the middle. He didn't go full inside, so it's not going to be enough of a drive, but that Merc looking very, very close.
Our placement there was important for Paul Hill. These two are going to just hang on for formation flying from Sudale Motorsport. As we saw in the first one, it was 1, 2, 3. This time it's only going to be first and second. Paul Hill's going to finish up in third by the looks of it, unless Budnick's got some good drive for the last attempt as he goes up the hill. You might see them actually shoot up just in the background of the shot. There they go. Just in the background of the shot there. But down towards turn 8, final corner, and 2 out of 2 for Jonathan DeToy. So that will control things from the front end of the championship for DeToy. He will hang on to the lead overall. Gianni Jonakara will move himself up closer to Charles. There's going to be a little bit of chopping and changing. No changes here though. I thought it might be closer, but it wasn't quite. Paul Hill going to come through. Great effort from him. Finish up in the 3 spot. And then right behind him, it's Budnick and Jonakara for Class A. It's 1 and 2 in Class A. Then we're going to have Alvin Steenkamp. Here he comes. This time finishing up in the BMW. Usually a fire-breathing dragon that Alvin likes to pilot. Every time he gears down, the sort of wastegate opens up and that big flame pops out the exhaust. So a good run there from Alvin, sticking just ahead of Wayne Roach in the Lamborghini Trofeo. And then it was Ulisana and Jimbo Jonakara who wrap up our second heat of Extreme SuperCars driven by Dunlop. As you can see, waiting in the sidelines there, down in pre-race, second race of Astron Energy Polo Cup. We'll be back shortly here with action from Zwartkops and this round of the Extreme Festival National Championships at Zwartkops International World of Motoring.
Hannes Skippers.
Looks like we're going to shoot down to catch up with Hannes Skippers before race 2.
Up 3 places. Are you looking to do the same?
Yeah, we had a good start and trying to replicate that. Hopefully go one better and finish P2 or P1.
Awesome job, man. All the best.
Thank you so much.
Second heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup making their way out to the circuit now. And it's 2 of 3 here, with Rory Atkinson taking the first victory of the day ahead of Mo Karodia. It's going to be pretty awesome stuff here between the two of them, I think, in race number 2. But keep an eye out on potentially what could change up here from a grid point of view, because remember, we've got lots of race action that's come your way so far. There's been a bit of argy-bargy in amongst some of these cars as well from the first heat of Polo Cup. If I shoot down to the race grid for Polo Cup, it's basically going to be starting with Rory Atkinson and Mo Karodia ahead of Divyan Naidu and Judd Berthold. Hannes Skippers will be behind them, and then Shren Rajpal. Tyler Robinson starting down in 7th place ahead of her teammate Roshan Goodman, and then Charles Smallberger and Ethan Katsia making up the top 10. Looking further down from that, Wayne Masters is on pole position for the second heat for Masters ahead of John Kruger. Elio Mussolini incredibly got up to 3rd in that's his best qualifying in a Astron Energy Polo Cup from the Masters point of view there for Elio. And then Derek Smallberger just ahead of Gavin Ross. Gavin Ross, chatted to him on my way down to just go and have a relief break, and he was saying that he kind of just messed it up in the last part of the race. He was hoping for a podium, didn't quite get there though. Lost out to Smallberger and to John Kruger, who was there as well. So as they make their way down, remember it's a rolling start for these guys in the Astron Energy Polo Cup. And once again, Rory Atkinson and Mo Karodia, I think, is the battle we're going to have to watch out for, Carl.
Isn't it standing start?
Standing start, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely Mo Karodia, Rory Atkinson. Rory absolutely flying here at Zwartkops. He found half a second somewhere in the first heat in 2 or 3 laps just to get a bit of a gap and then maintain that gap throughout the race. So if I were Mo, my decision would be get off the line as soon as possible and attack him into turn 2 and make it a race from there.
Not as easy to do as what it sounds, but of course that's
100%.
exactly what he would like to do. Mo, of course, has a lot of experience when it comes to off-the-line type racing, because he's got Fast 5 Motorsport Raceway out in the south of Joburg, where they do a lot of drag racing, and he spends a lot of time in various forms of motor cars, practicing particularly standing starts. So if anybody's got what it takes to beat Rory into turn 1, it's definitely Mo Korodia. And that experience is definitely going to come into play now, I think, and he's hoping that with those final tweaks and final checks of the tyre pressures there from Lee Thompson, the Lee Thompson Racing and Fast 5 car will give this man an opportunity to at least get one of the victories here today. He was the perfect man in PE, as we spoke about. Got the pole position, got super pole. He won both races and got the fastest lap. So certainly a man that could potentially be in with a chance of the only man to run with the kind of pace. But then Divian has found something special this weekend.
Yes.
Judd Berthold, improvement there for this run, moving up one position on the grid, ahead now of Dr. Hannes Skeepers, who we just chatted to. And if there's anybody who's hungrier than Hannes Skeepers on this grid, I'm yet to find him, because that man deserves a victory so big, I can't even tell you.
Yeah, but also just behind that, someone that's used to fighting through a pack is Tyler Robertson. She was big in the NX Legends, often having to start at the back of the grid in every heat. So she has that experience coming through a pack. And if they find that pace in that car that we know that they have, she'll be definitely trying to move up the field. But again, the Polo Cup, not exactly an easy class to move anywhere through the field. These cars running so close together.
So just waiting for the grid to clear there and for us to get the green light. And once we've got that green flag at the back, we'll go to the start procedures. We've got a green flag for the warm-up. There they go. And then they'll come back to take up their positions for the race start. A little bit of extra heat into the Dunlop rubber might be a good idea, because it's slightly higher track temperatures than what we had in the first heat earlier on in the day, which will play into the hands nicely there of all the Dunlop rubber that's about to be put down again here for heat 2. So let's hope and pray that we get some as awesome action as we saw in the first one. Derek Smallberger just sneaking through in the closing stages to beat John Kruger to the line for second place in the Masters. And then also take into account that we've got Elio Mussolini in the FSS car, slightly higher up, and his best qualifying ever in Polo Cup Masters. He's ahead now of Gavin Ross, Mike Parbaglia, and of course, welcome return there from the Shield Polo of George Smallberger. We've got father and son and uncle racing in the same
all in
race.
one class, yeah.
Amazing.
Absolutely awesome to see out there. But also we've got the brothers, the Master brothers as well as the Berthold brothers. So a lot of family affair going on here in the Polo Cup class.
It's kind of how it's been almost all its 29 years of action. There's always been some kind of family affair or family link. We had, of course, the Campos boys out there. We had the Peppers involved as well. We had
Van der Lindes.
The Van der Lindes, yep. So we all know that there's a kind of a family affair that happens here. But on track, it's every man and lady for themselves. I don't care if you're my sister, you're my brother, or you're my best friend. When that flag drops, it's red mist and time to go racing.
Flag drops, the friendship stops.
But they keep it on track. That's the cool thing about it.
Yeah,
it doesn't usually spill over into the pit lane afterwards.
But super talents coming out of this field all the way through. Van der Lindes, Master, Pepper, all the international results we've had in recent years, Leighton Free, all of those coming out of this Polo Cup class.
Exactly. Shows you how well this class works. And it's into its 29th anniversary this year. So fantastic effort from these guys and girls. And of course, Volkswagen Motorsport putting their name behind this for the last 29 years.
Look at the angle of Mo.
Attack mode.
Attack mode.
Yeah, attack mode. Here we go. Is that like you're fired? Yeah, no worries. Let's see if we can get that thing fired off the line. Gavin Ross coming to the back of the Masters category. Remember, the Masters start slightly behind the big Cup class. So Wayne Masters will hold them slightly, and then they'll get going. Hopefully don't get too much involved, but if you have an argy-bargy like we saw there with Nirov dropped back into the Masters Championship battle and was fighting with the Masters by the time they finished up the first heat of racing. COC jumps out the way, so does our marshals. Big thanks to all of them as always. And to our medical team who've not been called, and hopefully they won't. 30-second board, changes to 5. Lights on. And we're racing. Here we go. What a start there from the mid-pack. I think that was Ethan Gutierrez diving through.
I think I saw 4 cars get great starts there and try and move up the field into turn 1 and 2. There's already cars on the grass on the apex of turn 1. So it's getting feisty already with these drivers. Into turn 2 we go, but the Masters just started. And I do appreciate this for the Masters. They don't have to get involved in the other race while having theirs. Oh, there goes Gutierrez off.
He gets sent onto
He's not the only one, though.
No, there's someone else there with him. I think it might be Roshan Goodman. Yeah, Roshan Goodman onto the sideline too. So that's not what he wanted, that is for sure. Dropping to the back of the pack. Front is Rory Atkinson, Mo Korodia in second place. It's Judd Berthold, and then diving through on the inside there. Looks like it might have been Shin Rajbal trying to get on the inside of his teammate. Now Hannes Skeepers around the outside, and Bevan Masters tucked in behind Monica Martins as they head up to the top of the hill for the first time.
Divianati that looked like they're in fourth. Big lockup though. Was that from Atkinson or was that from Mo trying to get onto the back of him? So Mo trying hard to stay in with Rory. He's not going to let the same thing happen that happened in the last race. Divianati just shuts the door there on Hannes Kieppers, cuts the nose off, and that's put him under pressure now from the dub car behind him.
Yeah, these two teammates there, both of them out of Works Motorsport there. So Raj Paul and Hannes Kieppers working together now to try and find a way through there on that Production X car of Raj Paul and of Nadu. So they are fighting for big honours here for the top three. And it's a gap that's opened up now because that third place is like hanging on there. Nadu is just keeping the rest of the pack at bay. With Berthold getting through now, maybe he can squeeze that gap down into Mo Karodia, which he's trying to do now under braking. Roshan Goodman trying to come back on the inside. It wasn't actually Roshan that went off. I wonder if that might have possibly been
Tyler.
It was Tyler. It was Tyler Robertson that dropped right to the back of the pack. So she was the car that went off coming out of turn 2 in lap 1.
And there's a bit of debris on the track there, so it was definitely contact that caused that. Both of them, you actually see debris all over the track there as they get back out of the exit of turn 2 between Masters and who's leading that out? It's Smallberger. Sorry, John Kruger. John Kruger leading that out.
Smallberger. That's your top 3 in the Masters. Ooh! That's Berthold. Wow.
Did well to hang on to that.
Well done, BJ. He had a big lift as he came off there, and then a big smack on the bump on the exit of that kiddie litter, which threw the car right up in the air. He caught it nicely and managed just to sneak in just ahead of Nirav. So Nirav Singh had a bit of a wake-up call there in the Silver Dream Racer from Kyle Army Exhausts. As he came through turn 4, he just saw this flying Polo ahead of him of Bjorn Berthold.
But like they say in a front-wheel drive, when in doubt, flat out. Because when these things get sideways, it's the only way to keep them on the track is to keep your foot buried into the floor tray.
And just hope you got the right gear.
Exactly. And you got the steering wheel facing somewhat in the right direction. It can get a little bit out of hand. The older Vivos were the cars that I drove. Those were something else. It was more like a shopping trolley than a race car.
They were hard to control.
Definitely a lot of fun had throughout those cars, but a lot of fun had in this field. We've got like 5-6 cars tripping over each other, but in the front, Mo stayed a lot closer to Rory than he did in the first heat.
Yeah, 0.3 of a second between the two of them across the line, so definitely Mo Karodia wanting this second victory. He wants to maintain control of the front end of this championship by doing that. Rory Atkins trying to close the gap down for the championship by taking 2 wins if he can get them, but it's not going to be easy, not with Mo Karodia hounding him like he is. So the top 2 fighting here on their own. They've pulled a bit of a margin now over Berthold. Judd Berthold keeping the rest of the pack behind him with Naidu, Skippers and Goodman tucked in behind for good measure. Far back, I think Tyler's actually gone into pit lane. I don't see her there on the timing monitor at all.
Oh, he hasn't changed for Masters.
Here we go. Masters versus Kruger. Kruger on the inside, Wayne Masters around the outside. Done deal. So the Havard car losing out to the Performance Masters car. Smallberger, Mussolini. Is that Barbaglia? Yes, it is. Barbaglia ahead of George Smallberger. And then the back of the pack is Gavin Ross.
Great to see racing throughout this pack in both the Masters and the Junior categories. But Wayne Masters getting around the outside. Not a move you see often into turn number 5. And he made it stick through 6. So off goes Emilio.
Emsley. Milan Emsley. The Triton Medical Supplies car and Team Red Machine. Unfortunately out of turn 2. And now straight into the clutches of the Masters. Same thing happened to him actually in PE. Remember, he looped out in PE on the first lap and fell straight into the clutch of the Masters, so he had to fight with the Masters. Not a bad thing to be in that Masters class, because you can learn a hell of a lot from the experience from those drivers in the Masters category.
That's if you don't get involved in the air fight as they're tripping over each other as well. You did mention at the start of this race, it must be difficult for the Masters. They're in a race and they're getting into the back of the juniors. But Naidu running a little bit wide there. Looks like he's starting to struggle to hang on to the back of Judd Berthold.
Looks like he's definitely falling into the clutches there of Hannes Kieppers, who's hunting him down big time. Bit of a gap now down to Roshan Goodman, who's just behind that. But Roshan Goodman's bringing Smallberger, Raj Paul, Lonica Martins, and Bevan Masters along for the ride.
Yeah, we did say we do see them fall into groups, and we expect them to help each other move forward. But this is Polo Cup after all, and they end up just tripping over each other. And we end up with these groups of 3, 4, 5 cars separated and having a dice of their own.
It's just a pity that Pierluigi couldn't hang on to the back end there of Bevan Masters in the CPS warehouse car, because that FSS machine could potentially be in a bit of a run there. He has a dive on the inside. Change up there between Smallberger, and I think he might be losing out. Rajpaul's going to dive in on the inside. He's got him. The Dubcore car coming from Works Motorsport. Going to just squeeze through, and yes, settles it into turn 4. Or does he? No, it's not done yet. Charles going to hang on to that outside line. Lonica Martin's looking to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong as they head to the top of the hill. In fact, Lonica's got the slipstream now. Might be able to outgun them on the brakes.
Oh, a big lock up in front of them. But it looked like a missed gear there from Smallberger that just allowed that dub core car to get a great run out of 2 and up the inside. So, another move down the inside from Ronica. It's late. It's contact.
Tag from Ronica Martins on Smallberger. He catches it. How was that for a bit of driving? Charles Smallberger catching that with a big tag there from Ronica Martins coming out of turn 6.
Amazing car control there from Smallberger to keep that car on the track. Like I said earlier, you got to keep it pinned. You got to keep that car, that throttle into the floor tray. And in a corner like that, out of 6 into 7, it must have been a proper moment for him to hang on. So great job from him.
Big time. Watching as well on Ethan Katsia catching Bjorn Berthold, the 2 cars that have had off-track excursions. They're now fighting for honours now down in what is 12th and 13th place. This is Masters leading things out in the Masters category as he heads towards turn 2. And is it a change up yet again? Yes, it is. Kruger back ahead of Smallberger. So chopping and changing there between Derek and John Kruger as they come out of turn 2 Cashel corner. Now catching onto the back end of Milan Emslie. Now we mentioned Emslie in that Team Red and Triton Medical Supplies car. He had that little off-track excursion too, as he did in PE, and it brought him into the Masters. So now Wayne Masters is going to probably...
Whoa, full send!
Wow. How was that from Hannes Skippers? How did he make that thing stop? That was incredible.
Oh, and around the outside, though, that's going to be allowed. Is that Berthold that's getting on the outside? Team Red car.
No, Roshan Goodman.
Roshan Goodman now getting past Naidu as well from that massive send up the inside. He threw that. He didn't send it.
No, there was no braking there at all. He said, I'll turn into turn 5, and if it turns in, I'll make it stick. Otherwise, I'm going off. Well done, Hannes Skippers. I think there's a problem, though.
Yeah, it looks a bit of contact.
I think there's a bit of body rub, actually, on that car. Bit of body rub on Divian's car. So Naidu now feeding the effects.
Big body rub.
And that's going to give Rajpal a chance to get through.
I wonder if that tyre is not going to go flat during this race. It's going to be digging into that tyre a lot and cutting away a lot of the Dunlop rubber. They're robust tyres, but they're made to be robust from tar, not from bodywork rub. So whether that tyre is going to hold out for the remainder of the race remains to be seen. 2 laps left to go, and all of a sudden Rory Atkinson found pace and pulled a gap.
I can tell you what he's done. He's kept his push to passes. And he's got away at certain points where he's just gone to that push to pass to try and get away and now open up a controllable lead. So at least he gets 2 of the 3 wins sorted out. Possibilities, though, he could go for 3 for 3 here as well. Mo Karodia could be thinking about championship being at the almost halfway.
Whoa!
Welcome to the party. Roshan Goodman versus Hannes Skippers. And here comes Divian to try and get back at him on the inside of 6. Touch between Goodman and Divian Naidu as well. So there's chopping and changing, banging into 6, banging into 5. Can they keep it all together neatly through 7? No, they can't, because Lonica Martin says no. I'll have a go at this as well.
It looks like an absolute karting. Some of these kids actually go spend some time at XS Promotion in between the races because they're hanging onto these slides like they'd be drifting cars all their lives.
No doubt about it, but that's the way we like to see it. There's now 7 cars fighting where Roshan Goodman sits currently, and that's down in about 7th or 8th place. So non-stop action as always. And it's Rajpal, Naidu. Here comes Skippers, late on the brakes again. Later on the brakes with him, comes on the inside, comes Bevan Masters, and Lonica's going to join him. Lonica trying to sneak on the inside of Divian Naidu. Very, very close between the 2 of them as they come out of Castrol.
Naidu getting absolutely bullied at the moment. He was leading this pack, and now he just keeps every time he tries to turn in, there's a car on his inside. So Naidu losing 2 or 3 places, but that is Polo Cup. You got to stay away. If you're not moving forward, you're the one moving backwards.
And you move back rapidly when you've got a whole field that was only split by 0.9 of a second after qualifying yesterday afternoon. So that's how evenly matched these cars are. All 23 of them were, or 26 of them were all lapped, and of course into the 0.9 of a second, splitting them. Down to the checkered flag comes Rory Atkinson. Perfectly done yet again, and time to perfection from the industry petroleum car. Matt's going to be happy with that performance. Well done to Rory. Well done, of course, there to the help team for sorting that car out. It's not done yet there between these 3, as Hannes Skippers comes under final bit of threat there from Bevan Masters and Divian. As they cross the line, they're going to finish up there in 6th, 7th and 8th place, respectively, as they cross the line. Wow. That's Polo Cup for you, buddy.
That was some...
Here come the Masters. Performance Masters takes the win. Kruger in 2nd, Smallberger for 3rd.
I'm almost speechless with the racing that was going on, but there was some proper driving from every single one of these drivers. A little bit of contact, sure, but everybody stayed on the track, and some great slides caught in a front-wheel drive car. It almost looked like they were driving these things with a handbrake.
I do like the fact that we get 29 years of racing and that kind of race action that comes to the fore at the round here at Zwartkops of National Extreme Festival. Rory Atkinson takes the win ahead of Mo Karodia, Judd Berthold, Roshan Goodman, Srin Rajpal finishing up just ahead of Hannes Skippers for your top 6. And then we go a long way down to about 17th place for Wayne Masters, John Kruger and Derek Smallberger. beating out Elio Mussolini and Michael Baglia in the payback car there for the top 5. There they come. Hands out the windows, and big shouts to the crowd there. Thanks so much for the support. Of course, all those people on the sideline and everybody watching here on our live stream. We go from one form of Volkswagen racing to another one. It's Volkswagen Rookie Cup, who are up next. And we'll be standing by with them to come out onto the circuit in a few moments' time.
Mario, what are you thinking going into this race? What's the plan?
Well, the plan is to get a clean start and try and stay out of trouble for the rest of the race. Be clean, be consistent, and yeah.
All the best.
Thank you.
You have to do that again, is it?
Rookie Cup about to make their way onto the circuit again, and here they come. The 8 Rookie Cup drivers that have participated since the inception of 2025's championship. Mauro Deleuze will be starting from pole position. Christopher Tate will be alongside him. Race 1 winner Josh will be looking for a chance now to possibly just squeeze things out there on Christopher Tate. Race 1 winner I'm talking about from PE. Christopher Tate, race 2 winner from PE. And now a little bit of a maneuver with Mauro Deleuze being thrown into the mix. Zia found some pace right in the closing stages, and we also saw a little bit of hope coming out of Fiorotto, but still some work to do from Luke Hill, Berlin Robinson and Luke Corbett, who unfortunately haven't quite found the pace here this weekend, Carl.
But also the least experience in this class. So a lot of these drivers having a year under their belt already in a front-wheel drive car, some of them more, some of them spending time testing in front-wheel drive cars in their home regions. So the lesser experienced drivers starting to get their feet underneath them and start to move forward in the Rookie Cup as the season goes on. And ideally, as this series is brought forward. By the second year, you start to then get to the front, and that being your final year in Rookie Cup before you move on.
And also take into account that the first year we had 6 cars. Now we've got 8. I don't know what the plans are, but I'm hoping that Volkswagen are going to up it about 2 cars every single year and just start to bring more and more competitors into this category, because this certainly is working well as a stepping stone for young karters to go from karting to saloon cars to Polo Cup to SupaCup and on to bigger and better things like we've seen everybody else do, and who we mentioned earlier on in terms of the Peppers of the world, the Van der Linders of the world, the Faries of the world. So I think it definitely works well, and certainly Volkswagen have got a great package that is offered here in terms of the entire package that these drivers get to learn how to race, what to do in terms of racecraft, how to read the data, what your training schedules have to be, looking after your social and your media concerns as well. And, of course, then getting the job done on a race day like we're about to see for the second time today.
Yeah, that's something that is massive in the modern motorsport, is that the ability to read data and understand data. And these kids are getting taught that every single weekend they're out here from the driver coaches that are part of this program, and just giving them a bit of a step up ahead of the rest of the rookies coming into Polo Cup.
Well, Eddie, you were actually in Berlin Robinson's data rundown yesterday. Take us through what Matt was telling her.
So Matt was telling her when she should be braking, at what corner she should be speeding up. It was so technical, and for them to know all of that while they're racing, while they're trying to push themselves, and it's just so technical. And her being the exact same age as me, like, I wouldn't be able to do that personally.
It's hard work, there's no doubt about it, and of course it's all part and parcel of the learning curve, because if you learn how to do this, there's an art to it, because most people sort of think these race drivers just climb into their cars and they go fast, but from a technical side of things, and of course with all the electronics that are involved in these cars now these days, that data reading and the ability to read data, you'll know from your own race career, Carl, is that you learn that you might be going to turn 4 and you think you're fast, but you're braking later than everybody else, or you're braking earlier than everybody else, and you're not getting on the power at the right time. So they kind of measure up an ideal lap, which one of the coaches would have done, and they say, right, that's the ideal lap. How close are you to that ideal lap?
Yeah, even in the comparison, it goes as far as how hard you're pushing the brake pedal. Maybe you're not decelerating fast enough and you're rolling off the brake too early. Your mid-corner speed is too high. You're getting into the throttle when there's too much steering input. So it becomes that technical. And they even read as far as your steering input on the car as well as G-force. So, it gets so technical. And we're expecting children of, these kids, some of them 14 years old, never driven a car with a clutch. They've got to understand data, go do over 100 plenty Ks an hour, and put into practice what they've been taught by the coaches. It's a lot for them to do, and they're doing a great job with it.
And that's why the Rookie Cup is in place, so they can learn all these skills to hone them and then put them into their race careers as they move forward into the world of motorsport that we know here in South Africa, and hopefully on an international stage as well. It's Rookie Cup, it's race 2, and it's Mara Deleuze and Chris Tate on the front row. We are almost under ideal starting conditions. The temperature has certainly risen, but it's about to start dropping again because we're sort of into the mid to late afternoon. So we're almost at sort of the peak of the track temperature right now. So those Dunlops will need probably about a lap and a half to get up to race pace and race temperature. But with the 5-second board and lights out, we go racing. And Mara Deleuze with a fantastic start. Tate with a horrible start. Under attack there from Josh Moore. Under attack coming from Azir Khan as well as they go through. In fact, Azir might have snuck up into third place.
Yeah, heading now into turn 2. It looks like Mara Deleuze already got a decent gap. There's 3 abreast into turn 2. Around the outside goes Josh Moore. Is it going to be enough to get past on the exit of, is that Azir Khan in second place?
Yeah, second place is Azir Khan, but look at the maneuver coming from Giovanni Fiorotto as well. I think he went around the outside and possibly up into the 3 spot. So a hard and... it's one of the lessons you learn at Zwartkops. Sometimes pole position at this time of the day is not the ideal place to be on. That inside line is actually a better option for a race start later on in the afternoon.
Yeah, especially if you start opening the steering wheel from the exit of 1, you close off the possibility for a pass into 2. You can just slow it down onto apex and get a good run. But a good run hasn't been gotten out of 4 into 5, and down the inside is that Moore going up for the lead.
Tate for the lead. Tate for the lead over Deleuze, and Mara losing out, but he's going to try and hold on to that inside line, which will be the next corner, but he's being forced wide by Josh. Josh sliding in there. Little touch between the two of them as they came out of 6, and he's now going to try and hang on for that inside line for turn number 8. Volkswagen corner, they come down here. It's a Rookie Cup in full flight, 2x2 into turn 8. Josh Moore slots in and has to, unfortunately. There's no opportunity for him to go round the outside of turn 8. There's no grip out there.
Yeah, Josh Moore just making sure that he works for the amount of track he thinks he deserves. He was already up on the inside. He was up on the B-pillar. He's able to just force the car in there a bit, a little bit of rubbing and racing, but they all got through there with a lot of respect, and there was no major contact, but into turn 2 they go now. And Mauro Luz under big pressure from Josh Moore.
Just keeping an eye out on Luke Corbett as well. Much better start there from him. He's just on the back end of Fiorotto, and then a long way back is Hill and Berlin Robinson. In fact, I'm not quite sure if Luke Hill and Berlin Robinson actually crossed the line, because on the timing monitor it says they're 1 lap down. So there may have been a bit of contact there between the two of them, a bit further back, and they haven't quite crossed the line just yet. Let's keep an eye on what's happening out in the front as Josh Moore starts to apply the pressure, and we can see Tate opening up a bit of a margin. That's why Josh is pushing so hard. He realizes that if he cannot get past Deleuze, he's going to lose an opportunity of maybe spoiling the day there for Christopher Tate.
Yeah, it looked like Hill did have a terrible start. I did see him have a terrible bog off the line, so he was quite a bit off this group, but he's brought himself back into play and caught up to the back of his group, so his pace seems good. So whether he'll be able to move himself up the field remains to be seen, but it does look like Mauro Deleuze leading out this group is giving Christopher Tate just a bit of breathing room to settle into a nice rhythm and grow that gap and grow his lead with 7 laps left to go.
0.6 of a second was the last pass. Let's see what changes up as they come across the line this time out. As they cross that line, you can see there may be just a little bit of a change up. It's now down to just over a second. Just over a second there. So about half a second there between those two cars over the last 2 laps. But what's happening now, of course, is Mauro is going defensive on Josh. So it's slowing him down slightly, and it's concertinaing that second pack of cars, bringing Fiorotto and Corbett into the mix.
Yeah, it looks like Luke Squared at the back of this field is going to be looking to have a great race between Luke Corbett and Luke Hill. Luke Hill needing to move himself up past Corbett, and they're starting to lose the pack. So Hill anxious to get past and get back onto the pack. And saying that, though, Josh Moore a lot closer through turn 4 and Mauro Deleuze.
Nicely done. This is Corbett, of course, just ahead of Luke Hill. The two Lukes having their own little fight at the back end of the pack, and unfortunately looks like Berlin has still got the same issues she had in race number 1. They haven't been able to sort that car out to her liking, and she's going to have to just settle for the 8th spot on the track right now, unless something happens with any of the cars up ahead of him. Or her, I should say. So Fleet Dynamics fighting hard there for 3rd place, trying to find a way through, but Mauro Deleuze is keeping Joshy at bay for now. And what that's doing, this is just giving Christopher Tate a clean air out front to get away.
Yeah, Josh Moore looks like he stopped attacking Mauro, though. They've kind of settled into a rhythm. I think Josh thinking, let me just sit here. I'm not under pressure. No one's trying to pass me for 3rd. I can just sit here in 2nd and hope Mauro finds a bit more pace and starts bringing us towards Tate, as opposed to us fighting for this position and him just getting further and further away.
Remember, we also haven't brought it into the fact just yet, but if we look at this championship and what the reward is for this championship is a seat in the Volkswagen team in Polo Cup next year. So whoever's fighting at the front end of the championship wants it, and it looks like one of the two Lukes wants it more than the other. Corbett and Hill side by side just in the background coming onto that back straight away, and it looks like, no, it stays the same. Corbett stays out just in front.
No, Steerform supported Luke Hill, unable to get past the car of Luke Corbett there in through out of 2 and into 3 and 4, but up into 5 we go. Luke Corbett not going defensive. Is Hill going to try and stick it down the inside? Nope, just staying line astern
for now. As they come out of that one, they're going to go into turn 6. He loses a little bit of ground there. In fact, it looks like he might have missed a gear.
Yeah.
I think he missed a gear coming out of turn 5. That's going to give Corbett a chance now to have a little bit of breathing room. Speaking of breathing room, how much more breathing room can this man get? The Sportex car out front of Christopher Tate was 1.3 seconds up the road. It's going to be about 1.5 seconds, I think, now over Mauro Deleuze. And it looks like Deleuze hasn't quite got the same amount of pressure coming from Josh. You can see Josh has lost out a little bit of ground there for the 3 spot.
At the moment, though, it is definitely Mauro's 2nd place to lose. Looking at how Josh Moore is hanging on to the back of him, it looks like Josh has just settled into rhythm and accepted where he is, and hopefully, he can have a dig at it later on in the race.
Nice run here as well from the 7 car. Much better this time out of that smart, cool machine of Fiorotto. He's looking for a chance now to go at Uzir Khan. Now remember, Uzir Khan coming into race 2 of this championship was leading the championship. He's now done in about 3rd or 4th place overall in the championship, and currently fighting for honours in 4th and 5th place on the road. So it's certainly not where he wants to be. He definitely needs to be a little bit higher up there if he wants a chance of securing that seat for Polo Cup next year for 2026 and the 30th anniversary of Polo Cup. That's going to be a big year next year for Volkswagen. They've got Polo Cup, possibly another 2 cars in Rookie Cup, the 30th anniversary for Polo Cup, plus the 2nd and official championship year for MSA4. So a massive input coming from the Volkswagen Motorsport brand on all aspects of categories they're involved in at Extreme Festival level.
Oh, around the outside is looking Josh Moore. Defensive goes Mauro de Luz. He's going to look for the cutback now into turn 1, but just doesn't quite get the drive off. It looks like Mauro is able to maximize that exit. But all of this chopping and changing and trying to dice is bringing Uzia Khan and Giovanni back into the race. So we might end up with a 4-car battle for second place on the track at the moment. But it's all about Christopher Tate out in front. He's just at the fast lap. Down the inside goes the Fleet Dynamics Josh Moore. And it looks like he's managed to make that move stick on Mauro de Luz. But it's going to hamper him down the exit.
Perfect timing there from Josh to get on the brakes and outgun him into turn 2. But does it affect his ability to get the drive now? He seemed to have got off nicely, and he's got a little bit of breathing room actually, so didn't really affect him as badly as what we thought was going to happen out of turn 2. But here now comes the drive from de Luz as he realizes Uzia Khan's coming along for the ride, and if he doesn't get a move on, Uzia might try a similar maneuver and drop him down another position. So Mauro is not looking to lose any more positions on track than what he's done so far. Third place will bring him back into the championship, of course, a little bit as well for Mauro de Luz. And it's been a good run from most of these drivers. They've all had an opportunity. It's so close in terms of the championship points as well. I think there's about 6 or 7 points splitting the first 5 drivers. That's how tight it is. But it might open up slightly into the advantage now of Chris Tate with 2 victories out of 2 starts here this weekend.
Yeah, it looks like Mauro de Luz was able to just settle down through 5 and 6 and maintain that gap off Josh Moore. So it was just 2, 3, and 4 that he seemed to struggle. And that brought Uzia Khan in, but now he's settled into a rhythm again. He's back on to chasing Josh Moore and maybe wants to retain or retake that second place on the podium.
Let's have a look and see what happens over these last 2 laps. Is Chris Tate controlling from the front. Josh Moore now with a bit of breathing room over de Luz and Khan. Kind of equidistant apart there are the next 4 cars after Khan. So Khan, Fiorotto, Luke Hill and Corbett. Anyone who's really battled this weekend has been Berlin, and I kind of expected her to be a little bit higher up because she has performed admirably in the past at the circuit when it came to the likes of NX Legends and other categories she's raced in. So we were expecting to see good things. I mean, her first practice session on Friday morning, she was up into the top 5. So it looks like it's just unfortunately gone backwards for her over the weekend. But needless to say, the young lady driver still out there and flying the flag high for a woman in motorsport, doing a superb job in amongst some very, very competitive drivers.
You know, these front-wheel drive cars, it is very, very easy to overdrive those. So maybe getting a little bit too excited and trying too hard, you can lose a lot of pace in these front-wheel drive cars. It's more about maximizing the exit over maximizing the entry on them, whereas the NX Legend a little bit opposite with the rear-wheel drive and the prop shaft, you kind of drive it on the throttle. But as they start their last lap, Christopher Tate all the way out in the front with a massive gap. Josh Moore settled down now and then comfortable second place away from Mauro de Luz. But these 3, it's not just comfortable for them yet between Mauro de Luz, Uzia Khan and Giovanni.
Not done yet. The 3 of them still in with a chance there of spoiling each other's days. De Luz, Khan and Fiorotto fighting for the final step of the podium. Josh Moore 3.8 seconds behind the leader. So that is the margin that Tate was able to get over the last 4 laps to get away from the charge from the rest of this pack. The Sport Tech machine doing a superb job and controlling things from the front end. And then Fleet Dynamics group behind him with Josh Moore at the wheel, looking for a second place. So it's going to be a case of double wins and double seconds here. De Luz changes up the 3rd place slightly there, so looking for an opportunity there for him to be at the front end again, which is good to see. And man, can't wait for these guys to get down to East London Grand Prix circuit for the next round. Can you imagine what these youngsters are going to feel like going through Potters and Rifle? Here we go. In fact, I don't know if they go. I stand to be corrected. I don't think they do East London. I beg your pardon on that one. They don't go to East London. The next one will be, of course, Cape Town, and then they go to the final round at Zwartkops. And they do one of the regionals at PE at East London. I mean at Aldous Granty. So there you have it. Christopher Tate takes the victory. Josh Moore, Mauro de Luz, and Uzia Khan. Fiorotto is the top 5. And that wraps up our Rookie Cup Championship coverage there. Christopher Tate with a double win. That's going to basically secure him an opportunity to be at the front end of the championship, which of course is important. Eddie, from your side, you've chatted to both Chris and to Josh this weekend. Chris Tate will be certainly very happy, I think, with the double victory this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. He's raced amazing this weekend. A big congratulations to him. And also Josh. Josh did fantastic this weekend. And both of them really did well. And all the drivers did fantastic.
Mauro Deleuze with a slightly better performance in race number 2. Of course, he'll be excited about that heading into their next round of their championship. But what you're going to see here, of course, is a couple of changes there, because Zia a little bit off the pace, and a nice little battle between the two Lukes.
Yeah, there was a lot of battles this weekend, and the challenges they had to face this weekend on this track was definitely a lot, and it also being a home track for some of them, it was a lot for them to take in, but they all raced fantastic.
Well, we'll leave you to go and get some interviews with the drivers and put it up onto your socials. And, of course, we'll get Monkey Moo on the mic with me for the post-production show for Rookie Cup. But thank you to you for joining us for a little bit of comments here and there. And go and get those interviews and put them up there so people can see up close and personal with the Rookie Cup drivers. We're moving into the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. They're up next for race 2 of our two-wheeled action here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring and the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. So that's how we stand for the rest of the day. We've just finished up our second heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup and Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Up next is SunBet ZX10R Masters, and we are literally about 7 minutes out on that program schedule. So in the next 3 minutes or so, our second heat of our two-wheeled action will make its way onto the circuit for, there they come, two-wheeled side of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Long-standing relationship here. Of course, the Kawasaki brand is being piloted by just over 26 riders here this weekend. All about to go to battle once again for honours in the 2025 championship. This is the only class that doesn't run on our allotted Dunlops that everybody else runs on. These guys are, of course, on Bridgestone rubber. And these Bridgestone tyres usually get about 2 laps to come into their own and then start to perform admirably to allow lap times of kind of 102s. Tyron Piper with the problem. He's pulled off onto the sideline here on the exit road, which of course is the start of an event that will happen later on in the year, top of the hill. 21-22 November. That's a big one, buddy. You better be around for that one.
I actually think I might be competing in that one, actually.
Oh, really?
I may possibly be competing in that one.
That'll be pretty cool. That's a big event that you definitely want to have in your diaries if you are watching us all around the world or all around South Africa and you want to come to Zwartkops for one of the big events. Top of the Hill Challenge is a massive event. It's basically where Tyron is parked right now is the start line, and they run the opposite direction all the way around the track and then finish up just out of turn 5 heading down the hill, which of course becomes turn 8 to the finish line. That cobbled section right there is the start area. And Tyron has decided that's it. His bike's no longer going to be able to make it out there for race 2. So he just pulls it out of harm's way behind the new catch fencing there at turn number 4. And the new airbags that are also being put up there as well at turn 4 to make it a bit more safe for our two-wheeled riders. So a quick little Brolly Babe opportunity, and then it's clear the grid and get ready to go now for race 2 of ZX10s. They've got another warm-up lap, of course. One more sighter to get a little bit more heat into the rubber. And it looks like the crowd is stuck around here.
100%.
Standard option.
No, it's something great to see it at any of the local circuses, to see the spectators that come out. You mentioned PE as well. Great crowd turnout there. Amazing crowd turnout here. So everybody's starting to get back behind South African motorsport, and we've had some heroes that I think have a lot to do with that internationally to bring some more people back to an event to come and watch what we have in terms of talent in South Africa, of which we have bucket loads.
Yeah, awesome. Nice to see that there's a big crowd all the way around. That's, of course, at turn 6 there at Kenwood Corner. That grandstand relatively full. The gallery's full. All looking forward to race action now from our two-wheelers as they head down towards turn 1. Just sorting everything out. Remember, with these guys, it's a Masters category. So the Masters category basically means we've got guys that are over the age of 35 and up to over the age of 55 as they get into the race preparation now for the second heat of SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. All on Kawasaki ZX10s and of course different derivatives of that motorcycle. Some of them on brand new machinery, some of them on slightly used machinery, a couple of slightly older machinery as well, but needless to say all out of the Kawasaki brand and all ZX10 1000cc models.
Oh, you're talking about the bikes and the riders?
Yes. Yeah. A couple more of those we get into in terms of the Masters veterans and Grandmasters, yeah. 35, 45 and 55 up. That's how we run in terms of the classes. It's not based on times, it's based on your age group. Because everybody gets an opportunity to potentially run with a multiple South African champion in Clint Seller, which is also quite a spectacle to be involved in.
Yeah, Clint starting out from the front here again like he did in the first heat. 102.8 he got down to in the first heat. I'm sure, well, at the moment, he doesn't seem to have much competition, although they brought it closer. A second was the gap in the first heat. But at the moment, the only person he seems to be racing is himself and his own stopwatch. Yeah,
pretty much he's on his own there. As I said, the only man who really gave him a run for his money is on international duties this weekend with KJ Mokonyane at the Red Bull Rookies Cup, and that's AJ Fenter, who's just come out of an exceptional experience at TT, becoming one of the fastest riders ever to lap the circuit from a South African point of view on his future Exotics BMW. But he would be joining this pack if he was available. Unfortunately, he's got some coaching duties to do at Red Bull Rookie Cup with KJ Mokonyane. So there's another opportunity for South African riders to be represented at MotoGP level. Lights off and we're racing. Seller gets the drop. Shouldn't be too much of an issue there for him, but it looks like it's going to be Graham Van Berdar for second. Purificati had a little bit of wheelie off the line. That might have slowed him up ever so slightly. As they come through turn 1, we also pick up on Golgocci at the back of the pack there with Nico Zietsman. Two of them going at it, and then Barrington in the mix there too. There is good move there from charge from Bontekoning. Bontekoning just slamming up the inside. I think he actually got through there on Hein McMahon, and he's moved himself up just one position over McMahon from the starting place. So we've got Seller, Van Berdar and Purificati. Jason Lamb, there is McMahon. Yes, I was right. Bontekoning actually got through on McMahon on the start, but has the role reversed as they go through turn 4.
Yeah, McMahon moving himself back up behind Jason Lamb. Are we going to see him and Jason Lamb all at it again like we did in Heat 1? Jason Lamb late onto the brakes to close the gap up to that third place rider. That's Graham van Berdar.
Berdar, yeah.
Yeah, from Berdar. So just to close up that gap on the brakes, but did that hamper his exit? Not really. The number 4, that's Hein McMahon, not able to close the gap. We saw them race all over each other, and he won though.
Adrian van Dalen now putting the pressure onto that Jag Power Products machine of Brian Bontekoning. So Van Dalen and Keith Agliotti just behind them. Agliotti didn't quite get the start he wanted. We're seeing in the mid-pack as well, a couple of changes as they come through and cross the finish line for the first time in anger. I watched Safisa Temba dropping one position back there behind Agliotti, but Johan LaRue stuck in behind him against the JLR. Still with a bit of work to do there to try and get into single digits. He didn't quite get there in the first one. He was not able to get past Safisa Temba, so the IM63 bike in 9th place at the moment, hanging on for the final single digit position on track.
Yeah, we saw it was Tyron Piper that we saw not make the start. Was that not the same bike we saw dropped in turn 2 as well?
It was.
So maybe a little bit of a issue from putting that bike down in the gravel trap, and it stopped him from
100%.
starting the second heat. So unfortunately, Tyron Piper we're missing from this, and Daryl Barrington.
Barrington, I think, slowed up on the first lap there. I just saw him in the background. I think he might have rolled back in the pit lane. But here they come back down towards turn 8. Sella leading things out over Van Breda and Purificati. Then it's Jason Lam, Hein McMahon. It's a little bit of a charge coming there from Van Dalen on Bontekoning. Not quite sneaking through there into turn 8, but just showed a wheel. And Bontekoning saw him coming and said, no, I'll have a look and see, but you're not coming through just yet. Agliotti just behind them, waiting to pounce. Then the second pack come through. This is the sort of rear end of the field. It's the third pack of riders. So that's the second pack we've been talking about right there. And Agliotti now putting the pressure on. He, of course, running on in Ridgeway Race Bar colours and EBC Brakes colours as well. He, of course, him and his brother are one of the subsidiary sponsors of this category in EBC Brakes. We've got VAG Motors Centurion and, of course, Bridgestone Tyres. They're all part and parcel of the subsidiary sponsors that come in behind SunBet as the overall championship sponsor. But without them, of course, these guys would find it a bit more difficult. Change up for second. Purificati ahead of Van Breda. So it's now Class A 1 and 2. Class B is 3. Class C is 4. That's how they stand in terms of their respective categories. But the leader and what is now third and fourth place are the leaders in each of their respective classes. Another lap down. 12 lapper for this one, of course. And Sella now with almost 5 seconds. 5 seconds up the road for Sella.
But 12 laps around this circuit on a motorcycle is a long time to be turning laps around here. You're leaning a lot of your body pressure on the handlebars. Your entire body weight's on you when you hit the brakes and doubled by G-force. So a lot of hard work from these riders to do a full 12 laps. But the groups are forming. We've got a nice 2-for-2 battle here. 3, second and third, and fourth and fifth fighting over those places respectively. 8-2-1, that is Purificati. He managed to move himself up into that second place. But whether or not he can hang on to it from Graham van der Dar. Onto the brakes we go into turn 5. Graham van der Dar not close enough to make a move, but just behind that, it looks like Jason Lamb and McMahon are getting at it again.
One thing I've got to say, Carl, is if you look at that body language of Graham van der Dar, it looks a little bit more comfortable than the closing stages of race 1. So whatever him and Peter have done, they've seemed to have sorted that bike out, and he seems to be a little bit happier on the motorbike than what he was at the end of race 1.
Yeah, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more attacking into the braking zones. We saw him back it off mid-stage through race 1. Maybe a problem with the setup or something he wasn't quite happy with. Maybe a bit of brake cooling. But they seem to have resolved those issues. But in saying that, Purificati definitely has a bit more pace over him than what he had in the first heat on the back wheel in the exit of turn 2. And look at the exit he's gotten.
Great drive there from turn 2 into turn 3. And now tries to carry that onto the back straight. Van Breda closes in on him. Here comes a change up from McMahon, looking for a chance to get through on Jason Lamb. Does he make it stick? Yes, he does. So Jason Lamb demoted down one position there for the Tyre Mart, East London and Buffalo Motorcycles Kawasaki. And a little bit of smoke coming out of there, bike, eh?
And that's what I was actually going to point out now. Maybe that smoke, just a little bit of blow-by past the rings. That motor starting to get to the point where it needs to get maybe opened up and checked. So maybe really strong on the top end then because of it, but a little bit short on the bottom end. That engine just using a bit of oil, and that's why we see the smoke coming out of it. But it doesn't seem to be affecting his times. He's moved himself up to the third place, and he looks, fourth place. But he looks racy and looks like he can make a charge to chase onto these next two.
But you're not wrong in terms of third either, because it's third in Class A.
Right.
So you were spot on there.
I'm thereabouts.
Third place in Class A, because you've got 1 and 2 on the road, Sella and Purificati.
Ooh, that was a save.
Oh, Jason Lamb, have some of that. I like it, Jay. Throw it in there, boy. Don't be scared. He's having a good look there at Hein McMahon and makes it stick into turn 3.
So maybe I'm saying McMahon can get his head down and chase on to the next two. Maybe not so much, because Jason Lamb making sure he can't just get away. And McMahon was looking again into the entry of turn 4, but he's not close enough yet. But he'll definitely be close enough now as they head up the hill into turn 5. He's going to go for the inside early. Whether he's got on the brakes, he doesn't. So he's backed out of it now.
Backed out and looked to follow him through here into turn 5. Remember, we head to East London Grand Prix circuit the next round of this championship, and of course that is the home of Jason Lamb. So he's loving life.
Three bikes tripping over his arm.
Found the way through there on Bonte. Bonte Koenig just tucks in just to keep ahead of Keith Agliotti, and Agliotti's sitting there going, yeah, I like this. But if they're not too careful, Safiso Temba is about to join them. Watching in the background, that IM63 machine is coming through. The Wakaninyo Racing machine is absolutely hauling her. He's got a bit of help now from Mzansi Motorsport as well, and he's pulled away from JLR, who's on his own sim there. In fact, it's not JLR, it's Peter Delport. Delport's up to 10th, JLR's dropped down to 11th.
Oh, they fan out 3 wide again into turn 2. It's great to see these bikes racing each other, hammer and tongs. They're pushing hard, no holds barred, but all of them afterwards, all great mates in the pits. I was actually having a look in the post-race after they got off. High fives and hugs everywhere, man.
It's brilliant, so it really is. These guys have got some great camaraderie amongst them. They race hard on track, but they leave it all out on the circuit. That's the best part about it. Hardly ever any sort of protests and issues that happen in amongst this category, which is really good. It's probably one of the reasons why it's lasted so long as well, is that there's no trouble afterwards. They get the job done on track, and then they enjoy themselves as a big party. And the party in P. Ebury was huge, because Max Motorcycles had a day job, and they had 800 motorcycle guys watching these guys race at the circuit, and a massive marquee and a big DJ and everything afterwards. Brilliant stuff.
Oh, I'm sad I missed that. That must have been absolutely phenomenal.
It was awesome, yeah. So there you go. That's what they can do. And of course, it's all part and parcel of what Extreme Festival brings to a racetrack around the country. There's opportunities to leverage off what Extreme Festival brings from the race action.
Yeah, everybody loves a bit of loud noise and a bit of motorsport. These three putting on a show for all of us, though. There we go. They fan out again into turn 2. Round the outside goes 31. Is it going to be enough to get the cut back of the drive down to 4? He can't quite get that bike rotated, though. So they all leave line astern. And down the inside, McMahon looking for a pass on Lamb.
Yeah, he definitely had a big look. I think
he got it done.
Yeah, he's got it done. He had a big look into turn 4. Jason Lamb would have been concerned about that late days, but here he comes back into turn 5. Jason Lamb going to return the favour. Yes, he does.
Switchback though, switchback for 6. If the switchback is on, McMahon's got it done. So Lamb late to the brakes, but couldn't get the bike slowed down enough, and McMahon was able to just get into the power, roll the throttle on, and take that place back. Hopefully these two keep fighting with each other, because they're putting on a proper show for us.
This is the way you do it in ZX10R Masters Cup. Jason Lamb and Hein McMahon going at it literally bar to bar, every single corner, giving Van Breda a little bit of a chance to get away, which is going to be a good thing for Graham Van Breda, a multiple champion in this class in his past, and of course a multiple SA champion in his career as well, so he certainly knows what to do on 2 wheels. There's no doubt about it, as Graham Van Breda. But Jason Lamb having a fantastic little dice here with Hein McMahon. K9 Securities machine taking on that Buffalo Motorcycles and of course Time Art East London Kawasaki. The leader's already gone through there on our rear end of the field, which of course coming up on Ian Harwood.
The loudest bike on the circuit.
Yeah, that's it. And he's about to be passed now by Purificati, Van Breda, McMahon and Lamb. By the time they get to turn number 2, that'll be done.
Lamb is so good on the brakes in the 5 and 6. McMahon from that distance even defended it just in case, because he is really, really late to the brakes up there. But McMahon hangs on now to that 4th place. As we catch, you are right, that is a very, very striking livery. I love it.
Yeah, I know, and it's got some awesome Berwick leathers he's got on there as well. I just hope they make them in like a 64, because I need a new set of leathers, Ian. Hint, hint.
That's nudge.
Right, down towards turn 1 goes our leader, though, and he's got about 4 laps to go, 3.5 for Clint Seller. Amazing stuff. Oh, it's 10. It's 10, I beg your pardon. They changed it up. My bad. I'm thinking it's a 12 lapper. It's a 10 lapper. Tanya did send me the message. It's a 10 lapper. Thanks for that one, Carl. I'm glad you're here, but it's a final lap that we're on here with Seller. So from 12 to 10, they decided to change it to a 10 lapper, which means Seller's on his way to another checkered flag.
Absolutely brilliant performance from Seller, but like you say, he's got mass amounts of experience. He's raced in the AMA, if I'm not mistaken, as well in America. Yep. A former factory rider for a couple of teams overseas as well, so an absolute superstar on a motorcycle. But nice to see him coming in and enjoying himself in the ZX10R.
Yes, he's loving life. He's loved being part of this championship as well, and it gives him a chance to leverage, of course, his incredible King Price Insurance and Liqui Moly sponsorship. PS Branded, of course, is his company that he runs. and he loves taking victories like that. Another win there for Clint Seller as he goes through into turn 1. Seller will be followed by Purificati, who's about to come across the line there for 2nd place. Van Bredal will take 3rd and the win in Class B. Hein McMahon will come through for 4th and 3rd place in Class A, and Class C will go to Jason Lamb. Van Dalen hanging on. Does he belt? Yes, he has.
These three
Only
still
just.
going at it.
I was at last. To slam the door in Bontekuning's face.
Happy for it. Happy for it. Nice fist pump over the line. But Clinton Seller doing his usual drunken monkey. His drunken monkey.
Everybody copying him. What is that, like a little bit of a Marquez thing they got going? Listen, they did a bit of a Marquez down in PE. They did a bit of a dance session between all the riders before they went out. It was really cool to see. So that's it. ZX10R Masters Cup. Unofficial results go to Clint Seller, Purificati in 2nd, and Van Bredal, your top 3. But in the classes, it's Seller, Purificati, and McMahon for Class A. Grant Van Bredal takes Class B honours, and also effort there from Adrian Van Dalen to come behind him, and Keith Agliotti there too. And then Jason Lamb winning out the Class C's in 5th place overall. Keep an eye out, of course, on Savisa Temba down in 9th place in the IM63 Wakahinia Racing. He finishes up in the last of the single digits. Best finish from Peter Delport, up into 10th place overall, beating JLR. Then Reggie Seal and Dieter Heisman. And then it was Renatus Van Niekerk and Henk Kruger making up the top 15. That is two-wheeled action done for the day. And we're heading into, of course, the next part of the day's racing, which should be into, I think, our touring cars, if I'm not mistaken. No, or was it Gazoo Racing? It's Gazoo Racing first. So we'll be back shortly with action from the Gazoo Racing GR Cup, powered by Netstar. So that's what we've still got to come our way here. We've just finished up with the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Up next is Gazoo Racing SA Cup, which is almost back on time. We're about 3 minutes out now. And it's South African Touring Cars and SuperCup. Then Investchem MSA4 Race 3, Polo Cup Race 3, and Extreme SuperCars Race 3 to wrap up the day's racing. So what's that? 5 to go.
5 to go, mate.
So far, I think we've had some pretty spectacular race action in every single race we've been in. There's hardly been anything that hasn't provided some kind of on-track entertainment.
But that's why they call it the Extreme Festival, right?
Exactly. So if we can keep it all going now for the next 5, we'd appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
Particularly here with this all-conquering Gazoo Racing stable that have brought along a couple of additional cars for this weekend. And the old Yaris is being given to a couple more dealers and extreme drivers to have some fun in. But I think, once again, Jason Kutsia is certainly on for a double win this weekend, and maybe put a hand on that championship trophy, because he's certainly looking like a dominant factor, like we've kind of seen over the last couple of seasons with the drivers in the 86 Brigade, as they like to be known. Previous one, of course, was Davy van der Merwe, who was a dominant factor, and he went on to pilot now the GR Yaris in SuperCup, and hopefully he's going to get the step up from there into one of the GR Corollas that are currently participating in the Touring Car Championship.
What's also nice is that the GR Academy not only allowing a step up for karters from GR karting program into the main circuit program, but also for the mechanics. You see on the side there's Desmond, one of the top mechanics for the karting team, now stepping into the GR side, working on the cars. We saw Jared Ray. So all the guys that are working within the karting stuff now getting the experience on a main circuit car and bettering their knowledge on that side.
It's all part of that development process that this particular class brings along, on a similar vein to what Rookie Cup does for Volkswagen's brand. And you've just mentioned it off air. You know, the rivalry between the two brands is starting to be seen literally in the karting fraternity, and it's now filtering all the way through into main circuit as well.
Which is amazing. Competition is life, as they say. So, you know, you need the competition. It keeps everybody on their toes and everybody moving forward. So, you know, these series will go from strength to strength with competition behind them.
Let's see whether or not there's going to be strength to strength there from Justin Rogers. He was very strong in race number 1, trying to find a way through there on Brandon van der Walt and Jono Wilson. That battle will resume, as will this one, between the Supersport car there of Nabil Abdul and the Motus Corolla of Mario de Souza. Devin Scott wants to be in there. Here's Clincella. Let's catch up with him quickly.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Clint, overall weekend, another good one.
Yeah. Can't complain. I must be honest. Team did an awesome job. You know, we had a small issue with the brakes in the first race, which is never a good place to have it at Zwartkops, especially. A lot on the brakes, and Steve managed to sort it out. So that race, I actually enjoyed it. The pace wasn't quite as fast as we were in the first, but you know, a win's a win, and we take everyone we can get.
All the best for the next one.
Yeah, appreciate it. We'll see you guys at the next one.
Always great to catch up with the multiple champion there, Clincella, after a double victory in the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. He's now done and dusted for the day. Can enjoy the rest of the day there with his two youngsters. I think both of them are here at the circuit, actually, along with Sheridan, his beautiful wife. Great to see the family support for Seller as well. Not only the sideline support from his sponsors and friends and fans, the family are here in full force as well.
It'll be interesting to see if the family continues in the motorsport vein and how they do it. Because Clinton started in karting, so whether he's going to put his kids on a kart or kids on a bike, it'll be interesting to see.
I hope he goes the karting route, because you learn so much from karting. But you look at Brad Binder and Darren Binder; they both started in karting as well before they went two wheels. So it's not a bad format to get your racecraft and learn the vital statistics that you need. It's a crucial thing.
Yeah, these cars all nice and close together behind the PTA Noah Toyota Corolla pace car we have out here at Zwartkops. Like you said before, long-standing relationship with PTA Noah Toyota and Zwartkops Raceway. So they lead out a massive pack, a massive field of cars.
Look at that. Devin Scott, Vanna Fenter, Paul de Vos, Josh Vetter, Putti Mpanya, and of course Marius Klaassen, Lawrence Minnie, Kyle Koch from Car Magazine, Rudolf Bunzaya, Vanna Horn, Andries de Villiers, Theo Brits, Charles Bosch from the Citizen. He's just, if you chat to Charles Bosch, he normally stands in the commentary booth with us if he's not racing. But since he's got this opportunity to drive this car, you cannot get the smile off the Oak's face, man. I promise you. It doesn't matter where he finishes. He doesn't care where he finishes. He just loves being part of the whole Gazoo Racing brigade. He's having an absolute blast out there. It's really cool to see.
I see Ken Swart doing us a favor, switching off the one headlight for us.
That helps a little bit. Thanks, Kent.
Thank you, Kent.
Appreciate that, buddy. Thanks for change up on the colours as well there, Leroy. Much appreciated, considering the fact that I just got used to everybody in the right colours.
I was about to say, I don't think that was helpful.
Then they changed it. And then they said, you know what, let's just bring in another couple of Yaris's
Yeah,
that
why
are now
not?
the original Yaris's with gearboxes, as opposed to the automatic gearboxes that the media guys got in PE.
I've just watched 2 or 3 drivers
I
come
love
past
it.
the camera celebrating the race.
Yo,
Hasn't even started.
Yo, what's up?
Race hasn't even started, and they're celebrating already.
No, they're loving it, eh? They really are. But what an opportunity. I mean, can you imagine, as a media representative, I mean, you do a little bit of social media like I do, but as a media representative, to get that phone call, hi, this is Toyota South Africa, we'd like you to
Don't we
pilot-
count as media?
We'd like to pilot, like you to pilot one of our cars for
That
an
must be
entire
amazing.
season, all expenses paid.
That must be absolutely
brilliant.
amazing.
I want that call. Can you imagine doing live on the drive with these guys? I'd love it. Hey, live commentary from these cars. Listen,
I'm
you
not
might
sitting
get
in
a
the
little hint
passenger
there.
seat. I'm not sitting in the passenger seat.
You can sit in the passenger seat.
I'm
Come
not
on.
sitting in the passenger
Oh,
seat.
come on now.
Okay, fine, I'll do it.
Okay, cool. Here we go. Let's get this race underway. Jason Garcia, Ken Swartz, front row. Kaya Ngwenya and Brandon van der Walt, the second row, followed by Justin Rogers and Jono Wilson and Vatsiawa at the back there, about to start things off for the 86 Brigade.
Oh, big move at the back there.
Yeah, Vatsi just getting in the mix right from the word go, trying to get through there on Jono and trying to just spoil his day as they go through turn 1. Got a little bit of a gap. It's quite a big gap that they've opened up there between them, and double yellows, of course, remember, down into turn 1 and 2 for the 86 Brigade. So no overtaking actually allowed until they actually go past the green flag on the exit of Castrol Corner, which is just coming up in that shot, but no one told these guys.
No one told these guys. I was going to say the GRs went through there kind of neat and tidy. Let's see what these guys do into the brakes in turn 2. They're still side by side. They'll filter into single file as they get to the apex.
You think?
There we go. They listened this time.
They might just do it.
So they might have had a chat. I think they were called
I
into
think they
the
were.
shut up and listen department with the COC afterwards.
Yeah. It was that off-track media office that Gazoo Racing have got. Listen, guys, by the way, it's double yellows into turn 1 and 2. Oh, yeah, we forgot about that. Here we go.
A little bit close in the front here with the GR Academy. Jason Garcia not getting the run out that he wanted on the first lap because he really put the hammer down early in race 1 and left Ken Swart kind of wondering what happened there, but he stayed within touch now. And just behind them, Kaya Ngwenya, he put in a couple of fastest laps yesterday. So let's see if following these two he can stay in tight. And then there's the gaggle.
Yeah, Boulder Foss now tucking in behind Mario de Souza. Ahead of Devin Scott. He is. Oh, rivalry amongst the two Gazoo Racing pilots there. They are going to show this academy up a little bit, and I think Paul de Vos wants to be the honourable mention at the end of the day in terms of the two academy instructors.
If he keeps it on track this time.
If he can keep it on track, exactly. Listen, you're the one who's going to give him the commentator's curse. I'm not. Right, here we go. Cross the line. Dealer team versus media teams into turn 1. Old Yaris's, new Yaris's, all fighting hard. 222 out there, of course, of Vanna Fenta doing a super job as per usual. Tucked in just behind that battle between Devin Scott and Paul de Vos as they come through there. And now as they come onto that back straightaway, this is where we're going to see things change.
We've got a Yaris trying to climb into the boot of a Corolla as they head now into turn 4. They're super close there.
Devin Scott, he's trying to go through that Corolla as opposed to around it. Mario de Souza keeping it at bay for now, but he's not going to have it all his own way. Now they come through back to the 86 Brigade out front, top 3, no changes. Still could see it from Swartz, but Swartz has pulled away slightly now from Kaya. Kaya Ngwenya unfortunately losing out there slightly. Is that Vatsi up to 4th?
Yeah, we seem to be missing...
I think we've lost 2. No, we have. We've lost Jono Wilson.
Jono Wilson and Justin Rogers.
Justin Rogers, they've gone missing.
And Brandon van der Walt.
And Van der Walt. So Vatsi is up into 4th place. And, she's up in the 4th place, but she's been caught already by a whole bunch. Here they come.
Oh, yeah, they come.
Yeah, they come.
So
Okay,
maybe transponder issues.
Maybe there was a transponder issue. They definitely didn't pass through there.
Yeah, because they're all 3 together.
Yeah, no, they're definitely still there. It's just a transponder issue on those cars, so apologies on that. Just getting caught out there by them coming through there. And Vatsi up into 4th place. In fact, she's up to 7th, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there. Maybe it's just an issue on the timing. But anyway, here we go. Let's see what's going to happen. Here we go into turn 3. Vatsiawa staying ahead of Nabil Abdul. Abdul at this point in time pushing hard for... Ooh, spin out. The roller Toyota out of shape and definitely not where he wanted to end up. That is a big problem there for that roller Toyota, stuck in the middle of turn 2. Got going again. This is Kyle Koch in the Car Magazine entry. Trying to close down, I think, on Mini. Lawrence Mini just up the road from him. So Car Magazine versus Auto Trader. Battle of the two motoring journals there. And fighting hard, but this is the biggest fight on track right now. 222 in the mix there is Vanna. Devin Scott, Mario de Souza. In fact, I think Devin has got ahead of Mario. Yes, he has. Devin's up to 2nd. Devin Scott up to 2nd. Mario down to 3rd. Under the attack there coming from Vanna Fenta.
With lights ablaze.
This is cool. Motus versus NMI we had Roller in there, but we've now got the other dealer team car coming into play, and the other academy car as well. So it's non-stop action. Roller Turner is back on track, so fortunately not losing out too much. And then Kyle Koch.
Oh, a lot of curve through turn 1. That is risky.
Lots of curve.
That is risky.
Yeah, here we go. The rest of that pack going through turn 1 now as well. They come under braking. 5 car. Hard on the brakes there. Theo Brits for NMI. Can he close that gap down? I think he's lost a little bit too much ground there, unfortunately, was Brits. So he's dropped down himself down into what is like about 20th place on track. Brits, last time out in the PE race, was fighting for sort of 3rd and 4th. Just shows you how things can change.
Yeah, the mix and the match
how quickly it does change.
It's the different tracks though. PE very, very different to what Zwartkops is. Zwartkops very short, very tight. A lot of hard braking in terms of 5 and 2. Oh, a lot of dust being brought onto the track by these GRs. They're all over each other. That's car 21. Let's have a quick look. That's Paul DeFoss.
Yeah. Instructor from Gazoo Racing Academy.
Looking very, very racy there.
Looking for a chance to just close that gap down and see if he can make a maneuver. Nabil Abdul controlling things from the front, but is there a chance here for Devon Scott to close down on him? I think the gap is too big. That's Devon through turn 1. Let's see where Nabil is. He's already in turn 2. That's a massive margin. How did Nabil get that margin?
I think these guys were tripping over each other very, very much so in the first part of the race.
Gets me. I mean, I've mentioned it to myself when I'm doing commentary on my own, and a couple of times on the post-production. Nabil has come out of no racing category or heritage at all. He's just climbed in the car and gelled with it from the word go. So, and listen, by the way, his you're going to love this. The nickname of his car is Cupcake.
Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely. But he's absolutely flying on the back of the GRs already.
Yeah, already onto the back end of those GRs and about to get on the inside of Vatsiawa to try and find a way through on the young lady. Once he puts that gap between himself and the rest of the pack, I think they're going to find it a bit more difficult to find a way through. We saw, remember, in the review show just before we started race 1, how he had to go on the inside, the sweep before hanger. Not an easy thing to do, but possibly now.
Oh, turn 8, it's an option.
Oh, not good enough on the brakes though. Vatsi was late on the brakes to keep Nabil out.
Making sure went to the middle as well, so that wasn't going to happen. But into turn 1 we go. Yaris a little bit lighter, should be better. Does he not? Yep. Ooh.
A little bit extra pace as well in terms of top end. Gets through on Vatsiawa, and now looks to close things down on Van der Walt and on
Rogers.
Yeah.
We have lost them on the timing screens, but they are still on circuit.
I think 4, 5, and 6 have just gone missing there, so there must be some kind of transponder issue on those 3 cars. There they are. You can see them on track. They're definitely still circulating and about to be caught by Nabil Abdul from Supersport. Behind him is Devon Scott from the Academy, our instructor in 2nd place, and 2nd place in the Yaris side of things. So that, of course, is the dealer and Academy Dealership Cup. And then behind him is first of the Media Challenge, which is Mario D'Souza. So that's how it all sits at this point in time. Putti is 2nd, Marius Klaassen, and then Lawrence Minnie is 3rd. Minnie looking for a top finish. It'll be the first time he gets onto the podium, I think, for Lawrence Minnie. If he stays where he is right now, 3rd place in the Media Challenge, but of course down in 16th place overall.
Out in front though, Jason having it all his own way. Jason Kutsia, a lot of experience, came out of the Formula 1600, now in the GR Cup, and also competing in DD2 for the Toyota GR team. Just walked away from a 3 out of 3 win in Doobie in Pietermaritzburg for the DD2 class. Aboard his KR Toyota GR kart. So a lot of experience, but Ken Swartz, top campaigner for them in Senior Max as well in karting. He's up into 2nd place, but not far off Jason.
And if I'm not mistaken, both of them running under Gazoo Racing colours as well.
Yes, both of them in karting,
so running at Toyota Gazoo. Well.
Yes. So part of that academy. Another academy driver was supposed to join them, Emma Rose Darling, this weekend. Unfortunately, the age was too young for her. We should see her at the next event.
Okay, cool. That's very good.
And John Wilson as well, another driver out of the Extreme Toyota Gazoo karting stable. Not a Toyota driver, but an Extreme driver.
Love to see this. That's sort of the way we want to be seeing things happening. The stepping stones must be put in place and used. And if they're used to perfection, your ability to move through motorsport to the top echelons is smoothed out dramatically.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent in South Africa, so nice to see these companies and manufacturers getting involved to help the young talent of South Africa move forward. Another spot getting lost here by Vatsi.
Yeah, Devon Scott diving through on the inside. Ooh, a little tag on the back end there. Tap from behind going, okay, I'll let you through, but didn't really want to. I tell you, there's a massive improvement coming out of Vatsi Makanyana this weekend. 116s is her best. In fact, I think it might be a 1. There, that's just corrected. 114.9. That's one of the best lap times she's ever got out of 86. Onto the final lap here, and we go. So we'll be standing by to pick up on action from that man on cue. 77 out front, Jason Kutsia. Double win and double second place for Ken Swartz. Double third for Kaya as well.
So definitely one hand on the trophy there for Jason so far in the series.
You know, he has been pretty dominant, I've got to tell you. Tough man to beat. We are going to be taking these cars down to East London, of course, so he's had phenomenal experience and, of course, wins in the past in Formula 1600s and other categories he's raced in. And I'm sure he'll be looking to try and wrap up 2 of the victories down at the East London Grand Prix circuit. So as we come across the line, it's 2 wins out of 2 starts there for Jason Kutsia in the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup, driven by Netstar. Ken Swartz in second, Kaya Ngwenya in third place for the 86 Brigade. Come the rest of the pack. Nabil Abdul is going to win things out from the media challenge. He's going to beat out the driving academy machine of Devon Scott, and it'll be Van Venter for third place there, coming through in the NMI machine. And that, of course, is second in the dealer team, because Motors Toyota's Mario D'Souza would have taken the victory in the dealership category. Nice finish to a good day's racing for all of the Toyotas. And in fact, one of the best parts about that from Toyota's point of view, all on track, no breakages. That's always an important factor when you've got such a big field of cars to look after.
In terms of the drivers that we lost on the timing screen over that race, it's 4th Brandon van der Walt and 5th Justin Rogers, with John Wilson coming home in 7th.
It looks like Kyle Koch also had a problem right in the closing stages. He dropped right to the back of the pack, so must have been some kind of issue there for the Car Magazine man. But that will now take us into South African Touring Cars and SuperCup for their second and final heat of the day. And then we've got 3 more heats, which are the third heats of Astron Energy Polo Cup, Extreme SuperCars and MSA4. We'll be back shortly here with action from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. It looks like we might be heading down into the Park for May area to catch up with some of the drivers. As you can see there, Nabil Abdul in Cupcake. Pretty happy camper. Let's maybe get a couple of comments from the drivers there with down in the pit lane.
just went straight. I was hoping not to catch any 86s, but I caught two. Got Astron again.
Nabil, talk me through that race there. Looks like Apollo landed again.
Apollo landed once again. She was absolutely magnificent out there. In the searing heat, the temperature picked up so much this afternoon. We were a bit worried about the gearbox and the temperatures, but she held together and she put in a faultless performance. I'm so proud of her, proud of the results. Another double win, double overall win. This is like, am I in heaven? I don't know.
Okay, a little change up here as we see the SuperCup competitors making their way out. We've just seen Toyotas. Most of them here are Volkswagens, although there is one Toyota in this pack, and that's Davy van der Merwe shooting through our shot there, just in the foreground in the Yaris GR Racing SuperCup. So we do expect a couple more of those Toyotas to join the party next year. There are two that are prepped and ready to go, but only one being piloted at the moment. But I think, as I said to you earlier on, Carl, there's a chance that from the GR Racing stables, the 86 Brigade will move into potentially a SuperCup car, and from a SuperCup car to a touring car.
Yeah, the likes of could see Jason could see her leading out that jams at the moment. Ken Swart in seconds. They'd be, probably good options for that. But what I do like is you, in your academy program, race against a whole bunch of Toyotas in Toyota, get used to being a Toyota driver. VW, same thing, and then you've got to go and represent your brand against the other brand being that of Toyota. So it makes it quite a nice mix.
Here's Devin Scott. Let's catch up with him after his win in the Academy car.
Devin, how was that race by Toyota 2? You've got to be happy with that today.
That was amazing. A little bit of patience and not showing my cards too early. I think I surprised Mario on the brakes there, and it definitely worked out. A little bit of thought between race 1 and race 2 definitely played out, and great weekend. What a way to finish 2 wins, and I can't thank Glenn enough and everyone else involved, Alan and Paulie and everyone. It's really been an incredible weekend. And Leroy and the team that puts these cars together, and it's incredible that a stock standard road car can take this sort of punishment. This car, I think, is its 4th season now. So just a testament to Toyota as well. So once again, great weekend.
Awesome job, man.
Cool.
Nicely done there from Devin Scott. He was fighting with Paul DeVos today this weekend, but of course Paul was in the slightly older Yaris, so that'll probably be his excuse. But we won't take anything away from the epic battle they put on there with the GR Cup driven by Netstar. A couple of GR cars involved in the front end, and as we saw with Anthony Taylor breathing over our necks in the race there, perfect timing from Saud Variawa to just slot himself up into pole position with the reverse grid option that happens with touring cars. So Variawa getting that 6th place in race 1, put him onto pole position for race 2. And Jagger Robertson, I think, was also playing that game. I think he was waiting by the sort of wayside and saying, listen, if I stay 5, there's a chance I might get that front row, which is exactly what's happened here for Jagger in the first of the Volkswagen Golf GTI 8s.
I was chatting to Keegan Campos in the lunch break when I ran down to just after their last race, and I was chatting to him in Park Vermeer, and that was his concern, that Jagger Robinson and Variawa are starting in the front now on this reverse start, get their heads down early and get away and make it difficult for him to come through the field and catch onto it.
He's going to have a tough time of it coming through that field, because he's got Michael van Rooyen, Julian van der Walt and Nati and Samanga all in very quick cars, and of course cars that were able to run on similar lap times to what Jay was doing for his first race victory.
Yeah, so I don't think there's a big pace difference here from our previous race winner now. So I don't see a half a second difference from them able to carve up through the field. They are very, very close together. But worried about Jagger and Saud getting away, I don't think the VW and Toyota camp, I think they're going to be fighting over each other from the word go.
No. Jagger Robertson wants a victory, so does Saud. Now remember, Saud Variawa had an absolute nightmare of a season last year, where he came into the season as the champion with a number 1 plate, and that number 1 plate was arguably the heaviest plate he's ever carried in his life. He just had no wins, no starts, no finishes. It didn't work out for him. come back in 2025 and number 3 on the car, and all of a sudden he's starting to mix it up with his own teammates and to mix it up with the usual competitors and of course rivals in this championship. Start line and front row for him is always a big thing for Variawa, and what we've seen in the past is usually if he's at the front end of a race, he's a difficult man to beat, particularly if he gets off the line right, and that's exactly what he'd be hoping to do alongside Jagger. But then you throw Jagger Robertson into the mix. Holds no bars in any category he's ever raced in his entire career.
And a driver that's been on the main circuit in a race car since the age of 12. He jumped into NX Legends.
Yeah.
He's mixed it up with Devin Robertson up in the front of that series for a long time. A lot of top drivers in there that he got to learn from. And again, reverse grid is something he's used to. He's had to do the reverse grid often. And he's normally not the one starting in the front in the second heat. He's the one starting at the back. So he's used to getting a pass done early and getting himself up into clean air as fast as possible.
And if he gets that, then he's also a difficult man to beat. Now we saw improved pace coming out of Andrew Schofield. He's got Siyabonga Monkonkwana behind him. Let's get into SuperCup as they start to weave their way down that back straight away. Mokotsi took the first win. He's going to look for the second one. Jason Usmore wants to certainly get one up on his arch rival if he can, and of course teammate. The first man you ever want to beat on a racetrack is your teammate. So if Jason Usmore wants a victory, he's got to beat Jonathan Mokotsi.
Yeah, it's going to be tough though. Jonathan turned a lot of laps in the VW around this circuit. And like we were speaking off air, another driver that came from the sim world, still spends a lot of time in the sim, and probably done thousands of laps.
From the oval track world,
right?
So he eventually learned how to turn left, which is pretty cool.
Let's see if he makes a pass into a right.
Hopefully he can. Let's see what happens now. Gazoo Racing GR Pretoria North Toyota Corolla moves its way off the circuit, handing the duties to the GR Corolla of Saud Variawa. Watch them back up here. I love the way they just bunch in and they get real up close and personal. It's like
there's contact being made there for sure.
There was a little bit, I think, between Van der Vat as they went down towards turn 1. Van der Vat trying to go through there with Jagger Robertson, but Campos on the inside. How was that line?
Oh, there goes
Schofield. Schofield sideways and into the wall. And now we're going to see this big plume of dust over there. Has he come together on his own?
No, there's a car there.
There's another car involved. I think that might be Van der Vat, to be honest with you. Van der Vat was being...
No, it's Campos.
It's Campos. It's the two BMWs. They are both stricken in the kitty litter at turn 1. Campos dived on the inside, so he was trying something pretty unique. Maybe he caught the curb and went flying through and had no opportunity other than T-boning his stablemate in the BMW. So Campos and Schofield in the kitty litter at turn 1. That is not the way Campos wanted to finish his birthday.
Are we going to see a safety car? Red flag.
Red flag.
So now, Greg, they haven't completed a first lap. So as far as I understand the rules, it's a full restart.
Full restart, yeah. Full
so
restart.
Whether that damage was too bad or not, if they can get that car out of the wall, out of the kitty litter, and back into the race, he starts where he was.
No, he'll start back of the grid.
If it's a new race, though.
If it's a new race, those cars are not going anywhere.
Oh, that car's not going anywhere.
Look at those damage.
Yeah, that's a
There's
big
too
smack.
much damage on that.
Well,
Campos rolls out. If he gets back on track, he may be able to start at the back of the grid. I don't think he'll be able to take his position because he was, of course, the what part of the antics that stopped the race. That's the reason for it. So as they come into... Oh, it's such a pity to lose that Fly Safe car. I was just
and he was
about
going
to
so
big
well.
up Andrew Schofield, and maybe gave him the commentator's curse there.
Shane Medic's going there to see if he's all right. We were hoping we needed them today.
It's the first time that Hunley and Don have been called into action. Fortunately, I don't think it's going to be too hectic because it didn't look like it was too big an accident, but there's a bit of damage there. It looks worse than it actually is probably on that car. Campos has got going again.
Doesn't look like damage on the front. It looks more like on the rear.
Oh, there's a lot of damage on that rear.
Yeah, it's definitely on the rear. So I don't know if he's...
the bumper off there completely.
It actually looks like he's taken a smack from someone going into on the rear of the car.
To be honest with you, he was on the inside line, so I think he might have clipped the curb and come across, and Schofield
Fair
came
enough.
in from behind. And the two of them then went right into the kitty
And
litter.
we got oil down at 5 and 6.
Yeah, he almost caught the oil there. So I wonder if there's another car involved. Because if there's oil down there, there's a possibility there might be a third car involved there. Let's have a look and see if there's any more damaged cars on track as we're watching this one.
BM, although cosmetic, the rest of it looks all right.
They'll rip that piece of bumper off. There's no doubt about it. And they'll probably get Campos back onto the grid. He's going
back to his grid slot.
So he might be able to resume that grid position. And if that's the case...
Well, technically he should. It is a whole new race. It's as if that first lap never happened.
Into 6th place. So there you go. No, he's not. Back of the grid. He's gone back of the grid. So he had to go to the back of the grid there. This car, unfortunately, is not going to get out as easily as what the other one did. He's stuck in that kitty litter. And, of course, with the new kitty litter, I don't know if you've seen it, Carl, over the last couple of race meetings here at Zwartkops, they've certainly increased the viscosity of that kitty litter, which is working well for cars in that situation. It stops them from sort of sliding into the walls and doing massive damage to cars. That's the big difference between them and what we had previously as kitty litter here. But now, of course, the hard work being done by our marshals to clear up a bit of oil that was dropped by one of the cars. Which one that is, I'm not sure.
Well, I haven't visited the new kitty litter yet. The last time I ran out of talent to turn one was 2023. So,
right, then you haven't experienced it.
I haven't experienced it yet.
No,
but there will be other opportunities for me to do it.
It's pretty thick compared to what it used to be. And with that, of course, it does exactly what it's supposed to do. And that's slow the car down or stop the car
100%,
completely.
Yeah.
And avoid big crashes and big damage to cars. So
which allowing Keegan Campos to get back into this race. You know, had that been a softer kitty litter or a shorter run of kitty litter, that BM would have been well buried into the tyre barrier.
Well, there's that guy that was over our shoulder earlier on today. He's now down on the grid doing his duties as the steward here for the South African Touring Car Championship and SuperCup.
A driver that was involved in the original SATC driving for, I think it was a Camry.
Yes.
Drove a Toyota Camry and a BMW as well.
BMW for...
BMW first, then Camry.
No, he was in the... what was it? I think it was a Castrol sponsored Camry, actually, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it was. Yeah, Castrol. And then there was the Minolta, the blue one, which is now sitting.
Yeah, that was no, not Dempsey's car. It was Mike White's car.
Now
and
sitting.
That's at Big Boss.
Big Boss Auto, yeah.
And you know what that was? That was a 21st birthday present for Devon.
It's a tough life, eh?
Yeah, that's what
I love that. I love that shop, though.
Dad bought him 21st birthday present, that Mike White Minolta Camry.
I have had the wonderful joy of working for Big Boss Auto when it was still Wayne, Justin, and Devon when they were involved in the Polo Cup, and some great car. That's not the only car that they have there.
No, there's a couple in that stable.
There's quite a few.
There's a little Renault Sandero Cup car that I piloted on a few occasions as well, which was really cool. They got an opportunity for yours truly to jump in as part of the Big Boss team when they did my Isuzu truck. And then, of course, once they'd done that, they said, "No, listen, don't you want to have a go in a race car?" I was like, "Yeah, I'd love a go in a race car." I said, "We've got this little Renault Sandero. You want to have some fun?" I said, "I don't care what it is. I'm going to race it."
I think that was the winner of the first Lamuna as well.
Yes, it was.
If I'm not mistaken.
It was. Yeah, that was my car. An awesome little machine that we had some fun in. We played around in Clubmans and then eventually into Silver Cup. Had some fun with that. So, yeah, there's a bit of a long-term relationship with that brand as well from our side. Of course, being from the south, it's really cool because they're only like a par 5 from my house.
Great shop there. Absolutely awesome. I loved working there. Some fantastic cars coming out of that workshop.
So you can see a bit of work being done on the back of Campos's car there. They've literally climbed onto that back right-hand side, trying to sort out maybe a bit of body rub that may be there. Saffair car, unfortunately, is out, so that's Schofield out of this one. He'll return to the pit lane with a bit of front-end damage on that BMW.
Well, helmet's still on. I wonder if he's not hoping that they can do some duct tape repairs there, but I doubt it.
No, I don't think so. I think there might be a little bit too much damage to the front end of that one for a quick repair. And even though they probably have a spare front end, I don't think they'll have enough
time-wise to put it on.
Yeah, put it back together again. Fortunately, no issues on the SuperCup class. They've all sort of just circulated and saw the issues and probably backed out of it slightly, realizing that there's possibilities of either safety car or red flag coming, so they didn't want to go and do anything too horrendous before the red flags were deployed.
You really think so?
Somebody is like literally under the back of Campos's car there.
Get him a 4-point hammer.
I'm not quite sure if that's Peter Jacquet, but if it is, he's doing an incredible job to sort out whatever the damage to the back end of that car is to give Keegan a chance to still have a go here for the second heat. Reach in.
Definitely worth the effort, though. You get another bite of the apple. It doesn't happen very often. Normally, when there is an incident like that, there's the duct tape. You see it lying. Duct tape and cable ties.
Zip ties, baby. Say no more.
If you can't fix it with duct tape and cable ties, you're not using enough duct tape and cable ties.
Yeah, exactly. And then if you can't do it with duct tape and zip ties, it means that you don't know how to go motor racing in South Africa.
Brute force there, pulling out the fender liner, make sure it doesn't rub on the tire.
Do you know the fact they're probably going to do like a little bit of a sort of what do you call it? Staple job there with the duct tape and the zip ties to try and just sew it up so that Campos can go at it again. He's just sitting cool, calm, and collected in the car,
like nothing happened,
letting the team do the job. He knows he's got confidence in his team to give him a car that could potentially be still competitive.
There's no better place to be as a driver to have that much faith in the people looking after your car. That I would be normally out of that car, double checking, pulling, checking.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, guys, can't we do this? Can't we do that? Let's Whereas Keegan's got so much faith, he's like, all good, boys. I'm just going to sit in this car. I must say that the Rotax Grand Final I did, having that one race, to have a team behind me and set up a car that I just have to sit in the chair, get in the cart and drive, it makes such a big difference to you as a driver.
And that's exactly why he's sitting as cool and calmly as we just saw him there in the helmet. He knows exactly what his job is. His job is to climb in the car and go as fast as he can. The team will give him a car that will be as competitive as possible, and they're now going to try and give him one that is slightly damaged, but still has a chance of winning races.
It'll be interesting to see how that rear damage, though, without the diffuser affects not only the handling, but the way the car runs in a straight line. I think it's more the way the car runs in a straight line now that'll be affecting. I mean, you're not getting the right amount of airflow through the back of that car. So it could unsettle it in a straight line. But the BMW is quite a different shape in comparison to the other hatchbacks that are here.
A little rounder at the back, so maybe a little bit more aerodynamic. I do know that Michael, when I first chatted to him about the fact that they went to the Corolla hatches as opposed to the sedans that Monkonkwana in, he said, in terms of the straight line speed, the saloon car was actually a better option than the hatch because it didn't create that sort of suction at the back of the car. So it gave it a little bit more streamline ability on the car, and the top end was actually better on the saloon cars as opposed to the hatches. But of course, they've now sorted out the handling and everything, so that doesn't really come into play anymore. But initially, Michael was saying he wasn't happy at first with the hatch option. He's now very happy with it, but there was certainly some debate around which of the better option was.
Well, that was also the conversation. I don't know if you remember, in 1994, Volvo arrived at a British Touring Car Championship with a station wagon.
Touring car. With a
station wagon. Yeah,
yes,
touring wagon. For the same reason, the airflow over the back of the car was a lot better in a straight line. Although it didn't handle very well.
No, well, it went fast in a straight line. That's what they needed it to do. But it was certainly a competitive car, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Right, so they're also moving Jagger's car. So I think they're just reshuffling the grid. Yeah, they're going to put him back into original grid positions.
Yeah, so this will be a complete new restart, complete new race. As if the previous start didn't happen, obviously bar the damage to the back of Keegan's car and the fact that we're missing.
Here's Jason Campos. Let's catch up with him quickly.
Jason Campos, talk me through the incident that happened there from your point of view.
Yeah, look, we were watching at the top there. Looked like Keegan got a great start, got on the inside of Julian. And unfortunately, 3 going into 1 doesn't make too much sense, and tapped, and 2 BMWs are out now, so a little bit unfortunate. Hopefully we can get my brother back into the race, but we'll see how it goes.
I'm sure that was some kind of insight from Jay as to what they've been doing to the back end of the car. Nice to see him there supporting his brother. I know that Roy's here as well. In fact, I saw him you won't miss Roy Campos here today. He's walking around in the loudest Ferrari jacket in the world. And when I said to him, that's a nice yellow jacket there. He says, well, they did win the mall in a yellow car, so I had to support them. So
fair enough.
The same weekend, Michael Dunlop won on a yellow Ducati as well.
So are we going to see a yellow BMW at the next event?
There's a very good possibility. That's Arlene Brown, of course, our COC for this category. She does an amazing job as one of our top race control officials in the country. Running touring cars is not an easy task to have, and I'm sure. But she certainly takes no nonsense from any of the drivers, which is the way you've got to handle these caliber of drivers, because they can tend to get a little bit out of hand on occasion, as you know. I look at you with that wry grin on your face, as you've done in the past too.
Me never. I don't know what you're talking about. The red mist can take you over. So often if you see a driver get out of a race car, they close their visor. It's always best just to leave them be for a bit. But the COCs, great job from all of them. I think in every form of motorsport, it's such a difficult job to do. And I think a lot of respect needs to be given to all our officials and marshals.
Yeah, I think that's also a good time to sort of mention that. We mentioned the medical team that have been called into duty for the first time, arguably one of the best in the country here at Zwartkops with Hanneli and Don and their team. But our race officials, marshals, medics, everybody in the background that does this all together, even Michael van Rooyen with a thumbs up there for us, have to be given some accolades, because without them we can't go racing. The Orange Army that are around the circuit are a vital statistic to what we do in terms of our race action that's provided at Extreme Festival. How's Nati feeling? He's not talking to us.
Cool.
There we go. We got a little wave there. We got a little wave from Nati Msimanga.
But the one thing they sit out here in the sun all day. And even in Cape Town, all day, 6 hours in the rain.
Yeah,
Marshall standing out there in the rain.
Just think about Lamar last weekend. I don't want to know that. And Isle of Man for 2 weeks every single day.
Yeah, Sawood.
Sawood going to get a little... No, race faces on there for Sawood. He's concentrating. No thumbs up from him.
Focused.
Probably get one from Jagger if we go across to him.
Oh, definitely.
We're going to miss Jagger. We've missed Jagger. We're going to Julian. Okay. Jules usually gives a little wave to the camera if he sees us. Here we go, coming over the door.
Julian, we're coming in
Julian
for
van
the
der Walt,
start
how are
now,
you
okay?
feeling?
Nothing.
No,
We're doing a full race,
Race
a full race
cars,
distance.
full
Yeah,
off
full
and
race
full
distance.
stop.
Yeah, definitely full race. There we go.
Did we just voice over?
We just do voices for him. Yeah, let's do some voices. Keegan's back onto his original grid position as well after a little bit of work done on the car. He'll be ahead. Michael van Rooyen. One warm-up lap, they're saying. Thanks, Mike. Just confirming that for us.
Just calling the cameraman over.
Yeah, he's telling
Close my door,
Claudio,
please.
Please
Yeah,
close the door,
there we
Claudio. Claudio closing his door.
I can't reach my door. Closing the door with his foot while holding the camera.
Sia Bongo Bongo Kwana, don't let us down. But our camera didn't let us down. We wanted like a thumbs up from Sia and we went to the touring car.
To the logo.
Logo. Thanks, Claudio.
It's already on the screen, Claudio.
We got that, bud. We got that covered. Alrighty, so we're about to go to a restart chat. We've just joined us from all around the world. Massive thanks for your support on our live stream feed. It's South African Touring Cars and SuperCup. It's race 2's start 2. And due to the fact that we had a big incident between the two BMWs of Jason Campos and Andrew Schofield in turn 1, the track has been cleared. Hopefully the oil has been cleared at the top of the field as well, because we did have some issues there on turn 5 and 6 with a bit of oil being dropped by one of the cars. I'm not quite sure which one it was.
Could have even been from one of the GRs previously.
Could have been, yeah.
I must add though, when you follow a car with rear end damage like that in a race after a red flag, it does make you hesitate on a move or where to put the car, or where it does drain your focus from the race.
Scared, bro. You're just scared.
Probably.
No, it does. I'm not going to disagree with you there. You see that rear end damage and you kind of think, well, what else is going to come
off the car? Yeah.
Is something going to pop up into my visor or possibly into
my windscreen?
Depending if you're in a single seater or a saloon car. Back to SuperCup though. Let's have a look and see possibilities here, possibly of Jason Loosmore. Let's have a quick chat here with the man from WCT, Stewie.
Stuart, talk me through that incident that happened out there.
Not really sure, Claude. I mean, it looked like Keegan got a bit out of shape and it took Andy out. So we'll have to see. Obviously, Andy's back and he's starting from the pit lane. So we just have to hope that he can have a proper race. And let's hope they all get away cleanly this time.
Thanks to you. All the best, man.
Thank you.
So you weren't wrong. WCT got to action with some duct tape and zip ties and literally strapped the front end of that BMW together for Andrew Schofield. He'll start from pit lane, but it'll give him a chance to at least have a go.
If you can't fix it with duct tape, you're not using enough duct tape.
There you go. Bottom line. Duct tape, zip ties, and a 10-pound hammer.
If NASCAR has taught us anything.
Yeah, wire brush and Dettol. That's how you do it.
There we go. Move
Injuries
forward.
on the driver, wire brush and Dettol. Injuries on the car, zip ties and duct tape. Right. Let's bring him to the line. Will be once again a rolling start. Sawud Variawa, but this time it's a full restart, so they will take up their positions. It's not going to be a line astern as they would if they were under safety car, and they're going to allow the Fly Safair car
to the end of pit lane.
To the end of pit lane to take up its position just before the SuperCup category come through. Lights out, and here we go.
They're clear abreast again into turn 1. Keegan being a little bit calmer than he was on the first start. He wasn't going up the inside and over the curb like he was before, but he's going to be inside for turn 2. No, he goes for the outside, and it's 3 Toyotas line astern on the inside of turn 2.
Yeah, literally. Variawa from
Van Rooyen from Nati.
Yeah, Nati and Van Rooyen. That's how they went in there. So that's kind of what we kind of expected to see from the formation flying that Gazoo Racing usually gives us in race 2 in this kind of situation.
Ooh.
Around the outside there. Mohamed Wali with a horrible start there, unfortunately dropping back a lot further back than what he was. He's behind Hill. He's into the clutches there of Nico Safiris. But there goes Schofield. He was able to get out just before the Cup class. Is it the one car out front? It is.
Oh, yeah, come take Bishop down the inside into 4.
Take backing out of that one.
Slam
only just to miss the back end of Jason Loosmore. Back to the touring cars as they head down the hill. Onto the break. Oh, somebody's run wide. Is that Nati? Nati's run wide. Nati running wide there and losing a position. And unfortunately, that'll drop him right to the back of that pack behind Siyabonga Monkankwana as they cross the line for the first time in anger. How far back is Schofield? Probably about another 4 or 5 seconds before he crosses the line, but he's just ahead of that SuperCup class.
Well, the damage on the back of Campus's car doesn't seem to be affecting him all that much. He's moved up 2 places already from the start, and he's now chasing onto the back of Michael van Rooyen. We know how difficult Michael van Rooyen is to pass. He's got a lot of experience in these cars. Tate Bishop Still in third place in the Super Cup battle. He was looking for a way up the inside into turn 4. I was chatting to him after the race. He says he just can't seem to get the drive off the corner that the other two in front of him can.
Fissa also having the same problem. Mohammed Wali diving on the inside of Dylan Praji. So Bulawayo versus Wali there, and he loses out there as Mohammed Wali dives on his inside. That'll move him up to about 5th or 6th place. It is the 5th place at the moment is Nicky Vastanis by the looks of things, and then tucked in behind him Darby van der Merwe. So a good start there from Darby van der Merwe, tucked in behind Nicky Vastanis. Bits and pieces of that car, as you mentioned, starting to fall off as well. One thing I'm also worried about is what's the bonnet, the boot. The boot's starting to flap on Campos's car.
Well, he's already lost 2 places, so he's gone back right to the back of the field, and I don't know if he's just backed it off and decided, okay, let me just follow on and try and finish this race for championship points as opposed to try and get into the race, because he's fallen right to the back of this field.
Or maybe realizing that the car's not performing as well as it was, so survival would be better with championship points in hand as opposed to no championship points and some more damage to the car.
Oh, Bishop down the inside into turn 1. He's moving for second place. He moves over deep. He's made that a block pass because he knows they're going to be under attack into turn 2, and Fist has gone with him. So great move from Bishop. He made it a block pass and has given him second place, but it's also given our leader at the moment a massive amount of breathing room.
Yeah, of course he's just getting away from everybody as they fight from behind. Then you got Praji fighting with Mohammed Wali and Zafiris. The 3 of them are locked at each other's throats. Davide Franco about to join them with Dean Fenter. So Fenter's car seems to be sorted out as well. Here comes the return of the favour there. 2 teammates in the past. Fissa and Loosemore worked together so that both Charles Fissa, first of all, could win a Polo Cup Championship, and then second, Jason Loosemore could. So they have worked together in the past. They're now fighting, and arch rivals on track.
Oh, it slowed it down on the apex, so he's got him past and stopped it on the apex. That slowed Fissa down. He couldn't get the move down into 6, and it's also brought Nicky involved, as well as that Starlet Toyota of Derby.
That's right, that little Toyota Starlet coming into the mix there with Darby van der Merwe, and just behind that, it's Hill. So, unbelievable start to this one. This is exactly the kind of action we've seen all season long so far from our touring car and Super Cup category. Right now, Variawa in control, but he has got some hard charges coming from behind. It's his teammate that's doing the tail gunner role right now in Michael van Rooyen.
2 Toyotas and 2 VWs.
Exactly that. Van der Vat on the inside. Here comes Jagger Robertson looking for an opportunity to dive through and maybe find a way past if he can. How close do you want it? There is literally half a second.
Whoa! Oh, I was about to call that.
Sia Bonga having a big dive on Nati and sideline.
I think it was the other way around. Nati was looking for the inside into 6 in the background. So unfortunately, Nati just going a little bit too deep, too fast, and not being seen on the inside, and we lose another Toyota into the gravel trap.
So the saloon car in the gravel trap there, as opposed to the hatch version. Nati Msamanga having a big dive there. Let's put a Toyota into the kitty. Might get a safety car scenario here, because that car is in quite a dangerous position.
No one sold Julian van der Vat though, because he did a full send into turn 2.
Missed the gear out of turn 2 there. Drops back behind Michael van Rooyen. So he loses out, in fact, behind Nati, in fact. He's lost out to Nati there. So chopping and changing through this pack as per usual. And at the front end now, Julian van der Vat on the attack. Van Rooyen hits the front and leads, and he's getting away now from Variawa, who holds on to second place. He was actually running the tail gunner role. He's now taken over the attack role, and the tail gunner role has been handed to Sawad Variawa. Here comes Nati, inside for top 3 for Gazoo Racing. Can he squeeze through? Yes, he can. Oh, he forces Julian van der Vat wide.
Variawa,
1, 2, 3.
Variawa definitely backed that up there into the turn number 5. He slowed it down. Campos has not given up on this race yet. He's coming down the inside into turn 8 on Robertson. Robertson shuts the door firmly in Campos' face. But Variawa very clever there. He saw his teammate was looking to attack. He slowed it down, just got it turned on the apex, and gave him the opportunity to get it down the inside into 6 on the VW. So now it's Toyota 1, 2, and 3. But Van der Vat is not giving up deep onto the inside into turn 2. And it looks like he's gotten that move done. But do we see the Toyota try and run around the outside all the way through to 4? It's going to be difficult when your teammate, Robertson's right behind him.
Yeah, Jagger Robertson right behind him now, going to try and use that advantage and maybe squeeze through there on Nati. Put the pressure onto Nati Msamanga with 2 GTIs on his inside. Can he soak that up? No, highly unlikely. And here comes the BM. The Campos BM about to come and join the party. Campos inside, 3x3 to the top of the hill. Who's going to have what it takes on the brakes here? Here we go. Late braking from Campos, even later from Jagger Robertson. He squeezes through and finds a way past. So it's Nati Msamanga who eventually loses out there after a great move to get past on Van der Vat. He now loses out to both the GTI 8s.
Yeah, that VW's deciding, okay, Toyota can play team game, so can we. Let's get both cars up the field and past Nati. They've done that. And now the charge happens to get onto the back of Variawa, but it's all pretty much Van Rooyen out in front. But not, Jagger seems to be having an issue going up through the gears. It looks like every time he looks for third, it's not there.
Yeah, he's battling with that gearbox. As you can see, Nati just goes past him, no worries at all. Now back down into second gear as they come, in fact, probably down to first gear for these cars into the hairpin here at Castrol. As they come out of that one, it's second, third, and into fourth as they get onto the back straight away. Here comes Campos. Campos in the slipstream now of Jagger Robertson. He cannot afford to lose a gear here onto the back straight. Campos will make him pay big time.
Nazi got a problem into 4, and Jagger's all the way up the inside again, but it's way too far away. Strange that Nazi seems to have a gap up to 4, and then towards 4 lose the top end of it.
Unbelievable stuff there now as they come up into the braking once again for turn 5. Will we see a change up again between these three? Natim Samanga hangs on. He's lost ground now to Van der Walt because he's gone defensive on Jagger Robertson. Jagger with massive amounts of pressure being put onto him by Campos, who's looking to jump through at least to survive and get some decent points in the bag. Tate Bishop currently looking for that opportunity to take a victory away from Jonathan Mkhotsi.
And he's closed the gap. He has definitely closed the gap. That gap was a lot bigger when we were last looking at the Super Cups. So he's definitely closed that gap and pulled away from that battle of third and fourth between Visser and Loosemore. Loosemore getting the better of Visser now and up into third place.
This is what we want to be seeing. Somebody giving Jonathan Mkhotsi a bit of a run for his money. Jason Loosemore has got away from Visser and just controlling that gap between himself and third and fourth place for this point in time. Nice battle for fifth though. Haven't really concentrated here. We're going to look at it for the first time. Vastanis fighting hard there with Darby van der Merwe, Cara Hill and Siabonga Monkukwana back into the mix. But Praji's in there as well. So Dylan Praji, the auto-styling man from Fast Developments, doing a superb job there, all the way from Zimbabwe.
Yeah, we talk about Nicky Vastanis and his car, that 24 car, blue in the front. They've even got the headlights to match that. So probably one of the most striking liveries out there. We can see it from a mile away, but doing a great job to actually move himself up the field again after a bit of an argy-bargy in the first heat with himself and Fenton.
Yeah, those two coming together right in the closing stages now. So these Wix filters are now being put into full effect at this point of the race. The Dunlop tyres are starting to cry out. How much longer do they have to last? Somebody's run off at turn 1 by the looks of things. Yo, it's Siabonga Monkukwana again. Second time in this one. And that's in a very dangerous position.
That's
so
going to have to be
very
safety
possible safety car scenario coming your way shortly. How many laps you got to go? Two laps
I
to
think
go.
we'll
They might
probably
keep it
end.
under double yellows. They might keep it under double yellows there with only 2 laps to go. We'll wait and see. Here comes the leaders of SuperCup. Mkhotsi pushing hard to try and hang on.
Safety car.
Tight. Safety car has been deployed.
Yeah, we'll probably end up finishing on a safety car now. There's
Yeah.
only 2 laps left to go. That car's not going to move for a while. We, as you say, the newer kit litter made to keep the driver safe. But unfortunately,
to perfection. Siabonga Monkukwana walking away from that one. We saw him get out the car and move out of harm's way. But safety car has been deployed. It'll pick up on the lead cars out of the SuperCup class and probably wave them by. And it means that Michael van Rooyen will then come and take up his position to finish up behind the Pretoria Toyota, because he will catch them on the last lap. And with that last lap under safety car, it'll basically bring this race to conclusion. Bit of a sort of downer here to finish up like that, but it's kind of how racing goes occasionally.
yeah, look at the action was aplenty all the way through the field, so it's a bit unfortunate that we're going to end under safety car. Michael van Rooyen, though, did have it all his own way, thanks to his teammates. Variawa in second place behind him. And you're right, they've crossed the start finish line. They will be picking up the PTA Nord Toyota car with only 1 lap left to go.
Yeah, he's waved them through. He's waiting for the leaders to come through. So he's actually waved the SuperCup cars through and allowed Jonathan Mkhotsi to complete his lap. So yeah, he picks up on Michael van Rooyen into turn 2 at Cashel Corner. And he will now lead them through on this last lap. So yeah, that's it basically. Van Rooyen, Variawa, Van der Walt. That's how it'll finish up.
Campos ahead of Robertson. So good to stay in that race and then bring home some points, even with a damaged car. So
in 5th place, still a top 3, I think, for Jason Campos. I mean, for Keegan Campos.
As
his
an
birthday,
overall,
he'd be pretty happy with that, I think. A double victory is what he'd be looking for. He got the first win, which was a great birthday present for him. But I think a top 3 overall, considering the fact he had a damaged car, he won't sneeze at, that's for sure.
So now, is this class in terms of overall, is it done on points accumulated over the day, or are we looking at overall time, finishing time?
It's normally time.
So a safety car finish does ruin in terms of overall time, gain, and that sort of stuff. So Tate Bishop, he had a big gap in second place. It could have put him second for the day, but now with a safety car and the gap in the field, it might change it up, and he'll lose that second place to third for the day.
Well, we'll see how it goes. We're only going to get the unofficial results, of course, as they will pop up as the chicken flag comes out. But that's not yet, because we've still got 3 corners to go. Under safety car. unfortunately finishing under safety car here due to that incident with Siyabonga Mongokwana. He's okay. That's the most important factor. The Masters category, we haven't really spoken about them, but Andre Besaidnout actually hang on to beat out Roberto Franco this time, so it's shared honours between the two of them, and it will also be possibly how they finish up in the overalls with the safety car being brought into account. I think it might be Roberto Franco will have the advantage there over Besaidnout to win the Masters side of the SuperCup class. So here comes the flag with Michael van Rooyen behind the safety car to finish up under safety car. It's Michael van Rooyen, Saud Variawa, 1-2 for GR Racing, and Julian van der Walt for Volkswagen Motorsport there in third. He beats out Natium Samanga, Keegan Campos and Jagger Robertson. Andrew Schofield back on track as well, also good for him. Some points for 7th are also important at this point of the championship. You cannot afford to be losing points in the championship. Jonathan Mahotsi will hang on to his lead of the SuperCup class overall in the championship, ahead of Tate Bishop. Jason Newsmore would certainly have moved, I think, ahead of Charles Visser now. And Nicky Vastanis definitely moving up in the championship overall after 2 great outings here at Zwartkops for that car. Davi van der Merwe in the starlet ahead of Cara Hill and Dylan Praji. Mohamed Wali and Davide Franco making up the top 10 in our SuperCup category. So that wraps up our South African Touring Cars and SuperCup. And up next we head into the third and final heats of our 3 heaters for the day. And that, of course, will be the MSA4's Astron Energy Polo Cup and Extreme SuperCars driven by Dunlop.
The rest of the field.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I got 19.6. Yes, so you came far.
Well done, Boyle. Mark, how's it feel pick up that race win there after all the carnage?
Yes, interesting race. I was very disappointed after the red flag on the first go. I had a very good start and managed to get third through turn 2. I had to do it all over again. Didn't. I ended up 5th after turn 2. And yes, I had to steadily make my way through. But a little bit of help with my teammates. They didn't make it too hard for me. They helped a lot. But yes, a clean race for me, which was very important, and pick up that first win.
Championship looking tasty now, huh?
Yes, I think it's still a long way to go, but it certainly helps.
All the best.
Thanks.
Jonathan Mahotsi, double on the day. You got to be happy with that performance.
More than stoked, super happy. It's been a long time since I had a double victory at Zwartkops. I don't think I've ever had a double victory at Zwartkops, so this is very welcome to myself and the team. Jason performed really, really well. I'm not quite sure what happened in the second race itself, but yeah, bagged some very decent points for the weekend, but we're only halfway in the season and we've still got a lot of work to do ahead.
I'm sure that helps now with retaining the #1 plate going into the next round.
It certainly helps. It certainly helps. But I think I'm still trailing in the championship by a couple of points. But as you know, there's a long season ahead, so there's still a lot to play for.
All the best, man.
Appreciate it.
MSA4 back onto the circuit of choice for the baptism of fire that they've had as their initial welcome to South African motorsport, and it's fantastic to see. I mean, you just had JL coming through here and chatting about the fact that you've got drivers that are already into the 103s in these cars. That's I don't think what they expected to get out of these cars this early on, and if that's the case, can you imagine what they're going to do once everybody's got up to proper speed on these cars?
Yeah, it's not just the drivers that need to get up to speed on these cars, remember, like also the engineers that are involved in running these cars and getting them set up, getting the tire pressures right. You don't know exactly what this car needs just yet. You've only had a few test days, so these cars are only going to get quicker and quicker as the year goes on and as the drivers and the engineers progress. But a change up on the grid though, completely different to what we've seen in race 1 and race 2.
Top 8 inverted. So Casey Insel-Smith will start from 8th place, Renzo Rivera from 7, Nell from 6, Palome from 5, Malamela from 4, Besaid Note from 3, and your front row will be Causa and Voss.
And looking at the way Michael and Karabo have been going in their respective heats, they've moved themselves up a couple of places here and there, so they've got decent pace. So it's not all going to be Casey Angel Smith's way. We know he's got a bit of pace in the rest of the field, but now he's got to go through 7 of them to get himself to the front, and one of them being Renzo Ribeiro, our second place finisher in the first 2 races. And giving the only one really able to stay in touch with Casey over the first couple of laps. So it'll be interesting to see how they move up through the field. Karabo, we know he's got that round the outside down to T. I think you used to call it the Slim Shady, Greg, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
We go back a couple of years to the karting days, the Slim Shady.
There's no doubt about it. And exactly what he does is kind of like, as Slim Shady used to say in his song, 2 trailer park girls round the outside. That's exactly what he's doing, but it's it goes. But I just want to just shoot down to my racing file here, because MSA4, just going through it, we got round 2 in East London, we got round 3 in Killarney, we got round 4 at Red Star, which is a regional race, which they join the regional categories in the Extreme Festival, and the final round here at Zwartkops. Both Zwartkops rounds are 3 heaters. Everybody else is 2. So in the final race of the season for this inaugural season for MSA4, they've got another triple header coming back to Zwartkops for that final.
And it'll be interesting to see the pace that they've found from the start of the season to the end of the season.
Exactly. And of course, going through the faster tracks like Killarney and East London, they're going to get to see exactly what the potential of these cars are.
And we see that in the rookie drivers of F1 as well. When they move to a faster circuit, their confidence then increases when they move back to the slower stuff again, because they've had to run these cars at the speed that they do. You start to learn the grip level it's got. You start to learn the effect of the aero. So it'll be interesting to see as these drivers develop and as they get up to speed with them.
Kelly Gregory on the front there as well, one of the massive components behind Ian Schofield's team of wonders when it comes to single-seaters. Getting a final pick there before they get going. One thing I got to ask you, Nzalo Khoza, coming out of karting, of course he's been on a pole position in his career, I'm sure, but has he been in a pole position with this pack behind him? Yeah. How would the pressure be on that young man right now?
Oh, it's ginormous at the moment. He knows he's got to get a good launch. He knows he's got to get away. If he can get a little bit of clear air over the first lap while everybody else is fighting behind him, he can maybe stretch his legs a little bit and fight for a podium towards the end of the race. And that's, I think, where he needs to be focused. Get a good launch, get out of turn 2, clean and comfortable, and see if you can get away from the fight.
Lights out. Here we go. You got a good start. You got a great start, in fact. Got off the line nicely. Now, I was watching a couple of guys coming into pit lane yesterday. A couple of swapping and changing in the mid-pack there as well. Expecting to see that. Casey Ansel Smith wants to try and get up as quickly as possible if he can. But he's going to try and follow Michael Besaidnout and Liam Palome through if he can. He's got through there on Renzo. So he's made up one position off the grid there. Renzo's just tucked in behind him. So one place off the line before they get onto the back straight for the first time.
It's Alex Foss leading at the moment from Nzalo. So Nzalo did get a good... Is that Alex Foss in the lead?
No, it's not.
No, that's Michael.
69. That's Besaidnout. Besaidnout got the drop off the line, and he now leads out over Nzalo Khoza, but it's Besaidnout looking to come through there, and watch out as he comes to the top of the hill, because Foss is right there. Foss is looking for a chance.
Karabo up the inside.
Malamela also with a dive, and into the mix comes Palome.
Down the inside there, Casey Angel Smith just holding off on Alex Force. It looked like trying to get around the outside of him. So Casey up another place and tucked in right underneath our Namibian driver, Arjon. Now down the inside there behind him, that is Ribeiro. There's a big lockup and there's cars very close together. I hope they all made it through there.
Looks like they've just squeezed through turn 8 and come out on the other side to survive outbraking maneuver. Whoa, speaking of outbraking, how was that maneuver from Casey?
Full send down the inside, flat out left-hander for these cars. They don't lift through there, so that was brave. And Nzalo goes down another place with Liam Palome going past him, and that's allowed Casey Angel Smith to get a good drive out of turn 2. But is it going to be enough for this to break the slipstream Nzalo has off Liam?
You can see that. As you can see, they've gone to the back straight. It was actually, I think, Null who lost out there to Casey Ansel Smith as they went through turn 1. He dived on the inside with that full send and got through. Now he sets his sights on the pole man. Can he find a way through? He's on the inside line. He knows this track
job done
very well. Slightly more experience when it comes to single-seaters over Nzalo. And just gets on the brakes late enough. And Null comes with him. Love it. Here comes Null.
Again for turn 6 is not enough. So unfortunately, I don't think he realized how hard he had to brake there. He chased down too hard and then couldn't get the car stopped and rotated. But Casey Angel Smith making another move. He's moving to... here comes Arjon Null on the brakes into turn 8. And Nzalo's braking late. He's braking hard. He's locked up and he's gone straight on.
Yeah,
so Arjon Null gets it done, and so does Ribeiro as well. So Nzalo just breaking to the pressure of all the faster pack for the moment coming through.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there. Rookie error, unfortunately. Just
Yeah.
a little bit too hard, too much, a little bit too difficult on the opportunity he looked for there. Here comes a man who's had plenty of experience in a car, both Vos and Van Wheelie with a newly clean car. I'm sure, to be honest with you, it'll be Ron Senior that did the cleaning of that car. I'm going to just mention that out there. Well done, Ron Senior. Cleaning the magnificent paint and hardware machine to get it back up and running.
And looking magnificent and well painted.
It does, yeah. Well painted and well cleaned now.
I see they've also repaired that front wing damage that he had with Kian Spies after the flag on the second heat. But at the moment, it's all kind of settling down. Nobody, well, as I say that, look for the back. Van Wheelie all over the back of Vos through 5 and 6 is creating a bit of a traffic jam at the back of the field. And the one in front of it is Nzalo. And just behind that, the driver in the wall later on in Heat 2 was Jordan Woodley down the inside.
Woodley back into the mix as well, so we're going to have to keep an eye on his progress too, because he certainly wants to try and make up some lost ground after that little incident in turn 1 in race 2, as you mentioned there, Carl. But now as they head towards turn 2, Alex Vos going defensive, keeping out Van Wheelie. What that's doing is allowing Nzalo to get away. So the pole man might have dropped down into 7th place, but take nothing away from the fact that he's still in a fight with 3 seasoned campaigners right on his tail.
Jordan Woodley not just hanging around there. He saw Van Wheelie go wide to get the exit out of turn 2, and he just stuck the nose up the inside. They're now side by side down the back straight into turn 4, and it's going to be Woodley to get past Van Wheelie. Naidu doing a great job to hang on to the back of Vos, but it's going to be enough. He's got a good run out of 4. They're going to head up to 2. Vos is going to go defensive, but he doesn't cover the white line. They get on the brakes into 5, and it's more than enough for Naidu to get it down. But now it's about the run out. It's a block pass, and he's gotten that job done. But still, Woodley down the inside into 6. It was a late lunge.
And he's made
a little bit of touch on the tyres.
Rubbing those tyres, you don't want to be doing. We don't want to test those tethers out, boys. Let's keep it all together. Keep it nice and neat and tidy. Here's a maneuver from Casey Ensel-Smith trying to get through there still on Palome. Trying to find a way through as well as they come squeezing through turn number 1. Watching the top 2 get away. That's what's probably frustrating Casey Ensel-Smith the most, is he's stuck behind a car while he watches Karabo Malamela and Michael Besaidnout getting away at the front end.
Karabo has closed that gap massively between himself and Michael Besaidnout, so we're going to have 2 cars battling it out for the lead, 4 cars battling it out for the final step of the podium. Car off though, a little bit of dirt and dust. We're waiting to see for the dust to settle so we can see who it was.
Does it clear in time to tell us who it is, or
No.
did they get back on track?
It looks like he got back on track.
Right, so as they come up onto the braking point, we're watching the battle further back here between Vos and Van Wheelie. It's for top 10 honours.
And we're missing Woodley.
I think it might be Woodley who's not missing.
Casey's trying to go around the outside of Palome into turn 5. That's put him under pressure into turn 6 from Arjun Null. Arjun Null sticks the nose in, but Casey shuts the door firmly in his face. Great respect from all these drivers. No contact, no touching, and they all still make it through 5, 6,
They are
and
working
7.
exceptionally hard to stop that contact, because that's definitely something you don't want in a single-seater. You see it normally ends up in tears and ends up with maybe 3 or 4 stories high, cars flying in the air, particularly when they're in full flight. So let's see whether or not Adrian Null might be able to stick behind Casey Ensel-Smith. It might be not a bad idea. He knows how fast Casey was in the first 2.
Ooh, Adrian Null's late to the brakes.
Yeah. Late braking from the Namibian. Trying to find a way through. Does he make it stick? No, he doesn't. But he has to go defensive because all of a sudden Renzo's back into the mix.
Great racing from all these youngsters. Nice and respectful, giving each other enough space all the way around the circuit. But Karabo has been putting the hammer down the last few laps. He was quickest until about a lap ago, trying to catch onto the back. But our fastest man on circuit at the moment looks like Shirin Naidu.
That's our new camera position up top there as well, which is quite lucky to see, hey? He's just going to get his parachute right, and then he'll go to camera 2, which is our top camera there. Nicely done. Right, Besaidnout. He's defending hard, yeah.
Oh, Ribeiro's got him past now.
Found a way through. Sneaking up into turn 5, just made it stick, and through 6 and 7 now. Hangs on to it. Casey Ensel-Smith still with no answer to Liam. Liam hanging on for now for dear life. I think he's hanging on by the skin of his teeth. There's nothing in it between Casey Ensel-Smith and Liam as they come across the line. Shirin Naidu once again quickest on that last pass, so definitely a man to watch out for, but unfortunately it might be too little too late there for the Production X car.
Saying that though, he's not far off this battle between Arjun Null and Ribeiro, so if they keep tripping over each other, damage, is that yes it is, damage on Nzalo's car, front wing. So the front wing not looking too healthy on the front of Nzalo's car there, maybe why he's lost pace and also why we're missing Woodley and Van Wheelie have dropped off.
Possibly a little touch between those 3. Once again, Jordan Woodley coming off worst for wear there. Not quite sure exactly what happened. We didn't get it on camera, but we might get it on our cameras for for later on.
Oh, almost a great cutback from Carabo. He's staying there. He's going to look.
Get a massive look there, but hang on. Here we go.
That is so hard to do.
And a corner to go, and Karabo Malamela has got some blood in the water, and it tastes just like Michael MSA4.
I know there's very little comparison between a Super V and one of these MSA4s, but to not take that front wing out when running that close to a car in front of you is super difficult. I was able to run into the back of my own teammate in the Super V and just pull the wing straight off the car, because you're not quite sure where it is. You can't see it, so you're guessing
can't actually see it.
as to where the end is. For the two of these drivers to run this close together without touching, great driving for both of them.
Super skills from both of these drivers, and certainly this is exactly what MSA4 wanted for their initial championship rivalry to kick things off for this championship. And it certainly bodes well for the future, because I think there's a lot of karters that'll be watching this going, hang on a second, this
is where I want to be.
This is exactly where I want to be. 160 horsepower machines, exactly the same kind of formula as what MSA4 are doing with Formula 4. The Halo type device, all of the safety considerations, the paddle shift, everything working to perfection here. Exactly what we need to get our guys an opportunity to go and race on equal standings when they go international from Motorsport South Africa.
Most importantly though, 2 seconds off a GT3 car. So flag out.
Yeah, it is. Last lap coming through there, and it's Michael MSA4, Karabo Malamela, who hangs on. And Malamela tried hard. 0.3 of a second between the two of them across the line there. It's not a bad way to finish off a day's racing. And with that inverted grid, it worked really nicely as well. There is Moodley back on track eventually. He's going to come through there to finish up in 10th place. We lost Keon Spies, I think. We lost Anastasia, and we didn't get some Piwe back on track for the third and final heat. So those 3 drivers, unfortunately, not making it out for that last one. But actually, fastest driver of the race on lap 12, a 103.9 out of Shiranadi. That's amazing stuff. Very, very good. MSA4, Malamela, and Palome, your top 3. Edsel Smith should hang on for the overall victory because of the 2 wins he took earlier on in the day. And Renzo probably going to get second overall. Interesting to see who finished up in third. Probably either between MSA4 and Malamela after their top finishes here in the third and final heat of MSA4.
I'm almost sure it'll be Karabo.
So listen, from a karting point of view, from a development point of view, from a stepping stone point of view, this certainly works well.
110% as a stepping stone out of karting into the first of single seaters. This is definitely a step that every single karting needs to look at in terms of moving into main circuit, and then obviously from there the step forward.
Especially if you've come through the karting ranks. You know, You started in the junior ranks, you've gone to the seniors, you've gone to the DD2 side of things, you've gone to whatever the next step is there from there. I'm not quite sure where it is. You know it more than me. But if you've gone through those ranks and you've gone into the DD2 with the 2 gears, etc., this is where you want to end up.
Well, in terms of international motorsport and what a lot of the karters are doing now, there is no more going to DD2. The step happens straight off the junior max. So you don't even take a step into your senior classes. You move straight from a junior max car at 14, 15 into an MSA4 or into either Rookie Cup or depending on whether you want to go tip top or single seater.
Exactly.
But it's always better, especially, every driver will tell you get into a single seater first and then take your step to saloon cars.
Yeah.
So as a step forward in terms of what you should be doing as a karter, obviously budget depending, but MSA4 is definitely a way to go.
And considering the fact that it's almost, I think it's like a third of the cost of what an F4 championship per season would cost you in Europe.
If not more so, yeah.
Let's have a look and see. Let's get some support down there to Ian Schofield and his team, and hats off to them for an amazing effort. I know it was a bit of a pause on the original rah-rah that was supposed to happen at Kyalami, but it was worth it. No doubt about it. If that's the kind of racing we're going to get out of MSA4, long may it continue. Because that was definitely some of the best single-seater racing action we've seen here, particularly amongst younger drivers as opposed to what we've sort of seen in, as you said, Super V or Formula V, or even the old Formula Ford Kent class, and, of course, Formula 1600s in their heyday.
I mean, the racing was so excited, I missed the fact that it was the last lap.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's all good. That's how we do it. We always get that wrong every now and again, but we try and keep the story and the facts to make it work together. Up next is the third and final heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup, and we are in for an epic one as well, because this time out, Tyler Robinson starts from the front row. Now, can she capitalize on that after an absolute nightmare of a day so far for her and keep Mokarodia and Hannes Skippers behind her? Tivian and Roshan will make up the third row. Behind that will be Judd Berthold and Charles Smallberger, Lessing and Ethan Kutsia, who's also had a tough day in the saddle. Ethan Kutsia there, the second of the Lee Thompson racing cars. Nirav Singh ahead of Milan Emsley. Bevan Masters, Lonica Martins, Pierluigi Mussolini, Bjorn Berthold. Then we go to the Masters. Wayne Masters will start from pole alongside John Kruger. Derek Smallberger and Mike Barbaglia will be the second row, and it'll be Gavin Ross and George Smallberger, the third row of the Masters class. As they head their way out, back onto Zwartkops, 2.1 kilometers of racing tarmac to do for another 8 laps of action in the Astron Energy Polo Cup Race 3.
Well, we sit nice and close to the headmaster's office here in the commentary box. We saw a lot of these drivers being called up for a game of shut up and listen, and being told what it is and what it isn't that they can do out there. So,
and I do love the fact that the COC came and told us exactly what he told them.
Yes.
No. Come back later with some more footage. Yeah, no, he literally put them in their place, and I think it's probably the right way to do it. Not so much with the Masters. The Masters are kind of more gentlemanly racing, although they fight as hard on occasion. It is nice to see that that Masters class is growing dramatically, and there's a couple more guys, I believe, that will be joining us by the time we get to the East London round, and of course the second last round in Cape Town. And that just bodes well for 2026. As I said, it's the 30th anniversary next year of Polo Cup. I'm sure Mike Rowe and his team have got something pretty spectacular waiting for us.
I do remember the Masters age being a little bit lower than what it was now. I think it was 32 was the original Masters age.
27.
27, that's right.
27 is what they dropped it down to. But
now sitting at 50.
Yeah, something like that, sure. I don't. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, because if you want to come and participate in the Masters class, you're in for a big run, because there's some seasoned campaigners in that one.
It definitely is a master class.
It is. Yeah, it is. And like as I said, if you are a cup category competitor and you get stuck in whatever fracas happens and you end up in amongst those Masters, never take it as a bad place to be. There's so much to learn from the likes of Masters, Kruger, Smallberger, Barbaglia and Ross. The oodles amounts of experience that they've had in front-wheel drive cars, particularly polos, can be a big master class, if I put it in a bit of a pun there.
I think that's going to become the new one now.
You think so?
I think so.
Okay, cool. Let's keep it like that then.
We've come up with a few over the years.
There's been a couple, yeah. There have been, between you and I, on a few occasions. I like the way you brought back Slim Shady there. That was quite cool.
It seemed to have been forgotten.
Trailer park girls around the outside.
There
That's
we
exactly
go.
what Karoba Malamela's doing.
Couldn't quite get it done at the end there. Also a VW powered vehicle.
Yes.
Same motor as the Rookie Cup.
No, exactly. Brilliant effort there from them to throw their hat into the works there and offer a powertrain that I think is going to be worthwhile. 103s. That's
quick.
That's some good race pace around a racetrack like this, bud.
So nice to see the manufacturers getting so much more involved in South African motorsport again. VW, Toyota, all of them getting in behind South African motorsport and helping grow it, and turn it into more of a benefit for themselves as well in doing so.
Okay, let's get down here. Kick up with Michael Mercedes quickly.
McKeel, race 2 winner, reverse grid. How was it?
Yeah, I mean, it was a challenging race. Obviously, we don't want to be winning from a reverse grid, but I think we've struggled the whole weekend, and to come out, even if it is reverse grid, to come out winning it, I think it's a good feeling. We're really holding on those last few laps. But yeah, happy.
All the best, man.
Thank you.
Nice little chat there with Michael Mercedes after a fantastic day's racing so far for him. And a nice opening of the account there for everybody in terms of championship points for MSA4. But now we look to see who's going to continue with their account management for Astron Energy Polo Cup. Rory Atkinson will start from the front again. So he's basically had the perfect weekend so far. Pole position, super pole by 0.001 of a second, by the way. Just if you didn't catch us earlier on, that's how close it was for the super pole between him and Mo Karodia. And Tyler Robinson will be alongside him this time out. Mo Karodia and Hannah Skippers will start from the second row. Tyler getting a really awesome second lap in for the qualifying session yesterday. Race 2, of course, was dictated by the fastest race times from race 1. That's how that grid was put together. And now as they come through turn 4, you can see also a lot of debris on the sideline. Look at the race line that's formed through there. And if you go anywhere off track at the moment or anywhere off the race line, it could potentially be quite dangerous. Look
Sand,
at the rubble on the
marbles, bits and pieces of car. I mean, it's been a hard day's racing. As the sun starts to set, the temperatures are now starting to drop. You're getting that afternoon sun in your face as you come up the hill into turn 5. Visibility starts to go away. This is where the concentration levels need to stand up. You're tired, you're fatigued, and you're in race 3.
The cool thing about Kyle Army is they've got one sunset corner. Here they've got 3. It's incredible. You come out of here and you go, okay, turn 2, I can't see anything. Okay, turn 3, 4, 5, I'm fine. 5, I can't see anything. 6, I can't see anything. Okay, now I can see down to 7 and 8.
I'm sure I'm supposed to turn here.
Yes. You kind of don't look at the race line. You start looking at the red and white strips on the right-hand side. That's the turn-in point. Just follow that line. All right, we got a drone above us there, giving us some aerial material. We are ready to go now for Heat 3, the final bit of action from Astron Energy Polo Cup. And it's Tyler Robinson who is looking to try and turn her luck around here and maybe spoil Rory Atkinson's chances of a perfect triple weekend in Astron Energy Polo Cup. We got a green flag at the back. Yes, the red flag moves off with the COC. And it's over to Henny the flag to get us going. In fact, no, it doesn't look like it's Henny this time. It might be one of them. No, it is Henny. There we go. 5-second board. Lights will go on as he brings that 5-second board in. And as soon as they go out, it's time to drop the hammer for the final time. Tyler trying to get off the line. She got bogged down slightly there. Mocha Rodeo with a good start. What did Hunter Skippers have for afternoon tea? Because he's up to 3rd place.
Did he launch that thing on the push to pass button?
Unbelievable, bud. How was that start? Up to 2nd on the inside of Tyler. Oh, Corodi out of shape. Takes out Tyler Robinson. Takes out Hunter Skippers. And it looks like it might be Nirov. I think it's Nirov is in the background there. There are 4 cars stuck down in turn number 2 as the Masters get there. So Corodia's got going again. Tyler's stuck in the kitty litter, and it looks like Hunter Skippers is stuck there as well.
Yeah, so
there are 3 top contenders. Tyler gets going again. Does Skippers get going? Doesn't look like it. Mo Corrodia could potentially lose the championship lead here with these 2 cars stuck in the kitty litter. Hunter Skippers taken out unceremoniously by a late outbraking maneuver from the Lee Thompson and Fast 5 car of Mo Corrodia.
To be fair to Mo, on the brakes he was already sideways, so I'm not sure if he took a knock from behind getting into the brake or whatever it was, so I don't think that was intentional to do that, but there's definitely going to be a safety car. We have a recovery vehicle on track, so it has to be a safety car.
Safety car boards will come out, I'm sure, by the time they get to turn 5 and 6, but a massive start to this one.
These guys are still racing. Over the grass comes a car out of nowhere.
That's Lonica. Lonica over the grass and coming onto the track again down towards turn 8. We have got...
Safety car comes out late, though. The front cars, I don't think have seen it.
Safety car boards wouldn't have seen that. The front cars wouldn't have seen that. We'll see it down into turn 2. Rory Atkinson is leading the race. And locking up there in 2nd place. I think that might be Roshan. Roshan Goodman 2nd. And Judd Berthold up into 3rd. They'll see the safety car now as they come out of turn 3. Yeah, safety car boards are there for turn 3's Marshall. So everybody will slow down and come back and...
Oh, sorry, I got a bit excited there, but a recovery vehicle on track. They see a safety car period late. It's a recipe that I don't want to see in any part in any racing happening on track.
Exactly. Roshan Goodman 2nd. Berthold is 3rd. Kutsia's 4th. He's moved up pretty rapidly there due to the fact that we had 3 cars out of the circuit there.
Mo getting going again, but that car doesn't look like to be running in a straight line.
Mo's getting... Let's have a look and see here. No, but...
Oh, he locked it up. Locked it up.
He locked it up under braking, slides into Skippers, takes out Tyler. Mo Corrodia, you might be spending some time in the headmaster's office here with Eric after this race, buddy. Didn't quite go according to plan there for Mo Corrodia. Late on the brakes into turn 2, locked it up. Slid sideways and took out Skippers and Tyler Robinson. Tyler's back on track. Corrodia's back on track, but you mentioned he wasn't going in a straight line. Let's have a look and see how bad that damage is.
Red flag. So new race, restart, same as we saw in the Super Touring. So late afternoon red flags are never fun.
You know the other issue I was going to mention when you were talking about the fact that you've got the cooler conditions now. What you've also got at Zwartkops right now is the fact that you've got some parts of the track in the sun still, and some in the shade. So the differential between the heat of the track and less heat on the track in those different areas is a major factor. All right, so Skippers has been pulled out. He will be able to rejoin because it's gone to a full restart.
But we did do 2 laps, to be fair. Okay. So we did 1 lap under safety. We did 1 flying lap and 1 lap under safety. So we've technically done 2 laps already.
So that means it'll be restart line astern, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, in the positions you were.
That depends. Well, they put them back.
Oh,
in
they
the
put
positions.
it back on the positions in the grid. So
now
Mike Rowe and Eric there having a conversation
between the COC and Mike Rowe. How are they going to decide on the restart? I think the restart will be as they finished.
So it'll be a full restart.
Full restart.
Rory already putting himself on pole position. He knows where he should be. Yeah. He's been in the front all day, so that's easy to understand. Mocha Radio. Let's see where he goes. Oh, cars reversing almost into each other on the grid.
Lonica are going to take up a position behind the Dubcore car.
Can't remember where she started though.
It was Milan that was actually reversing there. So he slots into his position just behind Ethan Kutsia. Watching for Mo to go back to the front. He's going back to the front.
Back to the front. So Tyler will
going
do the
back to
same.
the front as well. So they could have possibly been in radio comms with their teams as well to tell them, listen, you need to go in here, you need to go in here.
But
There's a lot of damage on the front end of Mo's car, though.
As long as there's no fluid leaking from there, it should be okay.
And also, might give it an opportunity, because they're under a full restart, will the team be able to come back onto track and maybe duct tape that car up?
Astron Energy safety car there, just going around the outside on the grass to get to the front of these two, take up his place as they rearrange the grid. It must have been absolutely terrible for the Masters to go in there. They were going in there 3-4 abreast, and all of a sudden there's a massive accident in front of them.
Yeah.
Into turn 2, into the sun.
I did mention the fact that that's the first of the sunset corners here. But the sun was not the factor there in Karodia's lockup. He was just late on the brakes and locked the car up, went sideways, and ended up sliding into two cars.
Mo with a momentarily lapse of judgment.
I think so. I don't think he's the kind of driver that will do that on purpose. And
definitely not.
He's trying that hard to get to the front. It's a race incident, I would call it for now, but of course it's not my call to make. That will be the man on the right-hand side of the screen there with the bright yellow earpieces on. And, of course, he'll be chatting to those couple of drivers, I'm sure, long into the night here at Zwartkops. I don't think we're going to be doing
prize
giving after this one, to be very honest.
It's definitely not going to be on time.
Yeah, they might have to go right to the back of prize giving once we've got this all sorted out. Is that the team being allowed on, possibly to do some emergency repairs?
It all seems to be staying together. So as long as
Robinson, who's come on there to chat to Tyler. And jumping over the wall there as well as Clinton Besaidnote, who I think is helping Lonica Martins out this weekend.
Also ex-Polo Cup competitor.
Ex-Polo Cup champion.
Yes, ex-Polo Cup champion, correct.
He's the only driver, he kind of was the driver that spoilt the run for Team Red. Team Red had 4 back-to-back championships, and then Clinton jumped ship and went to his team down in Stu Davidson team in PE and won the championship in that car. If he'd stayed with Team Red, it would have been 5 out of 5, and then with Jason Newsmore, it would have been 6 out of 6 for Team Red. How's that for a record to have in Polo Cup?
But also Clement Mazzano, runner-up at a World Championship as well.
Exactly. Yeah, I remember in the karting days, my previous competitive commentator, we gave him the nickname of Baby Schumi because he used to run the Schumacher helmet.
Yeah, with the Schumacher helmet, yeah.
And then, of course, Stuart White jumped in with the Baby Vettel helmet.
Correct. I do remember coaching Clinton Mazzano in his first ever kart, Bambino.
Yeah.
Tied to him with a rope and a quad.
Nice.
It was a terrible idea. It was Wesley Wall's idea, and I fell my face off. It was not fun. We never did it again.
It's kind of what Wesley Orr does. He comes up with these unique ways of teaching guys how to drive karts.
I think next time he might have picked a better teacher the next time.
I don't know. You've got some experience in your time there, bud. Don't knock yourself.
On a quad.
There's Lonica's big brother coming over there just to double check that she's okay. She went off track as well. We also saw her going across the grass there after a bit of avoidance, I think, of one of the cars that was just in the way coming out of turn 7.
Or maybe on that little bit of oil on the outside, maybe running a little bit wide.
There is a shuffle on the grid here. Tyler's getting put back into second place. They're moving Roshan back into his original grid position.
So this will be a full race start then.
6th place for Roshan.
Oh, that's unfortunate for him, mate. Great start, up to second. Happy as he can be. Red
See
flag.
You later.
Try again.
Yeah.
So what is a bonus for some is a loss for others, unfortunately. So Roshan, right up there into second place. It is something he is really good at as a race start, though. He does it in karting. He's done it in everything I've watched him race. He is really, really good at a race start. T4 Nations Cup in Spain a couple of years ago went from 7th or 8th to the front 3 on the first lap. So something he's good at doing, fighting in the mix, getting used to it.
Here's the ball of wonder that we were talking about earlier on.
That's pretty much the visibility you have into turn 2 at the moment.
And of course, when that thing drops out the sky in about 20 minutes time, track temperatures disappear. They go down into the single digits, which makes it exceptionally difficult, and that's going to make it even more difficult for our Extreme SuperCars, who are up next after this one. So they'll be looking at the time going, hang on guys, let's get going here. We're running out of sunshine.
They've got good lights on those cars, though.
They do. I'm not worried about the lighting, I'm just worried about the track temperatures for those Dunlops that they run. slightly fatter tackies than what are on these Polos, of course.
These Polos, Greg, always used to be a full slick, now on a semi-slick?
Yes, yeah. That's exactly what they've gone for this time. Slightly bigger wheels this time as well. I think they're on 17s this year, as opposed to what they ran previously. So
15s, yeah.
Yeah. And, of course, with that little wing and a little bit more power, I think Mark told us about in terms of the change-up and the facelift that they went for 2025.
Great sounding race cars as well.
Listen,
that turbo pop on the way
past. If you take
past.
into account that this class is 29 years old, going into their 30th anniversary, they went from the original Polo Classics into what was the Polo Hatch, then the Polo Vivo, then the Polo 2-litre, then the GTI, and then the GTI with the wing. And that, of course, is the stepping stone that brought SuperCup into play. And what Mark was telling us is that at the prize giving last year, he said, they've got such great interest from international competitors on that SuperCup class car that despite the fact that Volkswagen no longer run any European championships that are backed by Volkswagen Motorsport, there's a gentleman in Germany that bought 30 SuperCup cars and it runs a separate championship. Not under Volkswagen Motorsport banner, but they're Volkswagen Polo SuperCups that they all compete in a single make series, similar to Polo Cup.
Yeah, one of the ADAC series that they run over there,
Yeah.
well supported in Germany. So really, really cool to see the cars that we build in South Africa making their way over the waters once again.
And it just shows you the quality of the build. I mean, if that's the case that an international championship wants to take 30 of our cars and put them onto their tracks there, and they are suitably confident in their abilities to run a full season, hats off, well done.
Well, I mean, we saw WCT on the grid there with the Super Touring. Also, the one who builds the MSA4s helped design and build the MSA4s as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of these cars being built locally.
If we take into account the heritage we've got, not only in our drivers, but in terms of the guys behind the scenes, the likes of the Rorys of this world that went on to design some of the best race cars ever prepared in the world of Formula One. We've got similar type of engineers and designers that come out of our racing stables that are here at Extreme Festival that do equally as good a job.
I mean, not just in circuit racing. Go have a look at Dakar. How many of those cars are built locally and sent over to the Dakar as well? So, great work.
I think it's about 70% of the cars are South African in the Dakar right now.
Yeah.
Other than those little special cars that come out every now and again, you've got those dune buggies and things that the Americans bring.
Well, some of the logos on a rookie Polo, if I'm not mistaken, Century.
Once again, a great example of how duct tape can come into play. They got onto that grid and sorted out Mo's front end. Whether that sticks together for the next 8 laps, we'll wait and see.
It's duct tape, of course it will.
Of course it will. If they didn't use enough, then they just not a race team like I know Lee Thompson is. So they come through now. Another big loser there was Ethan Katia. He was up to 4th.
Finally turning his weekend around.
He has to do it all again.
Yeah, it seemed like he had finally started turning his weekend around now, but unfortunately he has to do it all over again.
Okay, so everybody involved is back on track. And the Skippers is there, Mo's there.
Where was Robinson?
Robinson's there, she's in 2nd. Who else did we have involved? Skippers was there. Smallberger had to take evasive action, so he's back again. Everybody back on track.
Sharon was there as well, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
So all back to a full restart.
But that is what happens when you throw this many cars into that tight turn 2 at the end of a very long day of racing. Heat 3, everybody's trying to move up, move forward, try different things. And if someone in the front loses it, that is unfortunately what... I mean, if there were only 6 cars on the grid, nothing would have happened there. It would have just been Mo all by himself. But because they're so close together and so tightly packed.
Let's bring him to the line now and get him ready to go for race 3, start 2 for Astron Energy Polo Cup. Atkinson and Robinson, front row. Kurodia and Skippers, the second row. Goodman and Rajpaul, the third row. Berthold and Smallberger, Lessing, Kutsia, Singh, Emsley, Bevan Masters, Lonica Martins, Pierluigi Mussolini, Bjorn Berthold. Front of the Masters is Wayne Masters, John Kruger, Derek Smallberger, the pay bar car of Mike Barbaglia, and Gavin Ross in the second pay bar car, and of course looking for a chance now possibly to squeeze out his good friend and teammate in that pay bar. And
something on the grid there. Something's fallen off a car on the grid. in a grid slot right in front of Masters. That's going to be interesting for his start.
Oh, that'll be really interesting. So somebody's going to have to probably run on there. Going to 7 laps as well, so they're giving us 1 less, unless they haven't just they might not have changed that board. I don't think they've changed that board. We've got 8 on our timing monitor, so I'm going to go with the timing monitor. There you go, Stevie running on. These marshals here are incredible. Just a little splitter, I think, off one of the cars, and removed out of harm's way there rapidly. Right, we are under starters' orders. Let's do this again. Let's see if we can keep it all together now out of turn 2. Get them all through there.
5-minute board up.
Then get it all ready to go for a final heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup. This time, good start. Great start coming there from Shin Rajpaul and from Judd Berthold in that mid-pack as they head towards turn 1. Rajpaul around the outside, as I said, going side by side with Berthold. The two of them very evenly matched. Smallberger about to join the party. This time they all come down into turn 1. Better stuff there from Kurodia, not locking up under braking. Smooth braking from him, stays just ahead of Hannes-Schippers, who comes under threat almost instantaneously from Roshan Goodman.
There we go, everybody line made it through turn 2 this time. We head now through turn 1 for the Masters. Gavin Ross looking on the outside, is not going to make it, well, it's going to put him on the inside for turn 2. Masters coming the inside line early, doesn't want to lose that place to Kruger too soon.
Ticket Barbaglia up into 3rd place again. Another phenomenal start there from Mikey. So Mike B up into 3rd place and putting the pressure onto Kruger. Derek Smallberger right at the back of the pack. He had a nightmare. I think he probably bogged down on the start, didn't quite get off the line like he wanted. Back of the pack for the Masters. Here we go into the Cup class. Roshan Goodman inside of Divian Naidu. Smallberger, that's Charles, that's the son of George at the back of the pack. And Derek at the back even further. So a big family affair there from the Smallberger point of view. The entire McDonald's array are there. Big Mac, Quarter Pounder, and the Mac Royal are out there as well. Lovely stuff. That's the way we like to do it in the Smallberger family. Okay, according to the timing monitor, we've got 7, someone sideways. That's Lonica. No, it's not.
No.
It's Rajpaul. Rajpaul sideways onto the main straightaway.
That's late down the main straightaway.
Who was he fighting with? It was Smallberger and Lessing. I think Smallberger, Lessing, and Berthold. But Rajpaul onto the grass and spins out. Gets on track just ahead of the Masters as they come across the line and complete the first lap in anger. Our timing monitor says 7, but the lap timer there, I don't think they've fixed. It says 6 on the lap timer. I think Henny might have to fix that one up. We'll keep an eye on that one, but I'm going to go with the timing monitor as the way to run things. Gavin Ross now onto the back end of Barbaglia. He's about to be caught now by George Smallberger in the Shield Polo.
Derek starting to get his... another spin. There we go. Kurodia. There must be an issue with those back brakes.
He's definitely having some kind of issue, locking up at various occasions on the track. He now drops to the back of the Cup class. As we watch
you can see
DJ side by side with Easton and Emsley coming to join the party. Mussolini having a look on the inside, trying to split the two of them and thread the needle.
Tyler Robertson, though, hanging in tight with Rory Atkinson. We don't know what they've used push to pass wise, so maybe Tyler just using a bit too much push to pass to stay close. We'll see towards the end of this race,
and
but there is racing aplenty.
Tyler Robertson probably got some much fresher tyres on her car compared to Rory's, having not completed the race action as much as what Rory had to deal with earlier on in the day. So those Dunlops might be the advantage that Tyler needs by the time the chicken flag comes out, if she's able to find her way through there on Rory Atkinson.
In saying that, though, she was in the pack for a lot of it as well. So that does hurt your tyres. You're looking for ways through. You're locking up, trying to brake late to get past. So, 6 one half does the other. We'll only know come the end of the race. But it is something to look after and something to look at as we watch Smallberger through number 32 and 4 running a little bit wide. Is that going to give Naidu an option onto the brakes into 5? No, not really.
Naidu's going to be a little bit closer on that one. Running wide there was Roshan Goodman putting wheels onto the rumble strip to keep out Berthold.
Down the inside comes Naidu.
Here's a look. And doesn't quite get there. Bevan Masters on Lonica Martins. Yeah, Bevan Masters on Lonica Martins there. It's okay. Sometimes that's exactly what happens. In this dying light, though, these cars are very difficult to spot because you're looking for colours as opposed to anything else.
Yeah.
And sometimes those colours catch you out. Ethan Kutsia, though, is right there as well with Bevan Masters, looking for a chance to get at least into single digits for his championship opportunities of scoring points.
Well, Rory Atkinson not having all his own way in this third heat. Tyler Robertson all over the back of him. So he's trying to get his head down and get away, but she's not letting it happen at the moment. It's just the two of them out there. Hannes-Schippers, what a great recovery after being stuck in the Kitsilitsa not so long ago before the restart. He's up there into 3rd. Roshan Goodman, we thought he had a terrible way of it because he was 2nd, but he's managed to get himself up into 4th just behind Hannes-Schippers.
Look, I think if Hannes Schippers was had an opportunity to chat to us from turn 2 when he was stuck in the kitty litter, the language might have been on the blue variety. He was not going to be a happy camper. We saw how upset he was when he came together with Monica Martins at the final corner, at Dunlop corner in PE, in the highlight show at the start of the day's racing. But I think if we told him by the time he came out of the kitty litter he'd be third in the restart, he probably would have disagreed with you.
Well, at the moment it looks like Mo Carodia has just decided that car isn't working in this final heat. I think it looks like he's pulled it into the pit, so he's decided that car no longer working for him, and he's retired at Hannes Schippers. Like you were saying, he wouldn't have thought a third place or a look at a podium after sitting in the kitty litter at the end of the red flag, but there he is, holding off Roshan Goodman and one of our VW rookie drivers, Judd Berthold, out of the rookie program and into the Polo Cup, doing very, very well there in 5th place.
The Volkswagen Motorsport team, of course, picking up that rookie, giving him a chance to step up through that stepping stone process we'll be chatting about all day long, from the Rookie Cup into Polo Cup. It's a big step up from Rookie Cup to Polo Cup, but Judd seems to be handling it. He really is going well, particularly here at Zwartkops, and we saw it also down in PE. Is that Barbaglia? Is that no? It's Gavin Ross, I think. Is it Barbaglia or Ross? It's one of the paybar cars. Can't see the number on that car, but we'll have a look and see.
We do see Gavin Ross at the bottom of our timing,
Ross.
so it might be Ross.
It's Ross, yeah. I think it's Gavin Ross. Second of those paybar cars. It's the of course car that is the teammate to Mike Barbaglia. Could be one of the two, but I think it might be Gavin Ross who's stuck there in the kitty litter. That could possibly bring out a safety car as well if they can't get that car out of the kitty litter in time. Let's have a look and see. With 2 laps to go,
slowing it down, safety car. This is how we're going to end.
I can't believe it. I gave the commentator's curse there, Carl. I'm sorry, my bad. So, safety car has been deployed with 2 laps to go. Rory Atkinson, Tyler Robertson, Hannes Schippers, Roshan Goodman, Judd Berthold, Smallberger. Those are the top 6 in the Cup class. Wayne Masters, John Kruger, Mike Barbaglia, Derek Smallberger, it is Ross. Confirmation of that, he's dropped right to the back of the pack. So, it's such a pity to lose him there. Such a pity that he has to also go to the sideline too.
Our lap board now matches our timing. 2 laps to go. So they were listening to you there, Greg.
Yeah, I think it's a case of that Henny was at the start and had to then run back and probably hadn't changed the lap board by the time he got there. Realised it and quickly did the reset button to give us the correct amount of laps left over.
While we're under safety car conditions, can we please talk about the open face old school helmet that Wayne Masters uses? How cool is that?
Oh no, it is really cool, eh? Very cool. There are a couple of guys. In fact, there were a couple of guys in their racing careers that joined Polo Cup. Marcel Angel was one that I do remember.
Yes.
That used to run a motocross helmet, by the way. They're going to get Gavin Ross's car out of the kitty litter. That kitty litter, once again, has done its job to perfection. How cool is the fire marshal's hair, bro?
I was going to say, like, is that the fire marshal?
Fire red hair.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
You can't get better than that. You can't write that script. I like it. Come on now.
Oh, at least you'll never have to identify who she is. Go to the fire marshal. Which one is that?
You won't miss her. Yeah, you won't miss her. Now go to Flum. She's down at turn number 5 in recovery 2. Well done to our marshals again. An incredible job that they do, and gives us a chance once again to thank them. It's a thankless job, but without them we can't go racing. It looks like we're going to.
Yeah, we just missed the safety car coming in as that car got free. Not as lucky as we are on international circuits with cameras everywhere, so the COC standing in an office and can see every single corner. Look, so we can make faster decisions.
We do have some CCTV around here, which they would have seen, but I think they were just waiting for that car to literally be removed and get out of harm's way. Gavin's got going again, which I think was going to be the case anyway. I don't think it was a problem on the car. It was just the fact that he was stuck in the kitty litter and couldn't get out.
But also service vehicles still on the track. You never want something like that to happen. They might not be able to get off in time before the race starts. So the right call being made. 100. It's all about safety.
Yeah. So this is how it's going to finish up. Rory Atkinson is going to get the triple, and he's going to get the perfect weekend.
I really got nervous when you said the perfect weekend at the start of this. I was like,
I thought I was going to give the commentator's curse. I keep quiet. Matt will give me a hiding for that. He'll chase me in his wheelchair. You bad egg, Matt. Love your work for it.
Always new go.
Well done for the team, though. It's a valiant team they put together there. I mean, Roars does the driving, but. Haupty does an amazing job. Andre does an amazing job to prep that car. A lot of support from Dad, and of course, remember, and we mentioned earlier on in the season, but it's been a tough season for Ross because he lost his mom only about 4 months ago. So I know that he's putting a valiant effort into trying to win this Polo Cup Championship in honor of her memory. So well done, Rory. Well done, Tyler. Good recovery there from Tyler Robinson in that AF Fans Team Red Racing machine. Hanging on to the back of Rory Atkinson. I think if we had those last 2 laps, she probably would have had a go.
It would have been an interesting last couple of laps. Hannes Skeppers, great job, great recovery, 3rd place there. Safety car is going to come in, so we'll have a race to the line basically, but that's pretty much it.
But you see what the rule is here is that they have to go line astern until they cross the finish line. No one can overtake, and that's how they'll finish it up.
But at least they'll come past at pace.
Yeah. So there you have it. 3rd and final heat. Unfortunately, Gavin Ross ending up in the kitty litter, bringing that safety car out and wrapping up what has been a spectacular day's racing from Astron Energy's triple header here at Zwartkops. Masters with the 3 wins. John Kruger in 2nd place. Mike Babaglia, good run from him in 3rd place. That's probably his 2nd time he's finished in 3rd place in a Polo Cup Masters category. So the paybar car there up into 3rd. And ahead of Derek Smallberger, who recovered to 4th. Ahead of his brother George. And Elio Mussolini there for the top 5.
It is great to see, though, Greg, a lot of motorsport classes losing numbers throughout motorsport at the moment, South Africa, and a class like Polo Cup being able to field 22 drivers on the grid is good news for South African motorsport and for the health of a class that's been running as long as it has, 29 years.
If they had more cars, they'd probably have more drivers, and I know they're working frantically to build a couple more so that the list that's waiting, the waiting list, can be fulfilled as quickly as possible. There's definitely a couple more interested into the Cup category, and certainly I think there's about 5 or 6 master drivers that want to come and join this pack as well. So if they can get those cars built in time, we'll certainly have probably about a 30 or 32 grid by the end of the season, and then of course heading into 2026, the anniversary edition. What a way to go. 30 cars on the grid for the 30th anniversary.
Years.
That's what we want.
Fantastic.
Well done to all the drivers, and of course all their own personal sponsors as well for a great day's racing from Astron Energy. We got one more to go. It's the Extreme SuperCars driven by Dunlop. They'll be out on track shortly. We'll be back with commentary.
Guy crashed, going flat out fourth gear, and then his engine came out the car. And he was supposed to have a 6-point harness here and a 4-point, and he slipped out the harness and he crushed his leg.
Gonna go live, eh?
Okay.
Rory Atkinson, a triple for the day. You're gonna be super happy with that after your performance in PE.
It's very happy. I've been working hard. Just thanks to Industry Petroleum, Andre Haupt and the guys for all the hard work in between. And I'm just so glad it paid off. So just hell of a relief, man.
Well done, Rory.
Cheers. Ciao.
Here we go. Final race of the day. Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Lights on. Lights off. Lights on. Lights off.
No, lights on. Definitely lights on now.
No, you definitely need lights on because it's almost the entire track in shadow. Because the sun has fallen out the sky behind Erasmia there. And that means it's lights on for all these cars. And it's
nothing for the BM though.
Final 12 laps. Beamer not with lights on. And it looks like the Samlin car also not with lights on at the moment.
We also look to be short a Z4 and an Audi GT4. But making the return for Heat 3 is Charles Rangi's. So whatever the problem was there, they seem to have sorted that out.
911.2 GT3R.
It's probably because you got the name wrong in the first heat. So it broke down for the second heat.
I'm not going to play here. I'm going to tell Greg to get the name right and then I'll come back again. Yeah. Thanks, Sean. No, but thanks to Gary van der Spey for correcting me on that one. I got it mixed up with his Manti Racing Porsche that he had. That was the 991. They've had so many cars in that stable, but you got to try and remember them all. It doesn't always work out. And majority of them are actually still out on track. They've been bought by other competitors.
Yes.
And they're all like racing them now.
They're growing the class all the way around.
Yeah.
There's some of the debris we were talking about.
That wasn't me.
Majority from the Polos, I'm sure.
No, that wasn't me, I promise. I didn't leave any debris on the track. I tried to leave it off the track completely. So we've got Jonathan Dutoy looking for a triple win. Gianni Giannaccaro looking for 2 out of 3, but he's going to make it a little bit more difficult for himself because he's got his stablemate Charles Laurentiis right behind him. So Charles will look for 2 out of 3 in terms of those second places. Gianni might get 2 out of 3 for third places if Charles gets past him. As that Pretoria Toyota moves off the track, it's now up to Jonathan Dutoy to dictate the pace. They all form up into that formation right behind the Lamborghini. To catch Astron and Trans Africa Racing Hurricane. And around the outside goes the Porsche.
Oh, Jonathan had to hesitate before the lights went out. That's allowed the Nissan of Giancarlo up the inside. Is it enough though to run all the way down to turn 2? It's not.
No, it's not, but it's ahead of the Porsche. That's important. That's exactly where Gianni wants to be. And Charles Laurentiis is going to give him a run for his money here.
Oh, yeah,
remember, it's stablemate, so they're looking for a 1-2-3 finish here in the low light. Ricky Giannaccaro up ahead of Paul Hill. There you go, Rex. Welcome to the party, buddy. The pink Mercedes-Benz is in the house. And he's got ahead of Paul. Look at him. You see him looking left and right. Like, where is this Audi coming from?
Because all you can see is the lights in the background going left and right and left and right. So just trying to unnerve him before they get up onto the brakes. The Viper's looking racy. Has had to go around the outside.
It's going to be a long way around there for turn 5. But Ricky Giannaccaro hangs on. He goes a long way around.
Oh, runs on the track.
Dirty stuff. And up comes the Trofeo. Gallardo Trofeo diving through there. And Wayne Roach sneaking through. Gets up ahead of the big V10 Viper. It's going to be a tough car to keep behind you. I'm not quite sure if Wayne Roach has got enough experience to keep Budnick out in the Viper.
And we've seen the top end that V10 has, and over that Super Trofeo car, it's going to be a lot. But at the moment, though, it's still Ricky in his pink. And he said Ricky Pinky. That wouldn't have worked so well.
Ricky Pinky Giannaccaro.
No, it doesn't work so well. So in his pink Merc, he's managing to keep ahead of the Audi so far. Audi not getting the run on turn 2 that we saw him get when he was defending from the Viper. But the Viper down the inside so far of that Super Trofeo up into turn 4. I think he's going to get that move done. I expected Charles Laurentiis to have a go a bit earlier, but he's waiting and biding his time there behind the
Nissan. 35's got some pace, buddy, let me tell you. 103.3 from him and a 103.5. So it's 2/10 of a second.
He goes.
Mistake from Gianni. It was almost costly. Didn't quite get there, but he just
switch back.
Puts that bigger car into the line of the Porsche. And he'll now go defensive into turn 8.
The lights on that Porsche are super bright. It must be really bothering for the driver in front. I mean, the mirrors on these things are massive. He's flashing, so he's letting him know.
I don't think he's flashing. I think it's just undulation of the track.
Oh, my bad.
Like he was flashing. Yeah, can you imagine if he's flashing? I can just see there'd be like that Top Gun maneuver Keeping up international relations.
It would definitely be better than a hard jump on the brakes there, for sure.
Gianni would definitely be flipping in the moon. I can tell you right now if he was flashing him. He's saying to Charles, you get past me if you want to get past.
But those lights are bright.
Listen, I mean, if you think about what that car's built to do, it's a proper GT3 spec car, so they don't normally run into the night anyway. So those lights are built to be into these light conditions and will work perfectly to light up the track ahead of you. It doesn't necessarily mean you want to be in front of him with those lights in your rearview mirror. Very distracting for Gianni Giannakaro, but he's soaking it up admirably at the moment.
And not something our drivers do a lot of.
Yes.
So it's you don't get a lot of practice running at nighttime driving with lights in your mirror, the way they move, the way they bounce. Because I mean, if you look at the back of this car now as they come out of here, he was flashing because it didn't do it again.
Unless you come to the regional extreme festival here at Zwartkops and do the Zwartkops 200.
Yes.
Then you run into the dark, which is awesome.
Well, don't we have coming up that Zwartkop? Say it.
There is Zwartkops Annapolis, but that one is a 500 miler. So they don't necessarily run into the dark. They run into these kind of conditions, the low light conditions. They don't necessarily run completely into the dark. But that 200 that ran here almost, it's about a month and a half ago, that went into the dark completely. And of course, saw an opportunity that Wouter Roos and Wayne Robb went to battle right to the word go. And when that checkered flag came out, we were in pitch blackness.
Yeah, sorry, the Zwartkop Annapolis. There we go, thank you very much. For cars valued at 70,000 rand or less. So these are definitely not cars that will be entering in that 500.
These cars won't be there, yeah.
Definitely not.
But there are a couple of cars that run similar lights to these in that Zwartkop Annapolis and in the Zwartkops 200. It forms part of the Ferro Energia GT 111 Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch combined categories that run in that class. Change up, Arranges is through. He gets the second place, and Gianni Giannakaro rounding the second. Now, does he set his sights on Jonathan du Toit?
Well, we know that, like I said before, Jonathan can run 59s. We know he can. These cars should be running quite a bit better in cooler conditions in terms of horsepower. Maybe the tyres not so well. But he's sitting at a 101.9, which is almost 2 seconds a lap off the pace that he normally does on here. Yeah. So if he sees that Charles Arranges is coming for him, maybe we'll see him drop back down into those 59s again. But Charles on much better tyres.
Yeah. One race less on Charles' tyres compared to the tyres that his teammates got up ahead of him. And that will be a big concern there for Jono, I'm sure. But of course these guys... some rubble here, he did. And he picked it up as well. It didn't come out the back of the car. It's also a concern that you've got to worry about. With some debris on the track now, you don't want to be picking that, putting it into radiators and causing cars to overheat. Not that they're going to possibly overheat in 12 laps, but you never know.
This Audi and Viper fight is going to continue now. The one thing that the Viper couldn't do to get past Audi is brake late enough. But now with the Merc in the way, braking slightly earlier than what the Audi wants to, is it going to be enough to get that Viper of Butnik past Hill?
I don't know. Looks like they're just settling into a bit of a rhythm here. Maybe waiting for a bit later on in the race. I don't think they're going to show each other their cards just yet. Ricky Giannakaro, though, has turned his, in terms of pace, completely around from what we saw in race 1 and 2. So this car is reveling in the cooler conditions.
Yeah,
102's coming out of Ricky Giannakaro there. 102.6 is out of Ricky Giannakaro. That is certainly one of the best times we've seen out of that car.
And Charles has taken a full second out of Jonathan du Toit on that previous lap. A 101.3 from Jonathan, a 1 minute 0.4 from Charles.
I think Charles Arranges maybe just wants to give him a run for his money here. Going to make him work hard for the win.
And see what the lap time is now. Obviously, Jono must be aware that it's Charles Arranges behind him as they come over the start-finish line. They cross start-finish line now.
Du Toit quickest. Arranges quickest.
1 minute 0.3.
So Charles went. Du Toit went quickest, and immediately afterwards, Charles betted him.
But it's not enough to catch a gap of 1.6 seconds. It's not even a 10.
5 thousandths. 355 and 350. That's brilliant. I love it.
But that Porsche still new. The Stellari team going to have to spend a bit more work on a bit more testing, get used to it, get it right, like they have for the Lamborghini of Jonathan du Toit. And then we'll probably see some racing for the front.
You imagine once that car of Charles Arranges is up to pace and it's able to be done, somebody else will be knocking on Stradale's door going, I'd like that car, please. Can we have a look and see if we can get one of those for me?
Well, what's the age-old saying? What wins on a Sunday?
On Monday, baby. All right, so we're on Saturday, so it might not sell on Monday. It might take till Wednesday to get that one sorted out.
Or Saturday nights in the Park Ferme.
I'll take that one. Alrighty, so Charlie closing down once again. Let's have a look and see what those lap times do this time as they cross the line. Charles stays quickest. No, Jono
1 minute 1. He's getting close to those 59s. I knew it was going to happen. The minute he saw that Porsche coming, He's like, oh, that's where the end of the throttle
Hold on a
is.
second. Let's just see. If I push this button, turn this knob on the steering wheel. Whoop, 59s. There it is. Yeah, no, I think Charles was maybe looking to just give him a bit of a scare there. I don't think he was able to. I think he realized he probably wouldn't be able to give him a run for his money, knowing that that Lamborghini is so good.
Although, he did do a 1 minute 1 on the same lap. So they're matching each other lap for lap. That cap's staying at 1.6.
And it's 4,000s per second now.
So it's
from
getting closer.
5,000s to 4,000s. So it has come down slightly.
So Charles not backing off the loud pedal. He wants to make sure he pushes Jono all the way to the end. 5 laps to go.
And I think Budnick is deciding to do the same thing now. He's realized that he's running out of lap times and running out of laps to do those lap times in. So hopefully he can try and close that gap down and get through on Paul Hill.
Very lonely race there for Gianni.
Gigi just hanging in there. He knows that this is a nice consistent race weekend for him. He's had 1/3, 1 second and a second third coming up now. So that's going to work nicely for a championship campaign leading into the second half of the season.
That must be such a joy with cars like this. So even when you're on your own, not racing with anybody, not chasing anybody, they must be absolutely phenomenal to put around a lap at Zwartkops regardless. So he must be having the time of his life, be it in a race or not, in a car like that.
Nothing wrong with that. I'd love to be in that car right now, I can tell you.
Charles looks closer.
The Lamborghini's under a bit of threat. He's not done yet as Charles Oranges. He's going to make Jono work hard. Harder than what Jonathan would like to do, because on that last pass, 59 out of Charles Oranges. 59.920 out of Oranges. A 1 minute flat .222.
3/10.
Yo, buddy.
4 laps to go.
It is on. With 3 to go, here comes Jonathan Dutoy. Does he get a 59 out of his Lambo?
Arnold, if we're on the PA and you can hear us, please radio Charles and just tell us to get the hammer down a little bit harder. We want to see a race at the end.
Yeah, indeed. Here we go to turn 2. And look at this. A 59 again out of Charles Orange. Consistent 59s back to back there.
Another 2/10. It's down to 1.1. 3 laps to go.
This is Alvain Steenkamp. Further back, he's got ahead now of Wayne Roach. So the Lamborghini drops to the back of the pack for Samlin Racing in that Gallardo Trofeo. The Lambo at the back, the baby bull, as they like to call it.
Yeah.
He's at the back end of the field now. He's had a fantastic run, considering the first time out there for Wayne Roach in Extreme Supercars as part of that Samlin Racing team. Sam Hammond offering him his car an opportunity to drive it. It's pity his stablemate wasn't here. Nathan Hammond, I think, would have loved to be involved in this one.
I did see a post from him yesterday that he was in his suit in the car and on the pit wall. So I don't know if
there might have been an issue on the car that cost him there. So pity to lose him. But I'm sure they'll be ready to go for East London.
59.9, 1 minute 2, another 3/10. It's down to 8/10 now, the lead with 2 laps left to go. So he's got to turn up the wick a bit. He can't just take out 3/10. He's got to take up 5/10 in the next 2 laps to make this a race. But now it's interesting to find out where the slipstream actually starts working between these 2 cars and where it actually pulls him in.
I'm also looking at the fact that is Jono just letting him suck him in
and then drive away from
pretenses and just go, cheers!
I'd love to do that. There's nothing better as a racing driver to do that. To back it up, they get close to you and you go, sorry, ne?
Just
Excuse.
One more gear. Let me just click it up into 7th. No, the Lamborghini has done an amazing job today, and Jonathan Dutoy would certainly love the triple. But with the Rungies hounding him now with a lap and a half or a lap and 3 corners to go, might not be.
Oh, he's sideways on the exit there.
He's pushing hard. There's no doubt about it. It's not done yet.
I don't think he's sandbagging. I definitely think he's got the hammer down. And solo Charles, you can see him turning it early. You try and, especially when you're chasing, you try and tighten up the entry.
1 to go. What do we got?
Oh, 1 minute dead. 1 minute dead. Gap
flat
stays at
from
9/10.
9/10 of a second. Now, Charles Oranges has to get good drive out of turn 2. Carry the speed onto the back straight, carry it through turn 4. You'll have a go into turn 5 if he's close enough. There you go. Exactly what I thought. Oh! Roachy out of shape. The Samlin Lamborghini onto the kiddie litter, onto the return road. Don't go through the kiddie.
How red are those brakes?
Go through.
Did you see how red those brakes were?
Yeah, no, he was very, very hot brakes under that one. Green flag up to turn number 5. It might have cost Charles a chance there.
On the last lap, I don't know if he was close enough, to be fair.
John is going to get 3 out of 3.
Perfect weekend.
2 out of 3. Gianni's going to get 2 out of 3. They're going to share the honours there for 2nd and 3rd places for the day. There's Gigi up to turn 5 now. And a flag out for Jonathan Dutoy. He wants to catch a Sudala Motorsport and Trans Africa Racing Lamborghini winning out of that Val Fluid Solutions and Trans Africa Sudale collaboration. That's Gianni's old car, by the way, as he just drove past.
I wonder if he waved at it.
He probably looked and went, I used to like that car. And now I like this car a lot better. Well done, Gigi. So GD3's 1, 2, and 3 on track. Ricky John Okoro will win out Class A over Paul Hill. This is a nice effort there from him. And Paul Hill will win out over Chris Budnick for Class A. Rochi finishes up, but he's going to be a lap down. And Alvan Steenkamp will make up the top 7 in the BMW. So we wrap things up here from the National Extreme Festivals round of this 2025 season. And it was lights flashing.
I told you.
We're wrong. Can you imagine? Come flash lights next to me, behind me, but I'll tell you exactly where you can go.
Where's that brake pedal?
Yeah, hold on a second. Right, there's unofficial results, of course. It's Jonathan Dutoy, Charles Oranges, Gianni Giannakara, Ricky Giannakara. Arguably Ricky's best finish of the season there in the top 5. Ahead of Paul Hill, Budnick, and Alvan Steenkamp. Wayne Roach in 8th place. Uli Sani unfortunately didn't make it out for the last one, and neither did Jimbo, but they were both involved in race 1 and 2 for the day. Lights flashing there from Paul Hill as well, probably just acknowledging the crowd that have stuck around for this last part of the day's proceedings. Carl, from our point of view, massive thanks to the marshals and medics again, and to Race Control for keeping us relatively on time.
And officials and the rest, absolutely.
Yeah,
Support
else.
Staff, thank you so much.
Can't ask for better. That for our team down here from Two Wheels and, of course, Planet Margate. A phenomenal effort from Dave and Paul and all our cameramen. Audio for being down there, for, of course, all the interviews that we picked up throughout the race day. And a massive thanks to you, buddy, for joining us for the first time.
Thank you for having me for an entire day of racing. It's the most fun I've had behind a mic in a long time.
It was awesome to have you on board, and of course, hopefully that's going to be more of the same coming up in the very near future. But from our side here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring, on behalf of everybody at the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa, a big thank you to everybody, and we'll see you in East London in a few weeks' time. From my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.